Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. And so we're going to go through some of the video of the Truth in Christ podcast. And so these guys have started to investigate the King James version just a few years ago, and they investigated why is Easter in the King James Bible. So this was done 11 months ago, so obviously it was last Easter. And they have quite a lot of interesting things to say. So I thought I would show some of what they've said and just investigate what they're claiming. But also, this is a bit of an open podcast to talk about anything to do with Easter. Over the years, I've studied Easter quite a fair bit, and usually, if anything substantial comes out about Easter, I usually read it and think about it, and sort of maybe even put it in my website. I guess before I studied the Revelation 16:5 material, Easter was one of those things that I studied. Now, when I first started getting into the Easter issue, it was almost universal that if you asked anyone about Easter, they would say it's a pagan festival. And whether they understood what they were saying or not, people just claimed that. They just said it's a pagan festival. I did as well. And what I realized was that there was articles in King James circles about Easter not being pagan and Easter also being inserted into the King James version by design. And so I did my own article on this. I rested heavily on some of the material on Scott Jones's Lamb Lion website, which I think was, like looking back, it's a brilliant website. It's very good. It's been pulled down for maybe about 10 years now. But oftentimes I'm thinking back to it and going, wow, that guy really knew what he was talking about. And so anyway, what I did an article, and that was picked up by a group called Contending Earnestly for the Faith, and they did a magazine here in Australia, and they were sending out the magazine, but also sending out the articles in PDF and also on online. So I think it was 2005 I wrote my first Easter article. In 2007 or maybe 2008, it was picked up by Philip Powell from Christian Witness Ministries, who did Contending Earnestly for the Faith magazine. And I ended up running their website and helping them out quite a fair bit. They're a discernment ministry here in Australia. Now, since Philip's passed away, probably about 10 years ago, the whole movement just sort of died. It was probably Australia's best discernment ministry. They used to link a lot to Dave Hunt. They just had a lot of really interesting material, so that they would be standing against, the charismatic weird stuff. They'd be standing against Roman Catholicism, Islam, cults, and all that sort of stuff, and they were quite good. Now, Philip Powell was originally the General Secretary of the Assemblies of God here in Australia. And so he was a very interesting guy to talk to, because he had Brian Houston, who used to run Hillsong, whose father committed all the atrocities against children. Like Philip remembers like babysitting him, him on his knee, and they're chatting, with the parents and sort of thing. Like he knew all of those people. And so he was just a wealth of information. Him and Aaron Morgan. Aaron Morgan was formerly the leader of the Assemblies of God over in the UK. And so he broke away as well. And also there was a guy called Bill Randalls. Now, Bill Randalls wrote books, against false prophets, against Benny Hinn, against the territorial mapping and binding and loosing movements, the making war in the heavenlies type of thing that came from the Piercing the Darkness books. And so these guys were part of Christian Witness Ministries. And so they put my Easter article in their magazine. So they asked me to sort of tidy it up, and I'm not academic, and so at the time I was fumbling through, just trying my best to sort of piece it all together. I put it together, and that became my first Easter article. So that was in 2005. I'd written it, but then I tidied it up, and it ended up in the magazine in 2000. I'm pretty sure it was 2008. So then I think the next year, they wanted me to write another article. And I'd actually already written another article, that's right. And they said, well, we'll run with that as well. And so that was in the next year, I think 2009. And that was my second Easter article. And then I did a video on both of those. And then I wrote a third article. But I don't think I explained certain things clear enough in my third article. And so Philip didn't really want to publish it. He sort of felt like it was going in a different direction. And for whatever reason, and actually looking back through it, I guess I wasn't explaining myself clear enough. But Philip put, so he put all those into his magazine, which was great because Answers in Genesis picked it up, I think in their 2011. I've got their article here in 2011. And this is where they started to, cite me and quote me. I think it's this one. Maybe it's not this actual article. Yeah, here we are, the name of Easter. I'll just crack that one open. This says 2016, but 2011 was their first, was when they started to quote my articles. Now, Jonathan Safadi also, who was a creationist or is a creationist, he went through my material as well. So Nick Sayers, Why We Should Not Pass Over Easter. So I've been involved with this chat for quite a long time. And so over the years, people have tried to point out problems with what I'm saying. And I've been very grateful for that. I think critics are my best friend. And so if someone criticizes what I'm doing, I have to defend it. And if I can't defend it, well, then I'm wrong and I have to change my argument. And so sometimes you run down a certain little rabbit trail and there's nothing there. And you have to go back and go, well, there's really nothing there. And also the thing is too, when you're sort of pioneering something, there's a lot of pressure on you to keep up to date with things, especially if you're saying like everyone's wrong. when you're saying all the dictionaries are wrong, that all the dictionaries are saying Easter is a pagan festival, when it's not a pagan festival. This type of thing, this causes a lot of confusion. Now, there are many layers to this because a lot of people think that they go, okay, well, Easter itself was, that's something that Christ initiated, but the name comes from a pagan thing. And so we'll go into all that today. And so I'll answer any questions that I can. Hopefully we can clear some things up. So I'm trying this new thing where it says show comments on stage. Well, I guess it's not new. I just haven't used it before. So if anyone comments, their comment will be able to be seen there. Now, I'm pretty sure I can still highlight things, but I'll quickly go through some of these comments. Aaron's beard is in the house, living the dream. TurretinFan says, thanks for your recent interaction with my second John 1:1 article, Nick. I wasn't sure if you sure from your video, but I assume you still believe that the article is what John wrote. And yes, that is true. So I go with Beza's. I don't go with Scrivener's reading there. I think it's genuine. I think Beza's is the closest to the King James. And yeah, so it was interesting, sort of the follow on to the other article that was mentioned by Dan McClellan and others, because it seems like that article has been floating around that verse. There are articles floating around that verse, which is interesting. Anyway, it was interesting that even though I didn't really think the two topics were related, except for being in the same verse, they were pretty much about the same word, which is quite interesting, just in a different place. TurretinFan says, I know that's off topic. No, that's fine. Helg says, good morning. So Helg is in Northern Europe, living the dream. So Chris says, I keep Passover like Polycarp, and the apostles taught him. I reject the Roman church's Easter Sunday. They don't even claim the apostles taught it. They say church elders. Okay, interesting. And so I guess that would make you a quartodeciman. Helg says, happy Easter all ye out there. Chris says, but the crazy thing is all these messianic groups following the Jews that rejected Jesus' calendar, their calendar is almost always off a day or two. It will be a month off in 2029. Interesting. Shall Stand Forever says, congrats, Chris Lucas. Romans 14. All to God's glory. Chris says Passover isn't till sundown Thursday, till sundown Friday. Unleavened bread starts Friday sundown. Okay. And I had Herb Solinsky on my show a year ago to sort this out. He's the world's top biblical calendar expert, Jewish background, one of the best mathematicians in the world, 40 years of calendar study. Okay, that's interesting. That would be a good little video to go through. So Nick, when do you think what do you think when most Protestant churches celebrated Easter in the wrong month in 2024? We know that the Roman church celebrated it a month or two early in March of 2024. I guess the thing is, we are in a secular society where the calendars and days and dates, are all muddled, and so I just go with the general flow of what would be labeled as the date of Easter. To me, it's not so much the date, but it's more so just the importance of celebrating the actual celebration itself. And so that's where I stand with that. But the whole thing of errors in the calendar, that's very interesting. And so completely unbiblical to celebrate Passover in the last month of God's calendar. It's like they ignorantly just looked at what the Roman church did and just followed along. And I guess, if we were really going to follow the proper calendars, we'd follow the Hebrew lunar calendar, and that's how we would go by that. But we don't do it in our daily life. We don't do it. I don't celebrate any of the Old Testament. I don't celebrate any of the Old Testament feasts or celebrations and things like that. I don't follow the holidays. I don't follow the calendar. And so to me, to just sort of single out Easter and go, okay, I'm going to follow that one. I don't think I need to do that. And the reason I don't follow Passover is because I believe it's been fulfilled. I believe that Passover is an old shadow and type, and Easter is the fulfillment. And so that's where I stand with that. And Chris said, there's supposed to be sola scriptura. Yes, quartodeciman. And so quartodeciman is basically just the Latin word for 14. And so some people celebrated Easter or Pascha, as it was called back then, on the 14th of Nisan. Others celebrated it on the Sunday afterwards, the resurrection celebration. So this, at the Council of Nicaea, this was brought up, and they said, look, we should really just do it on the Sunday after. So the quartodecimans were, they're actually persecuted in a way for holding to that. And some people think that it goes back to Polycarp, that Polycarp said he did the 14th. I can't remember who it was who he was talking to, but he did the Sunday afterwards. But they sort of kept the peace on that. Now, it was never actually argued whether to celebrate the Pascha or not. Now, the reason I'm saying Pascha in the early days, because English has only been around since, like 700, 600, 700. You have German, Teutonic, this type of thing. But the word Easter and the German equivalent Oster, that's a few centuries after. And so that's why I call it Pascha, because everyone around the world calls it Pascha, except for German and English-speaking people. And we actually have a different word for the Passover. So we the Germans have Passover, and we have Passover. And so most other cultures just have Pasch or Pascha, that they have that type of word. Now, they might have adopted some English terms and call it Easter, but for most of history, it's only really been German-speaking people and English-speaking people who have used this word Easter. And so, and that was the main word used up until Tyndale coined the term Easter in English in his Bible. He was the first to incorporate Easter into the English Bible, but he invented the word Passover. Now, he probably got it from Luther's Passover. Luther had Passover in his Bible. Now, Tyndale knew German fluently. He would have read Tyndale's. If you're doing any type of Bible translation, you're going to read everything you can. You're going to read Luther's. You're going to look at Erasmus's material. You're going to look at everything. And so, the Quartodecimans, they celebrate on the 14th. And so sometimes throughout history, when there's Quartodecimans, some people would label these guys as being legalistic, because that's the law said that the Passover lamb was to be killed on the 14th of Nisan. And so that's why they're like, well, that's when we want to celebrate it. But others are like, well, we want to celebrate the resurrection. And so I think to me, the general consensus is that in the early church, they had a celebration called Pascha. Now, it was originally the Passover. Now, what do the Christians do after a while? Do they keep killing lambs and all that? Perhaps they did. They were in Israel. They would have been doing these type of things, or lots of their friends probably weren't converted, and they're doing all these types of things. And so, but eventually what happens is the Gentiles become saved. And so they actually start celebrating Pascha as well, but they're not killing lambs and they're not following the law. And they've made their own sort of New Testament version of it, but it's still called Pascha. And that's why John, he actually specifically says it's the Jews' Passover or the Jews' Pascha. Why would he say that? If obviously it's a Jewish festival, it's Passover, the Jews keep that. Who else is keeping that? Well, the Gentiles were. They were calling it Pascha, but it was actually like equivalent to modern day Easter. And so that's what happened. And eventually, if you go through the early church writings, one of the most discussed things was Easter, with a Pascha. And they were talking about what date to have it on and what they should do on those times. And so obviously that came to a head at the Council of Nicaea. And this was talked about, and they had a resolution that they would celebrate it on the Sunday after the 14th of Nisan. So the 14th of Nisan could occur sort of on any day of the week. And so we're going to go into the day that Jesus died and have a look at all that. But just say the 14th occurred on the Tuesday. Well, then you would have a Sabbath day after that, a high Sabbath. And then Wednesdays, it's part of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And so you have to wait a few days until the Sunday. And so, but they used to have what's called the Passion Week, or the Pascha week, I should say. And the Pascha week would be the 14th, and it would continue on the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and it would incorporate that Sunday as well. So I guess it's the same week, but it's just a matter of, the details. People saying it's 14th, people saying, well, what's equivalent to the 17th of Jesus rising from the dead that day? I want to celebrate it on that. I want to celebrate the resurrection. And some people used to fast as well before the celebration of the Pascha. And so this became quite a big thing and quite a traditional thing. And that's why some groups incorporated Lent. Others, they just have a fast before that. Some people have this 40-day thing going on. But, excuse me, this has become very popular. And that's probably the main reason why they do have eggs. One of the big things is when people used to, because if you're fasting, you can't eat. You collect the eggs. The hens are still laying, so you've got a pile of eggs there. And what happens is the kids, start coloring them in and drawing on them, and that they're saving up all their eggs for when they can break their fast, sort of thing. So that was a huge thing where the colorful eggs and all that sort of stuff is not pagan at all. That no one can trace that back to any pagan festival, but it's a purely Christian thing and something that people did because of this tradition of fasting before Easter. And also the bunny thing, people say, oh, it's to do with Playboy magazine and rabbits. They procreate all the time. They're just having babies all the time. So this is what it's about. It's about sex. And no, the rabbits are most probably just from the fact that in Europe it's springtime, and so at springtime you get a lot of rabbits, hares running around. And so what would happen in artwork, they would depict at the time of Easter, and they would have a rabbit, and they would have eggs, and then these things were quite common. And so it's nothing to do with paganism, and even pagans themselves admit this. They're just like, there's just nothing to, like, there's no pagan origins. Now there is the link to bead, so we'll look at that, but that's basically only just to do with the name. So basically Bede says that he and sometimes he would assume a lot of things and say, well, I assume that this name of this month goes back to a pagan goddess somewhere, because I guess if you couldn't figure it out, it's like, well, I guess it's related to Mars or related to the moon or related to the sun, or he was talking about these type of things. And he said that Astra Moneth, which is Easter, he said, well, I think it's related to a goddess called Yosta. And so Yosta, they probably worshipped her in spring. But the thing is, this type of interpretation, none of the reformers went, hey, this is a pagan thing or whatever. And from my research, it's pretty clear that Easter is not related to a goddess, but Easter is actually related to the German Oster. So Oster is basically the equivalent. So say if you look at Luther's German Bible, if everywhere that the word Easter appeared, because wherever Pascha appeared, Tyndale had Easter everywhere until he invented the word Passover, and then he started to use Passover as like an Old Testament word and Easter as a New Testament word. And so basically what happened was the German Oster. So Oster is basically the modern day correspondent to Easter. Okay, so it's related to Ost, which simply means east, or the rising up of the sun. And so in English, rising up of the sun, that type of thing. And people go, oh, it's pagan, it's pagan. It's like, no, it just means to rise up. And so Easter comes from Oster, the German word, and the older Teutonic comes from two words, Öster, so that means first, and Stehen, which means to stand, okay? So it means to stand first, okay? And these two words combine to form Österhen, which is the old German form of Österhen. So if you go to German and you say, Österhen, they know that you're speaking of the resurrection, okay? That's what the word means. So it's the modern day word for resurrection. So Easter and Oster basically mean like resurrection. So Easter means resurrection. So this is an interesting thing. There was a translator called Cruz, and he actually, I'll just try and get his quotation here. I'm sort of CRU. Okay, yeah, he translated Eusebius's Ecclesiastical History, and that was in 1851. And so I'll just try and get his quote in full. So he said, our word Easter, so this is his exact quote, our word Easter is of Saxon origin and of precisely the same import with its German cognate Ostern. The latter is derived from the old Teutonic form of Erfurchterhen, Erfurchterhung, that is resurrection. And so he's basically saying that Easter is related to resurrection. So, and to me, that was very freeing to think about that and to hear about that. So in 2005, when I wrote my article on this, it cleared up a lot of things. And because the only pagan thing was that Bede said, look, I think it comes from the month comes from a goddess. And so he's a brilliant linguist, Cruz, and he says, no, Easter is of Saxon origin and of precisely the same import with its German cognate Ostern. The latter is derived from the old Teutonic form of Erfurchterhen, Erfurchterhung, and that's resurrection. So that was the season of resurrection. So this has cleared up quite a lot of things for people, because I've noticed that since I've written my article, and I'm not saying that it's due just to what I've written, but I have been prolific in going over Facebook and other chat groups all over the world and just putting links and putting videos and talking about this issue, because I really want people to enjoy celebrating Easter. And I felt that 20 years ago when you were doing it, it was like, what are we doing? Oh, we're doing this Easter thing and it's a pagan goddess sort of thing. And I remember the story of how I ended up like in that position. I was out street preaching, and so I'm out preaching, and this girl walked past, and we were handing out invitations to come to an Easter service. And I said, I'll come out and hear about Easter. And she said, well, why would I go to church to hear about a pagan goddess? And I sort of was taken aback, but I said, yeah, you're right. And I couldn't figure out why I'd said that. I was like instinctively, I knew that there was more to it, but I was like, yeah, you're right. It is a pagan goddess. And so anyway, the next Sunday, we're at church, and we used to do a Bible study hour before church. It was great. And so the pastor got up and said, does anyone know what Easter means? And I put my hand straight up and said, it's a pagan festival. And he said, that's correct. And I was like, man, this is so weird. What is this pagan thing? You know what? And so anyway, that caused me to look further. and eventually found the article of Scott Jones. And at the time, I think it was Will Kinney was talking about this. And so there was a bit of chat. There used to be a group. There was a chat, a website online, and we would all jump on there and argue about things. And so I realized these guys had a good point, that Easter was not only not a pagan thing, but it was also put into the King James by design. And the more that I studied it, the more light was shed on that. And obviously, Answers in Genesis ran with it. So that popularized it. My friend Philip Powell, he had 8,000 subscribers to his magazines. There's quite a lot. And so that went out. And my second article came out, and I talked more about how the usage of the King James and how they use Easter in the prefatory information in the front of the King James Bible. It talks about to find Easter forever and this type of thing. And so I was talking about the usage of how people use the word Easter, how up until around the era of the King James, Easter and Passover were seen as sort of synonyms, and they were interchangeable. But then what happened was at 1611, they only used Easter in one place. So the Greek word Pascha appears 29 times in the Greek New Testament, and only once is it translated as Easter in the King James. Every other time it's Passover. And people have often pointed this out and said, this is an error, this is a mistake, and all the rest of it. But I prove with my second article that this was done by design, because that's the only place where it's after the resurrection. And so every time before, it's to do with the Old Testament Pascha, the Passover celebration. Now, there are two other verses, I think it's in Hebrews and 1 Corinthians, where it mentions the Passover, but it's obviously alluding back to Moses kept the Passover, so it's obviously talking about the Old Testament. And Paul says, let us keep the feast, and he says, Christ our Passover was sacrificed for us. So you would lose that illusion if it's like Christ our Easter. Well, Tyndale had Easter lamb there. So it shows you how the word had changed quite a lot. Then eventually it was put into its correct semantic range, Passover. And then we are one of the only, us and the German language, we're one of the only languages in the world that have these two words that we can use. And so we're saying that we've got a resurrection celebration and the old shadow and type. And so the King James translators skillfully put that information into Acts chapter 12, verse 4. And they basically used Easter there, letting people know that that is a celebration of the Christians. It is also the same in the same week in the early church times. They were celebrating Passover and Easter in the same week, because it initially was the same festival, but then it's sort of split into two different time periods like we have today. So sometimes we have a mindset that we've got these two different things, but they used to just be called Pascha. The early church writers, many times when they were talking about the Christian Easter, they would just use the word Pascha. If they were talking about the Passover, they would say the Jewish Pascha. And so, but now we have two words for this. So what do you do with that? And a lot of people have used Easter over the years. And so King James, when he commissioned the translators to do their work, he wrote out a list of things, just some guidelines and rules, to use the Bishop's Bible as a draft copy sort of thing, to go back to the original languages and this type of stuff. And it was really helpful, all of that. But he said, look, let's use the ecclesiastical words that we've always been using, church. Let's not just use only just use assembly or a congregation. Let's highlight that church is a fine word. There's nothing wrong with it. Just because the church had become corrupt around the time of Tyndale doesn't mean that has to overshadow the whole entire English language, and you can only use assembly or congregation. So the King James translators, even in those words, were very skillful. They put church whenever it's believers. They put congregation when it's the Jews, and they put assembly when it's a mix. So they were very, very tidy when they did this. And so when they came to the words Easter and Passover, they went through that, because what had occurred, and I'll just get a little bit of information on this, so I'm not making any mistakes. We'll just have a quick look at Yeah, so John Wycliffe, he used Pasch, the word Pasch, so that was obviously just straight from the Latin. Tyndale, he used a form of Paschal 3 different times. Coverdale used a form of Paschal 1 time. And Matthews, he used a form of Paschal 3 times. But when we get to William Tyndale in 1526, he used Esther. It's just a different spelling of Easter. Now, when I wrote my 2005 article, me in my ignorance, I'm just like, oh, well, I'll contact David Crystal, the world leading expert on the English language, and send him my article and see what he thinks. And he came back and had put all these notes everywhere. So basically, David Crystal helped me to write my first Easter article, which is interesting. And that's the one that ended up in the magazine. Now, the one on the website, if you go to easterau.com, I don't know where I got that from because it's got mistakes in it. And I know that he would have pointed those things out. But so, yeah, it was very good. And he said one of the things is in the article, Esther, spelled E-S-T-E-R, I thought, well, that's closer to Oster, the German one. The German word, but he said no, it's just an alternative spelling. He said all over England they would spell it Easter with just an E-S-T, some of them E-A-S-T. It's like church. It's spelt 20 different ways, but it just means the same thing. And he cleared that issue up for me. So Tyndale used 26 occurrences. He has Easter, Easter Lamb, Easter Lamb with a space between the words, and Feast of Easter. And we see Luther, he had Ostern 16 times, Osterlamb 12 times, and Osterfest once. Miles Coverdale, after Tyndale invented the word Passover, in my first article, I go into how Tyndale basically started translating the Old Testament. He went back to Exodus. But because these guys thought and believed that the word Easter was related to the resurrection and not to any pagan goddess, he felt that there was a little bit of an anachronism when you go to Exodus chapter 12 and you're talking about this Passover lamb and celebrating the Passover, and he was using the word Easter there because the word Passover didn't exist in English. So he invented that word to fill that gap. He's a brilliant guy. And so by the time Coverdale Bible came around, he used Passover many times, Easter Fest and the Lord's Easter. Used a whole bunch of different things. And then we have a Matthew's Bible, using it many different times. Great Bible, sometimes using Easter, sometimes using Passover. But what happened was there was a gravitation toward having Easter as a New Testament word and having Passover as an Old Testament word. So over the years, this got down to the Bishop's Bible, where the Bishop's Bible used Easter twice in the New Testament. But when we come to the King James, they used it once in Acts chapter 12, verse 4. And that is the only place that is historically after the resurrection. Every other time it's talking about the old shadow, the old type, the old feast of Passover. And so so there's a lot of interesting information there. So I just sort of point that out, that the earlier Bibles had a bit of a mishmash because there's this new word on the scene, and where do we put it? But eventually the King James translators, with their skill, with their ability, they put it into its correct semantic range in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, as a post-resurrection word instead of the pre-resurrection word being Passover. And so that's how we view it today. Like if I said to anyone, what does Easter mean? That they don't even think of Passover. If I said to someone, what does Passover mean? They don't even think of Easter. And so they've done a very good job at separating those two. But that type of trend started with William Tyndale. I'll just catch up on some of these comments here. So Right the Vision Ministry says, Happy Easter, Resurrection Weekend. Good to see you, Mike Holner. And so I looked at the 1 John 5:7 material by Mike Ferrando on Praise I Am's channel that you sent me. No, actually, Mike Ferrando sent it to me, but it was on your channel. And I thought it was very good. It was a great interview. And so I'd encourage anyone to go and have a look at that. Really good. And so I have been trying to keep my finger on the pulse with stuff that you send in emails and things. But sometimes I just look at it and go, yeah, I'll catch up with that later. And, when does later ever come? And so Chris says, yes, the Roman bishop Anicetus argued against Polycarp, and oddly, Polycarp was martyred a year later for not doing emperor worship. Strangely, the guy in Smyrna killed not the Roman bishop, not a conspiracy theorist, but it is a little strange that the Roman bishop wasn't martyred and the Roman bishop in Rome's backyard. Okay. And if I understand the history and timing correctly, I don't think Polycarp got to celebrate another Passover after he talked to the Roman bishop. Okay, that's interesting. And Chris also said, well, in 2024, even if you reject Passover, if you want to do it on Sunday, it was still a month early. Why celebrate Easter a month before Passover? Jesus rose after Passover. Passover was in April. And if we want to say church councils make the rules, why not be Romanists? Why stop at following their calendar when they determine the holidays? Why not follow everything? So my answer to that is we are in a secular society. There's plenty of things that we run our lives around that are not biblical. Our whole year structure should be a 360-day year. If we're going to follow the Hebrew calendar, we're going to follow the lunar calendar, but we don't follow it for anything, just except for the looking back at biblical things and saying that's how they used to do it. And I don't think that we have to follow these calendars, and so that's why. And so to me, it's like, well, if everyone is just saying, hey, well, let's celebrate Easter on this day, I'm like, that's fine. I mean, if you want to celebrate Easter every day, that's fine. If you want to do it once every 5 years, that's fine. But Jesus just said, do this in remembrance of me. My understanding after doing lots of Easter study is this is actually the main and only communion service that happened yearly. Now, in the early days, they all did it on the Pascha. Okay, the same time as the Jews. But then as people went into the Gentile lands, you're there and it's like, well, what day are we going to do this on? And the thing is, like, I don't follow any Sabbath days. I don't follow and I don't believe that I need to follow the whole thing of, following a Sunday Sabbath. Where, I know a lot of Reform people say, well, it used to be Saturday and now it's Sunday. And they have a lot of the same rules. It's like, you can't do this on Sunday and you can't do that on Sunday. Where to me, I see every day is the same. And Jesus is my Sabbath. He's the fulfillment. He's my rest. I don't follow a day, and I believe the New Testament teaches that. But and so I'm outside of any calendar. But if people are going to celebrate it, it's like, okay, I'll join in there. That's fine. And so because I mean, if I'm going to celebrate it, just say, this right now is not the right time. I haven't gone into it, but just say it was 3 weeks earlier or whatever, or 4 weeks earlier. What would be the point of me just doing it and by myself? It's like everyone would just be like, oh, that's a bit weird. And it's like, well, I may as well just celebrate it. I'm not that fussed with the calendar anyway. So I may as well just celebrate it when everyone else is, sort of thing. Now, I do believe that, times and dates and things are important for understanding Scripture, but I don't think that we need to apply any of those things to our lives today. I think we're free from that. And Paul was pretty clear. Like some people esteem one day above another. Every day, some people see every day is alike. Let each be fully persuaded in their own mind, sort of thing. And he knew all the Jewish customs and everything like that, but he wasn't putting that burden on anyone. He's like, look, if you see every day as like they're all the same, that's fine. If you esteem one day above another, that's fine too. Yeah, and some people do that. Like if someone says, hey, look, this, Sunday is the day we want to get together, have church, we want to do this and we want to do that. Hey, that's fine. If that suits you, if that suits what you're doing. In some cultures, like if you were in, say, Israel at the moment, it might be the Sabbath day, like the proper Saturday. And it's like, cool, let's just keep that. And when you look at Paul, he was often going into the synagogues and preaching about Jesus on Sabbath days. If you go through the book of Acts all the time, it's like a Sabbath day he did this, a Sabbath day he did that. He was taking that opportunity because that's when they all gathered. Now, when I was living in Pakistan, they have the Friday is a day off. And so oftentimes by 11, 12 o'clock in that day, the streets are just abandoned. There's just no one there because they have their mosque on Friday. And so some people, it's really hard to get work there. So sometimes people will have to work Sundays because the Muslims just see Sundays another day for them. So their daily system is very different. So to me, it's not a huge big deal. I know some people, like if you watch, say, like that, remember that movie, The Chariots of Fire? I remember watching that as a kid. It had a nice soundtrack and everything. But I remember as a Christian, I think we watched it in church, and I thought, yeah, this is legalism. This is just like Seventh-day Adventism, talking about the Sabbath and everything, but they've just put it onto Sunday. And it's like, well, I understand that if people want to celebrate the resurrection on a Sunday, that's fine. If they want to have a day off, that's fine. It's all good and dandy. But this guy was like, okay, I'm running in the Olympics. I'm not going to run on this day because my religious beliefs are such and such. So he didn't want to run on a Sunday in the Olympics, and he made a huge stand against it. And he was seen as like a hero at the time. But ultimately, it's like, is Sunday a Sabbath day for the Christians? You know what I mean? And I know a lot of people think it is. And a lot of people have that in their mindset, where to me, I used to have that type of thing because you just culturally go to church and it's just, Sunday's off and that's the church day and you don't do any work on that day. And I remember even I was in this business partnership with a guy, and he wanted to do a whole bunch of work on one Sunday. And I'm like, why would you do that? But looking back, there's nothing wrong with doing that because we're not under the law, we're under grace. And so this is not something that we are bound to. Jesus is our Sabbath. It's not a day anymore. It's Christ. He is our rest. He said, come unto me, all you that labor and are heavy laden, and I'll give you rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy, my burden is light. He's the one that we're supposed to rest in. And so Chris says, well, using Easter in the Bible is a mistake. Lambs don't rise on Passover. The etymology of Easter is a word that means rising, like sun rises in the east. Therefore, Passover, death passes over. Okay. The day resurrection happens 3 days later. So Easter is a bad word for Passover. Resurrection doesn't happen on Passover. Well, I guess that's why Passover is an Old Testament shadow and type, and the Easter celebration is the celebration of the death, burial, and resurrection, with the highlight on resurrection. Because yes, he died and died for our sins and everything, important. Burial, that's important as well. But it's the resurrection that's something that is uniquely different. And, because anyone can die, anyone can be buried, but, Jesus rose from the dead. And so I think that overshadows the whole feast. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. It's the celebration of the resurrection. And I think that's fine to call it that. Shall Stand Forever says Christ's death sacrifice loses meaning if it's not linked to the resurrection. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Chris says, plus the translators defined Easter in the appendix as being Sunday. So it causes confusion to find Easter Sunday when then use Easter when Passover is used when it was not Sunday. So I guess it just comes back to the calendar thing. They're in England, they've got their days already set out and everything, and they're saying, okay, well, this, because everyone's already gathering on a Sunday, it's a cultural thing, and it's like, okay, let's just do that. And so I'm not saying that is the most biblical in the sense of an Old Testament way of working out the calendar or anything like that, but I don't have any problem with people celebrating Easter on whatever day is culturally acceptable to them. And so just going back to, I believe that was the only communion. Now, some churches, they have communion like once a year. And sometimes I don't know why they're doing it. I was involved with the church, and every now and then it's like, we're going to do communion. Now, sometimes I do it at Easter. Sometimes I wouldn't. And I'd be like, and because I was studying all this stuff while I was in that church, I was like, how come it's so inconsistent, But then I went to a church where they had communion every week. And I enjoyed that. Not just the fact that they were having communion, because I actually see that having communion every week is actually an overhang of Roman Catholicism. But it was sort of like, at least what they were doing, they would at least do a 5 to 10 minute talk on the cross, on the resurrection, this type of thing, and on Passover, and talking about Easter and talking about all these things. So while I'm in the midst of thinking about all this stuff, I enjoyed weekly being sort of challenged or refreshed on some new information. So that's what I found good about it. It was almost like, imagine if you were studying, Hebrews chapter 4 or whatever, and you went to a church, and every time that church gathered, they talked about Hebrews 4 for 10 minutes. It's like, it just kept refreshing me and getting me into a mind space where I'm thinking about these things. And sometimes they would get me up to speak, and I would talk about all this sort of stuff. And basically, I didn't rock their boat or say, hey, I think every week is an overhang of Catholicism. I think if people want to do it every day, if they want to do it every 10 minutes, go for it. It's your life. It's between you and God. But I think the basic carryover from a yearly sacrifice of Passover, it's Pascha, then that becoming something adopted by the New Testament church, they would have done it every year. And then that has just become something where it's like, well, you have to do it every week, And so, and I think people who do it every week, like, Roman Catholics, maybe Anglicans and others, they read back into early church writers and that period. And whenever they see, the Eucharist and all this type of thing, they're like, oh, see, they're practicing that weekly. And they just sort of add the weekly thing in there, which to me, it's something that was done every year at Easter. And so to me, the whole, like that helps sometimes with biblical interpretation. If you're going through 1 Corinthians 11, and you're trying to figure out what's happening there, because it talks about, Paul says, Jesus said, take this is my body, this is my blood, etc. He's obviously talking about that celebration, but some people in the mind go, oh, that was happening every week. But if you read through the context and you realize this is a yearly celebration, this is like, Christmas time. I'm not saying Christmas is biblical. Yeah, it's obviously a cultural thing. I've got no problem with people celebrating Christmas, saying, okay, Jesus was born. I think it's great. It makes people think about it every year. Now, obviously, secular people are going to go, hey, let's get drunk. They're just going to do the weirdest things on that time. And people are going to get in debt to their eyeballs and can't pay back their credit card and all the other problems that go with their secular version of Christmas. But for the Christian, it's just like, let's celebrate the birth of Christ. I think it's a great time, great season to teach kids and all that sort of stuff. I don't see anything wrong with it whatsoever, and I don't think it's pagan whatsoever. There might be some religious weird stuff that's crept in from Catholicism or other groups, but it's usually the Jehovah's Witnesses, Seventh-day Adventists, and legalists who get upset with that. But yeah, so my the main point that I'm trying to show you is that Pascha originally was a yearly thing. The early church writers, they never argued about doing it or not. They argued only on the date. And then by the Council of Nicaea, they said, well, let's just do it on a Sunday after the 14th of Nisan. And so, but I don't think that communion was something that was every week. So some churches do it once a month. I've been in a church where it's just like every month they're like, okay, we're doing communion first Sunday of the month or whatever. And it's like, oh, that's different. Okay. But they've got no reason for it. That's just what they do, or culturally in their denomination, that's what they do. And it's like, okay, that's different. And some people have full alcoholic wine. And I went to this one Anglican church once, and I just went in there just to check it out. And over the Easter period, sometimes what I would do is I'd go to different Easter services to listen and see if there was any type of new information or how they were doing communion. It just fascinated me. And so I was in one church and they had the biscuit little here we call them SAO biscuits. They're Salvation Army Officer biscuits, and it's just like a dry cracker, sort of broken. I'm holding that, and I'm holding this cup, little shot glass, that before I was a Christian we'd be slamming down tequila slammers in something like a little shot glass. And I'm there, I'm a Christian. I haven't drunk any alcohol since I've been saved. So it's 1995, okay? So I'm in this church, and I'm there, and I, eat the biscuit. That's what they said to do, and wash it down with this. And it was port wine. I used to drink it. I knew the taste straight away, and I'm like, why? This is alcoholic. I could taste it, and it affected me. Because if you haven't drunk for a long time, it affects you. And I was like, man, I've had a testimony of not drinking for since 1995. I used to drink all the time like a fish, and then I'm completely sober. I'm delivered from all that sort of stuff. I'm not going to touch drugs, alcohol, and that's my testimony. I'm telling people this, and the church wrecked it. I've had this shot glass of port, and so anyway, it just seems so strange, because all the leaven at the Passover had to be out of the house. So leaven is what makes alcohol, and that's why Jesus was obviously sharing around a cup with grape juice, unfermented grape juice, because it was against the law to have fermentation. Yeast is what you put in. I used to make homebrew. I know all about how to make something alcoholic, and you put yeast in it to get the bubbles going and to get the fermentation happening, and sugar and all the rest of it. But it's like, if you can't have yeast, you don't have alcohol unless it's sort of gone off or whatever. But obviously they were drinking fresh grape juice, and that's why the winos, it's not. Some people just see wine and they go, oh, it's alcoholic in the Bible. That's because today we usually use wine as alcoholic, but in biblical times, winos could be just grape juice. So if you understand Jesus turned the water into grape juice, that changes everything. Because people point that out as a contradiction. Oh, they already had a lot, and then they run out, and then Jesus is making all massive pots full and saying, here you go, have more. And they kept drinking. It's like, well, he would be condoning drunkenness. And I've, like, so many people use that and say, Jesus is fine with me drinking. Jesus is fine with, having like 10 wines and all this sort of stuff. And so anyway, that's a whole nother story. But I think you get the drift. Chris says, yes, but Jesus didn't rise on the Passover. He rose 3 days later. That would be more appropriate to call Easter. But I guess the thing is, your Passover is a polyseme, which in like cognitive linguistics, a polyseme is basically something that can be a word that can be used for many different things. If I said, hey, let's eat Passover, I'm talking about the lamb. If I said, hey, on the day of Passover, I'm talking about the Passover day. If I said, let's celebrate Passover, that was a festive week. And so the Feast of Unleavened Bread and Passover oftentimes we use synonymously. So this becomes a polyseme where it can mean 3 or 4. I've only just used 3 examples. There might be 4 or 5. Like, Christ is our Passover, sacrificed for us. So he's our Passover lamb representative sort of thing. But it was a Passover week. And so it's not just the one day, that's called Passover. It was the whole week. It was called Pascha. Everyday Man of God Ministries is in the house, living the dream. Good to see you, Everyday Man of God. Chris says, here's the question. Rome's in 2024 said Easter was in March. Eastern Orthodox said May, and Jewish Messiah rejecting rabbis were off a day. But why did most Protestants pick Rome and not Eastern Orthodox or rabbis? I guess it's just cultural. And so, but there are a lot of Protestant groups that are not far from Rome. They would jump into bed with Rome if given the chance. Shall Stand Forever says, Chris, I only mean to say that the New Testament emphasizes how the death and resurrection of Christ are inseparable in meaning to us. Yeah, and that's a very good point, and Chris is agreeing with that. Like, why not pick the Sunday after the Passover on the rabbinic calculator calendar? Why did the Protestants decide to follow Rome and do it a month before Passover in 2024? Well, I guess it's like, why do the Protestants follow Rome when it comes to Bible versions? And the Vatican is involved with the Nestle Aland United Bible Society text. So Protestants are just following Rome no matter what, in many different things. And ultimately, like, a lot of leaders, if you confronted them and said, is the Pope a Christian? They would just say, oh yeah, of course, God doesn't, I don't know his heart and all this sort of stuff, where my take is, no, he's an antichrist. He's against Christ. He's a blasphemer. He's just like one of the leaders of the Jehovah's Witness church or whatever. He is not a Christian. And it's the strangest thing. I remember this one guy, nice guy and everything, but it came down to, I was talking about YWAM, and Cunningham, how he had gone and visited the Pope, and I was saying, hey, this is problematic. I didn't bring it up before because I was like, well, we're getting along. Let's not rock the boat. But then I brought it up. He was sort of attacking. He was pushing me to see what I thought about things, and I said, well, I think Cunningham, the leader of YWAM, is a compromiser. He went and visited the Pope and said that we agree on world evangelism and all this sort of stuff. I said that's weird. It's like going and visiting a Hindu guru and saying, hey, we do similar things, and finding similarities. It's like Catholicism is just the bizarrest, strangest, weirdest pagan thing happening, but they just have a whole bunch of Christian names that they do to their weird celebrations and rituals and things like that, instead of just being obviously off the wall. They Christianize it. But so this guy told me, I said, well, he's there with the Pope, and he said the Pope's a good Christian, and I was like, what? You think the Pope's saved? It was just so strange. And so, but anyway, that's a lot of Protestants think that. Helg says, interestingly, Paul said Christ is our Passover in 1 Corinthians 5:7. Yes, and what's even more interesting, and this comes right against the pagan roots, the pagan word type of thing. Tyndale says Christ is our Easter lamb. Now, if Easter was a pagan festival, that's like saying Christ is our Buddha lamb, or our Allah lamb, or our Rajneesh lamb, our Hare Krishna lamb. If it's a pagan thing, like Tyndale never would have used that type of terminology, and so did Luther. He said Oosterlamb there, which is quite amazing. Shall Stand Forever says, Chris Lucas, sir, may I ask you if you have any denominational loyalty that drives this subject for you? I'm only asking, not seeking contention. Helg says, for even Christ, our Passover is sacrificed for us. Yes, very good verse. Chris says, I'm not preaching legalism, but I am pointing out that most Protestants don't research the Bible and deeply think about this. They just observe the Roman Church and follow. Very true. Freely Received says, Wes Huff has made a good YouTube short about how Easter isn't related to false goddess Ishtar. Yes, and I noticed that one. And when it first came out, I asked him and I said, well, yeah, good information. Because, see, the thing is, since 2005, since I've written my article and done another 2 articles and a video on it, most of the critical text people would say Easter is a pagan festival. What are you talking about, you idiot? And Pascha always means Passover, never means Easter, this type of thing. And so I've usually been at loggerheads with critical text people. And I think because over the years I've been pushing this so much, it's gotten to the point where people like Wes Huff, people like Mark Ward, even like lots of people now are saying, yeah, it's not a pagan thing. It's not related to Ishtar. And when I listen to this stuff, I'm like, I think they've seen the video that I've brought out, the why I should not pass over Easter. So that's this video. So this one goes for an hour, where I read the first 2 articles that I did, and this one goes for like 40 minutes, where I read the 3rd article. Actually, I wrote part 2 there. Yeah, part 2. So it's my 3rd article, but it's a 2nd video. And so if you go through that information, it's pretty clear. I talk about, I sort of lay it all out. And I guess either Wes Huff has got it from there, or he's got it from someone who has got it from there. But, sometimes people do their own research and come to similar conclusions. But I guess, having all this out there and having it on a popular platform like Answers in Genesis, I'm pretty sure that would have influenced a lot of thinking in that. And so, yeah, from like 2005, like back in those days, pretty much every critical text person was against what I was saying. So I've been mostly fighting against critical text people, and also like hyper King James only people who are sort of like Ruckmanites, Ripplingerites. They're usually saying, "Hey, it's a pagan festival," because it's in Chick Tracts, it's in a whole bunch of other websites and things, and Sam Gipp would say it, and so. But James White says it's a pagan thing. So this is the thing: you got one side, you got Sam Gipp saying it's a pagan festival. The other side, you got James White saying it's a pagan festival. They're both completely wrong. And so that's where, where's Huff. And the thing is, I'm not the guardian of Easter. I do sometimes appreciate it when people give credit, but sometimes this whole concept, I basically plagiarized from Scott Jones. Scott Jones had an article on it, and I just elaborated on that article, and sort of I've carried this Easter mantle ever since, And Scott Jones he's been off the internet for 10 years. But I think I put his information out there because I was not known as a King James onlyist. And when I put my information out there, that people were like, "Oh, this guy's just done some research into this." But I got it from a lot of it from Scott Jones, who would have been classified as probably a TR only guy. But then eventually people were like, "Well, what do you believe and think?" And I was like, because I was a New King James guy, then I gravitated towards King James, and so then people were like, "Oh, you're from the devil. You follow the King James. Oh, you are a King James only Ruckmanite, Riplingerite, Gippite." And I'm like, it's just so weird, I didn't even know half of who these people were, but apparently I'm a Siamese twin to this person just because I have a view. It's a bit like saying, "Hey, killing that person's wrong." And it's like, you're a liberal blue-haired, LBGT. People just throw you into some camp, and it's like, you for real? But usually it just shows me the level of ad hominem or people willing to just demonize you and throw you into a certain camp. That people love to pigeonhole. They love to put you in a pigeonhole. That's one thing I'm good at, is pigeonhole dodging. People try and squeeze you in a hole, and I'm like, "Oh, well, what about this? And what about that?" I get called a racist, and it's like, "Okay, well, what about this? I go through how I've shut down a Ku Klux Klan chapter here in Australia. that was interesting. And when people say that I'm a racist, I'm like, how can I be racist? I married someone who's not white. How can I be racist? It's so weird. But then usually they don't know all that stuff, and then they bring it back around and they'll say, "Oh, you're a communist," and it's like, "Oh no," or you're a MAGA, or you're not a MAGA, or you're for Trump, you're against Trump, and it's like they just love to throw you into different categories. Anyway, I don't want to rabbit trail too far. Chris says, "I'm just throwing these thoughts out there for people to think about, because I don't think they've ever crossed most people's minds. They didn't cross my mind for most of my life. I was attending church." Yeah, and I really appreciate you bringing all this information up, because it's something that I don't think about too much, is the calendars. But I do think about the biblical calendar, and I guess, even in the time of King James, like the whole thing of Jesus dying on a Friday, to me is wrong. And so that's where I noticed, was it Derek from Myth Vision? He said most apologists never deal with this issue, and I'm like, well, man, I've been dealing with this issue since my first Easter article. Whoops, where are we? Let me grab that, and I'll just show you that I dealt with the whole Thursday issue. If I just type in Thursday, whoops, Thursday, no, it must be in my second article. Yes, so I state here, and so this was published in a magazine in 2009, I'm pretty sure. And I've got, and Good Friday being the date, which is a representation of the 14th of Nisan, although in 32 AD, the day Jesus died was a Thursday. And I've got a footnote. number 13, and I go down and say, while I believe this view, which is also the view of Dave Hunt, some claim Wednesday to be the day, including Chuck Missler, Philip Powell of CWM, who published this, also argues for a Wednesday crucifixion. So I clearly point that out. So when someone like Derek from Mythvision says, apologists, they run from this, it's like, well, I'm not running from it. I'm running toward it. I think I've made a very good claim for why Jesus died on a Thursday, and there were two Sabbaths, one a high Sabbath that occurred after every Passover, and one was the weekly Sabbath. So that's why, in Matthew 28, it has the word Sabbath there in plural. It says after the Sabbath. And now in the King James, it's in the singular, only just because sometimes singular words cover, like we say, did you have a good holiday? And that might be after like a month of a holiday or a 3-week period or 2 days. Or we had a 2-day holiday. How was your holiday? We don't say how was. You might even say how was your holidays. So sometimes we say plural, sometimes we say singular. So that's how they were using that word there in Matthew chapter 28 when it talks about the first day of the week after the Sabbath. And in the Greek, it's Sabbaths. So it makes perfect sense. If you're reading the Greek, you see, it's plural, but that fits in with a Thursday because you have a Thursday, Jesus dying, and it also adds up to the 3 days and 3 nights. I can't, for the life of me, understand why people would have a Friday one with only 2 nights. That just seems strange. But Thursday makes it 3 days and 3 nights. And Jesus rose on the 3rd day, not after the 3rd day. People say, it's got to be a 72-hour period, so they push it right back to a Wednesday thing. But then that's 4 nights. And so you just got to do the basic math there. But anyway, I've been talking about that for quite a long time. So Derek from Mythvision is saying people are avoiding this topic like the plague. I guess if you're only listening to popular people. But I think the thing is he's probably right in a certain sense where people don't talk about this issue. They say it doesn't matter, where I'm like, no, it does matter. And so this is the type of calendar system that I like to look at and think about, not so much, I'm applying this, because say like today here in Australia would be considered Good Friday. Okay. We've got a holiday. We've got the day off. And so, but to me, Jesus died on the Thursday. So if I was to be a stickler for the calendar, I would have to change that day as well. So there's so many problems with all this cultural stuff that it's like, look, I'm not here to, push Good Friday back to a Good Thursday or whatever. I just want people to know Christ and all the rest of it. But to know these issues, that's fine. But it's not. I don't think it's my goal to change society or to just keep the correct date. To me, it's enough for me to understand these things, not so much to go, okay, I'm going to live it exactly how the Old Testament calendar worked. Shall Stand Forever says, Chris Lucas, I appreciate your thoughts on this. Thank you. Chris says, thanks. I appreciate everyone's humbleness here, including Nick, even though he and others might disagree. It's in a matter of more humility. No, I appreciate you bringing these issues up. Chris says, that is a bit amazing, but true. Most Protestant leaders might say the Pope is a Christian, maybe even a brother in Christ. Yeah, and that's why, I would say 95% of Christianity out there is just simply not Christian. Most of these people aren't saved. Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, Roman Catholics, and then you get into the Protestant realm, and constantly they're just a thorn in my side. People who just they're just into politics, and if you don't agree with their politics, you just why do you want to fund Hezbollah or something? And it's like, Tribe with Fire says, greetings all. In 12 or 13, in 2012, 2013, Wilkins' work on Easter helped me to understand that it's not a pagan celebration. However, I do not like or agree with astrological astronomical or astronomical way it's timed. Yeah, and so I think Wilkins' stuff is great, and he helped me back in the day. He was arguing on these groups, and I was saying, no, the New King James doesn't have mistakes, and yeah, the King James does have mistakes, and he was showing me stuff, and I was like, yeah, but that's one of the things. I was saying Easter is a pagan festival, and Easter is a mistake in the King James. I used to say that. So obviously, if you've gone through this video or you look at the articles that I've done or videos, I've educated myself on this. So I come out the other end and go, sorry guys, I was wrong back then, 20 years ago. I didn't know that much about this. Now I know quite a lot about it, and I was wrong. Easter is a Christian festival. It was put into the King James by design to represent the celebration of the resurrection. And so that's where I stand with that. Tribe with Fire says the timing was decided by the Council of Nicaea. Yes. No denomination loyalty for me. I attend a few Messianic Jewish churches and United Church of God sometimes. Okay. Shall Stand Forever says, sadly, there are those who claim to be or are Christian, but buy into racist mindset. Sorry, just a side note. Yeah, but it's constantly in front of me as well. And people who are just like, hey, let's bomb sand people. Like if they were bombing Florida, you know what I mean? People would be all upset. Or if they're bombing Sweden with, people with blonde hair and blue eyes, and it would be a tragedy. But if you're bombing browns, it doesn't matter. And so the thing is, I have all sorts of people talk to me and say all sorts of stuff. And people have all these arguments about how, the whole Black Lives Matter thing and all the rest of it. Ultimately, what I do is I say, okay, Australia's, because I'm in Australia and we're dealing with local issues, and I say Australia was involved with a proxy war against Bougainville, which is in Papua New Guinea, and 20,000 people died there in the 90s. And I'm like, do you know about that? And like 99% of people go, oh, I've never heard of it. And then even after they know about it, they're not upset. Like if I said, okay, well, they killed, 20,000 people in Perth, and they're all white Anglo-Saxon, that they would be so upset. They'd be on the internet looking at what happened, and oh, that's my people, sort of thing. But they couldn't care less about black people. Well, let's just be honest. And the next door neighbor, Indonesia, in West Papua, they have killed 500,000 people there because of the McMoran gold mine. And they're demonized as terrorists and all the rest of it. And they're killed by the Muslims there. And like no one cares. Like seriously, no one. I mean, there's a few groups. It's a bit like the Free Palestine groups or whatever. They hold up placards in Free West Papua, and they go out and on the streets in the cities and stuff. But it's not really talked about. And most people I'll be talking to a pastor, and I'll tell them this type of thing, and halfway through they yawn in their mouth. And when people, you're talking to them and they're tired and they yawn, and they go, like they'll do that in their mouth, like, oh, would this guy just shut up? And I'll just give them a few details, and you can just tell they couldn't care less. And most people don't care. And so when I'm like, Black Lives Matter, oh yeah, we see everyone equally, or Jesus loves everyone. It's like, yeah, but, and to me, that's because of evolution. Evolution teaches that white people are more superior, black people are more close to monkeys. That's what it teaches, basically. And so, obviously I reject evolution. I think it's disgusting. I think it's racist. From the outset, I think it's racist. But most people believe that. That's their mindset. And unfortunately, a lot of church people have grown up with that mindset. They think if one, white woman on a bus gets killed, it's the worst tragedy ever. But if you bomb like 1 million sand people, it's like, well, who cares? But they're like rats, sort of thing. And to me, I'm seeing everyone equal. and trying to treat everyone exactly the same, and also not trying to offend people, because it's like, I treat everyone exactly the same. Okay, so we can tell Irish jokes, so let's just tell a this race joke, and that, if it's going to offend them, why do that? Do unto others as you would want done unto you. And so some people are a little bit more sensitive than others. Some people have cultures that they don't care about what anyone says about them, but other cultures do. And so but anyway, shall stand forever, says Nick was talking about what he gets accused of at different times. Yeah. I was rabbit trailing there. So let's stick with the Easter thing. So what I'm going to do, I've just made it to the bottom of the comments. Let's jump into this video. Now the sound should be okay. Let's full screen that. And let's start.
This is by...
Okay, I think I'm on like double time, 1.5. I'll go 1.25, okay.
Far the most asked or the most controversial thing, and it's actually been answered very well by different people, and it's just one of those things where the information just really hasn't gotten out there very much. So really today, I don't think we're presenting too much new information, but what we will be doing is we'll be presenting different sides of it, because we actually ourselves have different views on this, and we don't believe it's a mistranslation. We believe it's 100% correct, but the way that we interpret it is a little bit different. Actually, it's a lot different. But today, we're not going to debate each other. We're not going to, break out our teeth and our claws and gnash each other with our teeth. We're going to have like I said, a gentle discourse, and we're going to be investigative. We're going to ask questions to the other side of why you believe this, and maybe not. Well, yeah, we're going to be asking, questions like specifically, like what gives you that assurance over that specific detail type of thing. And hopefully we can back up our claims of what we believe. So from the outset, I'm just going to say that Lotan, he views the word Easter as a pagan celebration that Herod celebrated. Now, let me know if I'm wrong, Lotan. Is that your view?
I think of it as a pagan celebration, and I would argue that, yes, most likely Herod was celebrating it, and that's what he was waiting on.
Okay, so that's a very common, like a King James only type of argument. James White believes the same thing in his book, The King James Only Controversy. He talks about Easter being a pagan festival. And so lots of people on all sides believe the pagan thing. To me, the thing is, Herod, he was just seeking to please the Jews. And so that when it has Acts chapter 12, verse 4, now I might just read this. It says, Acts chapter 12 from 1 to 4 says, "Now at that time Herod the king stretched forth his hands to vex certain of the church, and he killed James, the brother of John, with the sword. And because he saw it pleased the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also. Then it has, them were the days of unleavened bread. So he took him. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to keep him, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people." So in the Greek, it just says intending after Pascha, which back then would have been both the celebration of Passover and the celebration of Easter all in the same week. It was the same festival. Christians just did it their way. The Jews did it their way. Okay. And that's why John says the Jews' Passover or the Jews' Pascha, because there were other people other than Jews celebrating a Pascha. So it's very interesting that in Scripture itself, it has that type of information. And so, so he was, Herod, he wanted to, he's vexing the church. He stretched forth his hand. So he's doing this sort of thing. Now, because we have this mindset of Easter being a separate celebration from the Passover, instead of the Passover morphing into Easter and becoming Easter, because we have these two celebrations, because of the calendar issue that Chris was talking about, there's obviously these different days. We have Passover, and then we have Easter, some floating around sort of thing. people think that it's these are completely separate things, but they're actually sort of joined at the hip. But back in these days, it was like a Siamese twin sort of thing. You couldn't separate them. So when Herod's talking about, if he was to talk to people about Pascha, obviously if he's talking to Jews, they're celebrating Passover. But if he was talking about what the Christians do, he's talking about the same thing, but the Christians do it differently. They celebrate Easter. And so, but it's called Pascha, okay? And so Herod probably, this is my speculation into this verse, Herod probably practically couldn't get the, he's put Peter in prison. He's going to kill him, but he's like, let's just do it in a few days. So that could mean multiple things. It could be Herod's just having a bad hair day, or he's just busy. Like it's the busiest time of year. Passover is the biggest feast of the year, and so everyone's running around like headless chooks. And he's like, look, we'll just do this afterwards. And maybe he wanted to do a big show about it or whatever, but he couldn't because Passover was on, and I guess it's like Christmas Day. It's like you've arrested the bag of Bin Laden, or whoever they're seeing that Peter's like he's an evil guy, he's a Christian guy. So they've got this Bin Laden sort of guy, and it's like, look, we've arrested him, but we're going to kill him, but we'll do it after imagine if it's Christmas Day and it's like, let's do it later. We'll do it after New Year's or something like that. And so I don't think that there's any pagan thing there. And I think maybe Herod, sometimes people got tied up in the Sabbath issues because there could be multiple Sabbaths that happen, because after every Passover, there was a Sabbath day and a high Sabbath day. So Herod might have been sort of like had his hands tied because he's trying to please the Jews. So you don't just kill someone on the Sabbath. And if there's another Sabbath after that, like a weekly Sabbath, it's like you don't want to do it on the Saturday and upset everyone. So you're going to do it later on. It's like, let's just do it after the whole thing. And so to me, that makes more sense rather than just, there's some sort of pagan thing happening, or some people read into it. And especially like King James only. When I say King James only, obviously, I'm talking about people who would gravitate more towards Sam Gipp, Peter Ruckman, maybe even Gail Ripplinger type of people. And usually what they're saying is, well, Herod wanted to celebrate a pagan festival. So he was getting out Easter bunnies and, he was Ishtar bunnies. He was getting out his Ishtar eggs, and he's there having orgies. And but that's just completely read into this text. He was trying to please the Jews, so maybe the Jews were busy, and maybe also the Jews had to be involved with a bit of a trial, because they even gave Jesus a trial. And if whoever contacted me this morning, and we had a little bit of a chat about this, I appreciate you writing to me and saying all this stuff, because I hadn't thought much about this. But the whole thing of what happened with Herod and why didn't he just kill him straight away? Well, perhaps he needed the Jews to actually try him, and perhaps he was busy, or perhaps there were Sabbaths involved. And so anyway, I thought I'd mention that. I'll catch up with these comments and then we'll continue on. Chris says, one interesting thing about America is that we teach evolution in our schools, and it was the Democrat Party that primarily pushed it to be taught in schools. Yeah, and it's definitely a racist concept, and Hitler with eugenics. If you just study eugenics, you basically see the outcome of the teaching of evolution, and people thinking that they're better than someone. If people see someone with they look different and they're going to look down on them. I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason why some white people are called crackers, because it comes from the whip crackers. Well, you're going to tell everyone else what to do. We're at the top of the pile. You're further down the pile, sort of thing. And some of you are like rats. And to me, it's just disgusting. And sometimes, like in my own thinking and in my own actions towards people of other races, I've got to stop going, hey, we're the intelligent ones here. We've got European civilization. And what have you got? Just a cave? Sort of thing. And I hear this all the time from people. And to me, it's just disgusting. But yeah. And, anyway, I won't keep going with that. God's Word with Cherry J says, we are missing information on purpose. Right now, they are running articles about Cleopatra, is it, being black? Totally false. The agendas are changing history in real time. Just imagine biblical history. So I guess there is that. And there is, the critical race theory and all this other stuff. So there are extremes on every side. But I guess, not just being reactionary. One of the things is, like, I just told you 1 million people, black people have died in West Papua, and most people wouldn't even Google it. They wouldn't even care. It's like, but if I said, hey, like 6 Swedish people just got killed by Muslims in Dearborn, it'd be like, oh, it'll be international news, But Chris says, and black people are pressured to vote Democrat, even though the Democrat Party pushed all this racism. It's quite amazing. I mean, the KKK are mostly Democrats. The Democrat Party has a lot of strange roots. It's the weirdest thing. And they used to be the pro-war party. Now they're the anti-war party. They did this flip. God's Word says you can still find books on eBay and other sites with real history. Godly men wrote many books before the 1960s. Okay. God's Word's, sorry, I'm off topic for Easter. That's fine. Chris says, plus in 1840, the Roman Church started supporting Democrat politicians to remove the Bible in public schools in America. In the Bible teaches we're all one race because we're all from one man. Yes, one blood. Yes. Ruckman does have a good series on church history. Lots of sources cited. Okay. And one of the reasons why I actually reject Ruckman is because he believed that white people were superior and above black people. And if you just type into Google Ruckman racism, there's a website called Ruckmanism.com or something like that, or .org. And if you go through that, you can't but read through it and go, sure, that's disgusting. And it's actually got like snippets from his books. And I've had people tell me that they went to Ruckman's church and they were Hispanic, and they've gone in there and he's from the pulpit said, oh, look, we've got some spics coming in. And it's like, dude, why would you do that? But, I guess some people, they see race in everything, where we should try and, we should be people who can't even do a Rubik's Cube because we don't see color. We just see humanity. We see people, and I'm not trying to virtue signal here, but it does need to be taught. And the thing is, I'm not saying that people who are black are not racist either. Some black people are some of the most racist people you ever met. I mean, the issue in Asia is huge. Like I had a friend who lived in China, and he said as he was drinking water, everyone on the table would say, because he knew the language, everyone on the table would say, hey, have a look at the stupid white man. His nose goes right into the glass. And he's there and he knows the language. He knows what they're saying. And that he said they were just disgusting. And, you try being very dark-skinned in India or in Pakistan, you will be persecuted. A lot of the time, you won't get the job. You won't get married. There's a huge struggle with people. And the thing is, people will just openly say to you, oh, you're dark-skinned. That's disgusting. Oh, I wonder if your kids are going to be like that. They'll just openly say this. So we're usually watching our P's and Q's, and I think that's good. That's what we should do. We should have respect for people, and not. We should make the gospel the main thing that we're erring on, rather than someone's appearance. But yeah, some other cultures are really radical when it comes to this, and it's quite amazing. But thanks for all your input. Let's continue.
Now, that's one of the most popular views in the realm of King James believers. However, I take the view where Easter is strictly referring to the Christian celebration of Easter, the celebration of Christ's resurrection. There's also another view. Now, Stephen, you're okay. So Stephen's been on both sides of this. So where are you at right now?
So about a year ago, I preached at a Sunday school, and it was actually after listening to Brother Lotan's teaching on it, and I leaned towards his view. And then doing research for this, I leaned towards the Easter being a Christian holiday. But doing research, I take the neutral view right now. I'm going to play the advocate here and listen to both sides and ask questions. Hopefully, get your noodles turning.
Now so we have three different positions. There's also a fourth position that,
and I really do appreciate this, that these guys they're all saying the King James is accurate, the King James is good, but they're coming from different perspectives, and I appreciate that they're talking about this and not just demonizing each other, because some people go through all of these phases and until they come to a good understanding of it. And a lot of people have believed Easter's a pagan thing. It's just something that's commonly taught, so we shouldn't be demonizing people for having that position. I might say sometimes, like, oh, James White thinks that. Like, say when Wes Huff brought out his article, I'm like, well, James White thinks Easter's pagan. So the thing is, he will call someone like me out or do a video on some King James guy or whatever, but he won't do a video against James White and say, hey, this is silly. He thinks it's pagan, because they like him because he wrote the King James only controversy. And, they want to show respect and all this other stuff. But if James White didn't think that, and it was just like a Sam Gipp type of guy, they'd probably have videos saying, oh, look at this silly idiot, anyway, I think you get the drift.
I'll discuss as well, where it's very similar to mine, but instead of the belief that Easter is referring to the Christian celebration of Christ's resurrection, Easter is simply referring to the Passover, the Jewish Passover.
So that's a very common theme, that the King James translators were just they were just doing exactly what the previous Bibles did in that Reformation and post-Reformation period was translate Pascha as either Easter or Passover, just sort of flip the coin, which word are you going to use, sort of thing. Where to me, that's not the pattern of the King James translators. They tidied up a lot of words. Like I said, with church, they used church. They didn't use it just willy-nilly or just use assembly or congregation. They used all three words: church for the believers, congregation for the Jews, and assembly for a mix. And so it's very clear that they did this, and they put things in its unique and correct semantic range. And that became like a standard for people for years to come. So putting Easter once in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, the only time historically where that's after the resurrection, it's in the book of Acts after Jesus rose from the dead. It's not, a week before or, a year before. It's or back in the Old Testament, just says Easter somewhere. It's the only place, and that's put in there by design like that.
And it's in that time period in 1611, they used the word Easter for Passover. So they simply just left it as Easter because in the bishop's Bible, it read Easter. And their view is that it didn't refer to the resurrection celebration. It referred back to the Jews' Passover. Okay. So before we dive deep into this, and we're going to let Lotan present his side first, but just from like a basic standpoint, let me share my screen real quick so you can see this. And for those who are listening and they cannot see my screen, I'll try my best to just explain this as best as I can. But just from a very basic point of view, if you were going to argue that this is a mistranslation, if you were to pick up any English Greek dictionary today, and if you were to look up the word Easter and what it means in Greek and how you would translate that, it would be Pascha. If you were to say Pascha to somebody in Greece today, they would interpret it as Easter, Christ's resurrection celebration. If you were to want to say the word, if you would say Pascha, but you wanted them to understand it in the Jewish sense, the Jewish Passover, not the Christian feast of Easter, you would have to add the word Jews to the word. So I have that here as well. So in Passover, I have Passover here in English, and then here's the word for Pascha, and then here's the word for the Jews. And you can even look that up on Google Translate if you want. You can just go to Google Translate in English, type in Easter, and it's going to show you the word Pascha in Greek. But when you type in the word Passover in English, in Greek it'll pull up Pascha plus the word for Jews. So it's going to give you like two.
So that's obviously KJV Today website. The author of that, we shared a lot of information about Easter back and forward. And one of the things that I used to get people to do first to try and break the mindset was I would say, okay, let's go to Google Translate, type in Easter and Passover in English and translate it to Greek. And it would have Pascha. And it was the same word. But that worked for like 10 years or something. And then one day it just sort of changed. I'll try it now. Easter, Passover into Greek. Where are we? Here we are, Greek. Yeah, then I guess it had the definite article before. So it just seemed a bit different. But it has Easter. And here we go. Yeah, so it says the same thing. So it does still work. So Easter is Pascha, Passover is Pascha. So that's in the Greek language. So they just have the one word. And in a way, that is very helpful. If you were to read the Greek Bible, you would read through Acts chapter 12, verse 4 and go, okay, Pascha was happening. And you would go, okay, well, that's Easter, but it's also Passover, but it's also the same festival back then. It's the same week. It's the same thing. It's just Christians do it one way. Jews do it a different way. So it's like I'm just trying to think of a modern day example that we can all relate to. And McDonald's came to mind for some reason. I guess it's a global franchise. I guess it's like, imagine, just say you got a Happy Meal. I don't even know what's in a Happy Meal, but I'm just trying to relate. Imagine you bought one kid a Happy Meal, and then you bought the exact same burger, fries, and drink that's in a Happy Meal and gave it to another kid. They both got exactly the same thing, but one's a Happy Meal and one's not. That's the difference. It's like it's the same thing. Now, for an example of how it works, obviously the Christians didn't sacrifice a lamb. The Jews did. And they kept doing that for a long time. I guess while they still had a temple, they would do that up until 70. But the Christians, they were just celebrating Passover. Now, maybe some of them did sacrifice a lamb and say, hey, and did the whole thing and talked about, hey, this is a fulfillment of Jesus. I'm not sure. But it's Pascha. And so very good point. And I really do enjoy the information from Truth is Christ, regardless of where he got it from, because that was a big thing. Because when you've studied something like this for so long, when people start to use your argumentation, you can become very attached to it, personally attached. And also there is a thing in my character where I try and have information about stuff that most people don't think about often. So I'll give myself to that type of thing and then present it to people. Go, okay, well, what about this? So when it's something that's just run of the mill, average sort of stuff, I mightn't care that much about trying to teach people that. But when it's a certain bit of information and it's cloudy and it's foggy, and I like to present that in a clear fashion to people. it's just part of my makeup, part of my character. And so even with like politics and things like that, like probably in the last like 5 years, a lot of people have come to a certain understanding of, you know, the military industrial complex and, you know, how governments are run and corruption and all sorts of different understandings of things. And I've been following that stuff since the 90s and saying very, very similar things. Now, a lot of people are like, hey, we're saying all this stuff and it's very similar. And I'm like, wow, that you've sort of caught up sort of thing. But then you're like, oh, now I don't feel that much urgency to tell people about, or warn people about these things, or teach people about these things. It's become common knowledge. And so the same with Easter, it's sort of become like very common now that people are saying, oh, it's not pagan. Like the whole thing of, like, so Bryan Ross has written a book on Easter, and he says it's synonymous with Passover, where I'm not in agreement with that. There is lots of truth in what he said, but to me, I think it makes more sense to say that Easter is the celebration of the resurrection. And it meant Passover earlier in English because Tyndale had just invented the word. But yeah, just back to talking about my character, because I was thinking about this, like why, like I would jump on to people, like even atheists talking about Easter, critical text guys talking about Easter, other Christians talking about Easter, and they're all saying, hey, it's not a pagan festival. And I'm like, okay, my job's sort of done. But then you feel like redundant because I used to be the guy that used to say that, you know, and I know it's a weird thing, but it's like when you've got your own little niche thing and then all of a sudden that goes mainstream, it's like, oh, I'm a nothing now. I'm just another guy saying the same stuff. And so it's a weird thing in my personality to do that. And so, you know, I don't know why I would do that or why I would think that. And I remember one time I listened to a sermon by Steven Anderson. Now, the only reason I really tuned into that was because there was a guy who I won to Jesus when I was out street preaching, and he got into Steven Anderson, was talking about him all the time. And I'm like, okay, I better find out more about this guy. Like, I knew enough about him. And this is going back to like 2012 or something. So it was a long time ago. And this guy kept saying that he wanted to commit suicide because Anderson said he should. And I'm like, well, so I had to sort of I basically was going to commit suicide all the time. And I was trying to talk him out of suicide, you know, because he's listening to Anderson. Great, you know. And so, but I remember listening to Anderson, and he did a whole sermon on the military industrial complex. And I was like, that's exactly what I would say, you know. And sometimes he would do things I'm like, that's exactly how I would say it. And it's sort of, I guess you feel like, oh, he's stealing information that I know, or I feel like I'm the only Christian talking about this type of topic. But yeah, there are others, and eventually it just gets to the point where it's people are just talking about this stuff. It's normal. It becomes household known. And you're like, oh, but that should be a time to celebrate and go, yeah, at least people are aware and awake to this sort of stuff. And I was thinking about it like, you know, the whole Revelation 16:5 thing, I guess, you know, in like 5 years, people will be like, yeah, well, Revelation 16:5 had, you know, the name of Jehovah's there, the three I ams, talks about the past, present, and future. That's why it's a holy name. It's a sacred name. It's why they got holy there, and this type of thing. That might become house, you know, obviously Revelation 16:5 is a weird scripture for people to make a household thing. But if this, for text critics, this is an issue. For a lot of people who don't like the King James, this is one of their things. Like if you read through Nestle's stuff, the Nestle Aland is named after him. That was one of his arguments for getting rid of the Textus Receptus. We've got this stupid reading of Revelation 16:5 there. And so I wish that I was in a time machine and could go back there and just say, yeah, but what about this? You haven't thought about, you know, these issues. And I think that would have curbed people from going, yeah, there's all these dumb errors in the Textus Receptus, you know. And so, but yeah, I was thinking about it during the week, like, why do I gravitate toward picking one weird little thing, figuring it all out and going, hey, let's look at this. And then when everyone comes up to speed, I'm like, no, I feel redundant. It's a weird thing. Anyway, let's continue.
2 words together. So that's just just from a basic point of view, like, it's not mistranslated. The word Pascha literally translates to Easter today.
Well, can I ask you something, Brandon?
Yeah, go ahead.
What would be your justification then on the 28 other places where they translated it as Passover for the same word Pascha, without the part that said Jews?
Yes. Well, that'll basically get into my arguments for why I believe it's talking about the Christian celebration, but all the other ones have a pre-resurrection context.
Mhm.
So before the resurrection, it was the Passover because Jesus had not yet rose again. But
Okay.
Easter is specifically a resurrection word in its etymology. And because it's the only place in the New Testament that happens after the resurrection, then we can logically apply that post-resurrection sense of the Christian sense of Easter to it.
Yeah, and I would agree 100% with that.
And I'll get into more of that in my own, like, after you go through your side of it, I'll go into more scriptural proof for that and more historical evidence as well.
Okay.
So let me stop sharing my screen, and then Lotan, I don't know how you want to go about this, but
Well,
however,
I want to would you like me, because there's 2 things that I kind of think that we should discuss, and you tell me which one you would like me to discuss first. So the
Okay.
one topic is, should the translation be Passover? Not even should it be, could
Could it
it? Could it in any way mean Passover in the sense of the Jewish Passover? And then the other sense is it either Christian or pagan? And I feel like the Jewish one has to kind of be answered first. Because if we come to the conclusion that it can't be Passover, then it's either Christian or it's pagan. Does that make
Right.
sense? If you disagree, feel free.
no, so that'll be good because it'll cover, like I said, there's that third argument that has the position that neither of us have. Now, this is a position that a pastor named Bryan Ross put forth in his book called Don't Pass Over Easter. And it's a pretty short book, and I read it in one sitting. Yeah, it's a pretty good title. Good job, Brian. But he makes a pretty good case for it in the book. I disagree.
Mm-hmm. And so when this first came out, like, I know I've said this quite a few times, and I feel like the guardian of Easter, So when Bryan Ross said, hey, I'm bringing out a book called Don't Pass Over Easter, I was like, that's in 2020. I'm like, well, I've had an article on the internet, Answers in Genesis, has talked about it, like, say, this article here by Answers in Genesis. Where are we? Whoops, that's not it. Anyway, it's here. So the name of Easter, and I've got Nick Sayers, why we should not pass over Easter. Now, at the bottom of the KJV Today website, for quite a long time, it had a link to mine that said if you want to do further studies on this, and it had a link to my Easter page, and it had why we should not pass over Easter. Now, I'm not sure how long that's been taken off the website here, but there's obviously been a link, and Bryan Ross said he went to this page, but then he came up with why don't pass over Easter, sort of organically, but I've got why we should not pass over Easter. But the thing is, see, the title here, Don't Pass Over Easter, is actually exactly what he's doing. He's putting Passover where it says Easter, where I'm actually saying we should not pass over Easter, and I'm saying we should not put Passover in the place of Easter. But just say Bryan Ross was to do an update. Just say it got to the stage where everyone just started speaking. You just say China just took over the world, okay? And English just became, we all had to learn Chinese, and English became rare. But then we had to update the English Bible because no one could remember all the words, and I'm just trying to make up some scenario. And we updated the King James, and Bryan Ross, he was there saying, okay, we're going to update the word Easter there to Passover. That's what it originally should mean. That's what he would say. He would agree with the New King James there, where I'm in disagreement with the New King James. And I'm actually saying don't pass over Easter. Now, I understand the pun, but we shouldn't overlook Easter. We shouldn't pass over it. But the thing is, it's a pun. Usually the original meaning is like, don't do this, So in mine, I've got why we should not pass over Easter. I've got the pun in it, but it also, the original title means something. We should not put Passover in the place of Easter like the New King James does, where he's sort of saying we should do that, but the title says not to do it. Don't pass over Easter. And so anyway, I just sort of mentioned that.
With his conclusion, and I'll show why in my own presentation of evidence. But he makes the case that, so let's go to Acts 12 so I can read that real quick. Acts 12:4. I guess I'll start at verse 1. It says, now about that time, Herod the king stretched forth his hands to vex certain of the church, and he killed James, the brother of John, with the sword. And because he saw it pleased the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also. Then were the days of unleavened bread. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to keep him, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people. Okay, so basically there's a couple of different sides to the argument, but there is one side of it is back in the time period of 1611, there was a general, now you'll see why I don't hold on to this, but there was a possibility, I guess you could say, a low percentage of the time when somebody said Easter, they could have been referring to the Jewish Passover. And that's provable with historical documents. In fact, let me show you one on my screen right here. So this document, this book is from 1645, I think, or no, maybe not 1645. It's somewhere post 1611 though, where it says that is the Passover or Easter in remembrance that the angel passed over the dwellings of the Israelites. And then on page 338 it says, so that their daughters might eat of them, as also of the offering of first fruits and the Easter lamb. And this has an Old Testament context. So there were a few times back in, even after 1611, where they used the word Easter interchangeably for Passover.
Okay, so what I would do first, because I get given these all the time from people, and they say, see, people were using Easter as a synonym for Passover. See, my whole thing is they used to do that up until 1611. Now, whether that was 1611 that actually changed that, or whether it was just the usage around that period of time, people were seeing Easter as the Christian festival and Passover as the Jewish festival. And so, my take is that after 1611, that because that's the same that we have today. If we just go back like 100 years, what were they using it back then? Well, Easter's Christian, Passover's Jewish. Okay, go back another 100 years, and if we just keep going back, it's around this period of time, 1611, that this all it sort of fizzed out. These comments basically saying Easter and using it as a synonym for Passover. Now, they used to do that between Tyndale's Bible, 1526, all the way up to the Bishop's Bible, but then the usage sort of fizzed out. And so what I get all the time, and this is from, I might get stuff from people on the Textus Receptus Academy sending me this, but they send me things saying, oh, look, here's a quotation of someone talking about Easter and Passover being a synonym. But when you look in the details, they're commenting on the Bishop's Bible, or they're commenting on a commentary that was 40 years old, or they're usually commenting on something that's older. And or there might be a translation, say, of Origen's works or something like that, and they had Passover and Easter as synonyms back when they did it in like 1580 or whatever, and people are referencing that. And so that's you. Like, I've gone through lists. Like, people have sent me like lists of 20 things like this, and every time I go through it, I'm like, well, I'm not actually claiming that you can't find one, but usually it's rare. Like, or when I say it's rare, usually it is it's going back to an older context, and it's rare anyway to find them. So that shows that the usage is exactly how the King James has it: Easter as a New Testament celebration, Passover as an Old Testament celebration, and so that sort of proves it anyway. But that these guys have to scour through and find these little examples. But then most of these examples are all cleared up. And when I say most, I can't think of anyone that's drifted through, unless I've done it and forgotten it, because sometimes I'll deal with this. I probably spend like at least 3 or 4 whole days in a year thinking and talking about Easter and looking up all these type of things. And so sometimes there's so much information that you just forget it. But as far as I'm aware, I've never been shown anything that is like, okay, well, that's definitely talking about, that period of time, someone in 1620 just saying, that's exactly what this means. And so say someone like Lancelot Andrews, he'll quote something in a sermon, but he's quoting the Bishop's Bible all the way through. And so it's like, well, obviously he's going to use Easter and Passover as synonymous because that's his source text is doing that, So let's just rewind it a little bit and just check this example out.
And after 6 as an Old Testament context, 8 of them, and then.
Okay, so this is annotations on the books of the Old and New Testament, wherein the text is explained. So this looks like it's unleavened bread. Now you notice too that unleavened bread can be synonymous with Passover, which is quite interesting. Now, is this like just a reprint of something? I don't know. Maybe I can get this book. Let's just have a quick look. Annotations upon all the books of the Old and New Testament. Now I'll try that. And maybe I'll put in archive. Here we go. Okay, so this is by this guy. Okay, so I'll just crack it open. We'll have a bit of a look. Wow, look at that cool writing. We'll go single page. Okay. 1645. Okay, so it's a commentary, sort of like, looks like a bit of a dictionary on these. Now, maybe I can go down to Acts. We'll just see what's there. So maybe while I'm searching for that, I'll just continue playing this. We'll go to
that is the Passover section. Or Easter in remembrance that the angel passed over the dwellings of the Israelites. And then on page 338 it says,
okay, so page 338 says in the Old Testament and talks about the Easter lamb there.
So that their daughters might eat of them, as also the offering of first fruits and the Easter lamb. And this has an Old Testament context. There were a few times back in, even after 1611, where they used the word Easter interchangeably.
Okay, so, and he's saying a few times. And if we look at these two, we'll just go back.
It says, in 1611, though.
What's it actually saying? It's saying the unleavened bread, that is Passover or Easter in remembrance that the angel. So, I mean, I would be in agreement that Passover and Easter are the same festival. and it's talking about, this is an Old Testament sort of thing. So, yeah, so I guess Easter wouldn't fit in an Old Testament setting. So someone said that that's Easter. Okay. And where I would go with that is like, okay, so what are they actually trying to describe? What are they trying to talk about? They've had like 80 years of English Bibles saying Passover and Easter are interchangeable, but then we've got the King James. So this is specifically just a commentary on the King James, or does it include like the Geneva Bible readings, and is this trying to clear up those? Because the Geneva Bible kicked off again and lots of people were still reading that. So perhaps they had to put that in just to, because people are still seeing Passover and Easter in different places. Because in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, I'm pretty sure in the 1557 Geneva Bible New Testament, it has Easter there, the same as the King James. But in the 1560 edition with the Old Testament, in Acts 12:4, it has Passover. So if people are reading the Bishop's Bible, that's the direction that my mind goes to straight away. It's like, okay, so what are they doing? Are they just talking about the King James, or are they talking about this is like a Bible commentary to help people as they're reading through the Bible? If it's not just the King James here, perhaps that's why they have to have this. And so, and sometimes Easter in earlier English Bibles appears in the Old Testament. You know, so it's all over the place.
Where it says,
and so here it's okay. So we looked at that one.
That is the Passover or Easter in remembrance that the angel passed over the dwellings of the Israelites. And then on page 330.
And so this one here, offering of first fruits and the Easter lamb. So Easter lamb would be something that Tyndale talked about. And so, but yeah, that's where I would just say, okay, so it would have to go through the introduction here. Now, this seems to only go up to Proverbs at the moment. So obviously it doesn't have the New Testament there. Maybe there's a few different parts to this. But let's just go up and we'll just see if we can quickly see something in the preface of which Bible they're talking about. Because I guess it's like there's if I was to do a Bible commentary, like I would obviously base it on the King James, but if I was doing a broad Bible commentary, I could say, well, King James this, NIV this, you know, and it might have church congregation, and so I've got to explain that, you know, it doesn't mean that I'm saying that I think that that's exactly what's happening. I'm just going with an older Bible reading. And so, okay. Gospel of the Kingdom. Usually these prefaces go forever. Now, I know it seems like a bit of a rabbit trail, but this is what I do. You know, people give these examples to me, and the thing is too, if this is an example of that, it's like, okay, cool. It's rare, but you know, we'll say that's the one that is an exception to the rule, sort of thing. It's not like, you know, I've made a big announcement, like, you know, an Erasmian announcement of, you know, if you find this manuscript, I'll have to use it, sort of thing. Or if you find anything after 1611 that contradicts what I'm saying, I've just had it given to me over the years, and I've just come to the conclusion that like the usage around 1611 had fully changed, and Easter was almost exclusively talking about the Feast of the Resurrection, Passover exclusively talking about the Jewish celebration. Okay, so he mentions Luther, King Alfred. Okay, so he's going through a bunch of stuff. 1520. Yeah, so here we have, like, he's talking about the history of the Tyndale's first translated New Testament. After that, he took in hand the translation of the Old, talking about the books of Moses. There's Hamburg edition. He suffered shipwreck. He lost all his books and copies. That is wild. You know, Tyndale, when he was doing the Old Testament, he was shipwrecked and lost everything, all these manuscripts, and he just started again. Like, it's so full on. And imagine that, like, you've worked so hard on that and it just gets shipwrecked. You're just on this boat that happens to get caught in a storm, and it's like, what on earth is going on? But quite amazing. So he's talking about Tyndale quite a lot. So obviously, this might have all the definitions of Tyndale. Now, what I might do, I might just go to the full text. Let's go there and open it in a new tab. And I'll see what else it's saying about Easter. Okay, so it doesn't have the word Easter in it. Maybe it looks like Esther. F-ster. E-E-F-T-E-R. Okay, the eastern part of Mesopotamia, eastern countries, eastern, hereafter, thereafter. Okay, so that's where we saw Easter lamb. Here. But yeah, it does mention Tyndale quite prominently in the preface there. Okay, so it says here, wow, so this is in the preface. This is exactly where I was just reading. So I might be able to read it in the preface. Hang on. Or did I change that? No, I'm still here. Okay, so it does mention the 1527 thing here. Apparently he mentions Easter here. Here. Easter. Okay, so it says, Master Coverdale, being there before him, tarried for him, who helped him in the translation of the 5 books of Moses from Easter till December. And 'tis like he made use of its help. Okay, so it's just talking about the date. I thought it was talking about the whole Easter thing. So that would have been very interesting if he talked about that. But let's continue. Yeah, I think there's just a few. Yeah, and I guess Thomas Ross has probably done the same thing. Okay, so they're talking about Tyndale's Bible. It says Origen castrated himself. That was pretty well thought about in the Reformation and post-Reformation period, that Origen castrated himself, which is pretty radical. Some people doubt that today, but okay. So we're talking about the English. Those have been best known and most used among us have been the Geneva annotations made by our zealous and laborious countrymen, who in Queen Mary's days betook themselves to that city in the time of their exile. So talking about the Geneva Bible under Queen Elizabeth, or dedicated to her. So hence were divers of the stationers and printers of London induced to petition the Committee of Honourable House of Commons for license to print the Geneva Notes upon the Bible. Okay, so talking about the Geneva Notes, which would obviously say Passover and Easter are synonymous. Okay. I'm just looking for somewhere where it says we use this edition, or we use multiple edition. If it uses multiple editions, that sort of clears up why they would have that type of thing there. If it uses one edition, then it's like, okay, well, this is an example of someone speaking about this after, say, 30 years after I've made the claim that the King James translators put Easter in its correct semantic range as a resurrection celebration. Okay, so that's the end of the preface. Maybe they'll talk about it here. Okay. So that one's not really helping much, where the other preface seemed to have a lot of info. Anyway, that's where I would go. I would read this preface, and sometimes I do all this and it takes like 2 hours. I find something and go, oh no, well, there you go. It just shows this is a commentary of all English Bibles from Tyndale. And it does seem like it is talking about Tyndale, Geneva, so it does make sense that they would cover all those things. The Italian annotations of Diodati, interesting, and of the Dutch Bibles. So look at this. First, so yeah, I think I found it. First, we had no thoughts of such a service until the authority which was so called unto it. Sorry for mumbling along. I'll get to the point in a minute. For the propriety of the original text for pertinent and profitable variety of versions. Among which, as we were directed by those who gave us charge, listen to this, we have made specifical use of the Italian annotations of Diodati. So he's the one who in 1607 did an Italian Bible, and of the Dutch Bibles. Okay, so that they're grabbing a whole bunch of other annotations. The one lately, again, set forth at Geneva. So the Geneva Bible, and the other in Holland. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe the Statenvertaling Bible. Oh yeah, in Order of the States. So that's the States Bible, the Statenvertaling. Yet so that if we have borrowed aught of either, as they have done of those who did precede them, in the like observations, we shall desire to take it to usury and to make our return of what we receive far above the rate of ordinary interest. And in this unholy business, we have, sorry, I said unholy. In this holy business, we have none other ambition than to give better satisfaction to an apprehensive reader for the sense of the whole Bible than in this Kindle we have met withal in any one work of what the authors, if any one work of what authors forever. Soever. It's so hard to read this. Listen, and therefore, though we hold the Geneva annotations to be the main points of religion. So they're following mostly, they're saying the Geneva sort of overrides everything. I guess these guys are Calvinists. So obviously they're going to the Italian, the Dutch, the Geneva, but they're saying the Geneva annotations are the main ones they're going to. That's why. See, this is exactly what I'm saying. If you study through these things, people go, see, they mentioned Easter and Passover, are synonyms. And it's like, yeah, because they're going back to the Geneva Bible. And you can clearly see why. I've been given a list of like 20 things by people, and I've done this much study on each one of them and gone, oh, it's talking about an old book in 1580. Oh, Lancelot Andrewes did a sermon after they did the King James, but he was actually using this type of Bible all the way through. And so that's why he had that type of thing. And when you look at it, it's like it gets to the point where these things, when they crop up, I almost default to like, I'm going to pull a hole in this, I'm going to pull holes in this, So they're using the Geneva annotations to be the main points of religion, sound and orthodox doctrine, and guilty of no error, which may not be incident to learned godly many men, and taking them for such as those times wherein they were made, were very worthy of praise and profitable use, for then they were the best that were extant in English. So I'll just skip over some of this. So they're talking about building on an old house, they're building a new one. So they're obviously sort of updating Geneva notes using a whole bunch of other things. Okay, so I think that sort of proves my point. And if anyone else wants to prove me wrong, we'll go through this preface if you could be bothered. And that's the thing. Once you become dog-headed on an issue, it's like, and so the main reason why I reject the position of that they're talking about that basically Passover is synonymous with Easter. It was for a period of time, but then they cleaned it up. One of the reasons why I rejected it is because Pascha was used frequently in all the early church writings, and they clearly used it for both Easter and Passover. Okay, that is very clear. And also just this whole issue, like today we have Easter and Passover as like completely separate things, where we have to actually remind people, hey, these were originally the same thing, but we got two different words to describe one group doing one thing and one group doing another. Like I said about the Happy Meal and having all the ingredients of a Happy Meal, but someone's not having a Happy Meal. It's the same thing, but it's like just different names, and one for one group and one for another. And so around 1611, it did seem to change to what we have today. So to me, it makes sense that the 1611 either used the usage that was around at that time, or they actually changed that. What they did was so powerful that they actually changed the usage themselves, which is quite interesting. And so anyway, I think I've exhausted that issue. Let's continue. So so this has been sent by Bryan Ross to the guys here, and it's simply just like it's another one of those places where it's like, well, they're going back to an older Bible, so of course they're going to talk about that. And I'm sure, like, what I would do next is go through and see some of these places where there are differences from the King James to the Geneva, and see what headings they have here, and specifically which Bible they're following. And I can't think of anything off the top of my head, because it only goes up to Proverbs, this one. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of other editions, but I could go to Acts 12 have a look at what's said there, because I know that Geneva has Passover there. But anyway, I'm going to shut that down. Let's continue.
38 says, so that their daughters might eat of them, as also of the offering of first fruits and the Easter lamb. And this has an Old Testament context. There were a few times back in, even after 1611, where they use the word Easter interchangeably for Passover. And I'll show why that happens in my presentation of evidence. But furthermore, the argument that is made is that it says, then were the days of unleavened bread. And traditionally, the reason that most King James believers who hold to your view, Lotan, they say that, well, then if the Feast of Unleavened Bread already happened, then Passover couldn't have been after that, because Passover happens before the days of unleavened bread. So the argument that Bryan brings forth is that Passover can refer to the 7-day Feast of Unleavened Bread, sometimes in scripture, such as Luke 22, verses.
And so, all these things that get brought up, like this is stuff that in my 2007 article that I wrote in 2007, I do say here, Easter is the resurrection festival that follows Passover proper, but is included in the same festive week. So, that type of thing is, it's stuff that I've mentioned, and that's Philip Schaff claiming that. I don't even have that. I've got Philip Schaff said that, but I don't even have quotation marks. That's how long ago I wrote that.
Verse 1, it says, now the feast of unleavened bread drew nigh, which is called a Passover. So basically what Bryan says is that because that entire unleavened bread feast can be called the Passover, when it says that intending after Easter or intending after Passover to bring him forth to the people, he's saying it after those days of unleavened bread, after that whole feast, because it can be called a single feast. Okay, so that's how the argument goes. And logically, it does make sense and it does work if that's what is actually being conveyed, and if the translators actually intended the word Easter to mean Passover in this verse. Now, I know, Lotan, you object. Before you even say it, I know you can say you object to Passover ever being called a 7-day feast, where it says in Luke 22:1, you would say there's more to the story. Now, what's your position on that?
My position is the Passover can be referred to as the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So can the 7 days. But the days of unleavened bread, days, not day of, the day of unleavened bread is the Passover. The days of unleavened bread is a 7-day feast. And the days of unleavened bread can never refer to the Passover. The Passover is always just one day within the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And if you look, that in Acts, it doesn't say the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It said, then were the days of unleavened bread, and the days can never in any place refer to the Passover. And if you want, I can give verses to back that up, but that is my position.
So let me go to my screen here, and then let me pull up the verses that I know Bryan would use to object to that. And I myself did a little bit of extra digging, and we can talk about these verses and how we can just kind of walk our way through these verses and how you would respond to them.
Okay. I have a question, guys. So, Lotan, you're just so I'm clear, and other people who are following, your view is that that word Easter could never refer to Passover.
It can never mean the Passover. Passover.
And that's because it says days of unleavened bread.
Which would mean that if he was to wait for the next Passover, he would have to wait a year.
Gotcha.
When you understand that the days of unleavened bread, the Passover occurred in that festival. So these festivals overlapped. And so you don't have to wait for a whole year. You got Passover Day. And when it says waiting for Passover, some people say, it's Passover, it's one day. But when you understand that it's a week celebration, and it says, then were the days of unleavened bread. So it's talking about that period of time. It's talking about after Passover. So it's not talking about just after a feast day. It's talking about after the whole thing, with a Passover, then a Sabbath, and then could be a weekly Saturday Sabbath after that. And then you got Feast of First Fruits involved. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into the Passover, unleavened bread celebrations, and these oftentimes overlap, even to the point where I think it was Wycliffe in Acts 12, he says, then were the days of unleavened bread. I think he says then were the days of Passover or Pasch or something. But yeah, there is one earlier edition that actually uses like Passover or a Pasch type of thing, synonymous with the days of unleavened bread. So that's how people viewed that type of thing.
And then, so the days of unleavened bread is different than feast of unleavened bread.
Well, the Feast of Unleavened Bread can, not always, but it can encompass both, which would make 8 days. But the 7 days and the 1 day are always separated, always.
And so this is an argument with the King James guys, because they, the King James only guys like Gipp, and it's usually Gipp who makes this argument. And he's saying that it's only talking about the feast day. And like I said, Passover is a polyseme. It can mean a lamb. It can mean a day. It can mean a week. It just depends on the context, you know. And so Jesus is the Passover. So I can say, hey, there's the Passover. And I'm pointing to Jesus. You know what I'm saying. I can point to a lamb and say, there's the Passover. You know what I'm saying. I can say, oh, we celebrated Passover. You'd think, oh, you went to a Jewish household and did Passover. I could say, well, you know, that was a week of Passover. You know, you'd think, okay, well, that they did a weekly celebration, a week-long celebration of Passover. So this is where the King James only guys like Gipp just narrow it down and say, no, it's only the day of Passover. And many things that are said by Gipp are just easily sort of debunked. And so, but yeah, a lot of King James defenders are in this type of camp. So let's continue.
Everywhere in the Bible.
And then are you referring to like when, just so we have the scriptural context, it's Exodus, right, that you're referring to? Do you, just so I read it and other people can read it too, what are you referring to as what defines the Passover and what defines the Feast of Unleavened Bread?
Yeah, well, the first description of the Passover is in Exodus 12:11. And the Passover always is in reference to the one night, and it's always night. So that's important for later in the study. When the angel of death or God came through and wiped out every firstborn in Egypt, except for everyone, he passed over the houses that were marked with blood of a lamb. And then the feast of the days of unleavened bread, the 7 days, that commemorates them leaving the land of Egypt. And so in Exodus 12, in verse 11 and 12, it says, "And thus shall ye eat it with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am the Lord." So that's the first mention of the Passover.
Now, one thing I want to ask you before we continue is something that I would view as a discrepancy in my brain, is when you said that it could be 8 days. How does that ever happen in your?
It can't. So no, the Passover can only ever be 1 day. And
so this is where it's just completely wrong. There's just so many verses that say the Passover is. It actually says the Passover is a feast of, I think it's 7 days. You know, and it clearly says that in Scripture itself. And so this is where he's getting this from Sam Gipp. Sam Gipp has been proven wrong so many times on this, but he's got a popular voice, and so a lot of people go with his stuff. Alfred Omega says, Dr. Sam Gipp shows with the King James Bible that there was a pagan holiday called Ishtar, Easter, taking place at the same time as Passover back then. And so that's where I guess in the first part of this video, we were talking about the whole concept of Ishtar and Easter being related. It's only phonetical. It's like saying George Bush is related to the burning bush. You know, it sounds the same, but they're completely different. Alexander Hislop, he popularized this idea and said, yeah, Ishtar is Easter, so it's a pagan thing. And so this has muddied the waters. Alexander Hislop is a bit of a poster boy for Seventh-day Adventists and Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, who don't like birthdays, don't like Easter, don't like sort of lots of different things. And so the whole thing of Easter being a pagan festival is completely wrong. But he wasn't the first. Alexander Hislop wasn't the first one to say it. There were some dictionaries saying this type of thing, and also I think it was Adam Clark said this type of thing. But it's definitely not a pagan holiday. It's like the whole concept of pagan holiday has been so completely dismissed that even critical text people are coming around to that now. People like James White say it's a pagan holiday, but someone like Wes Huff says no, it's not a pagan holiday, and I would agree with Wes Huff on that, you know. And I think he's gotten his information from us on those things.
And so the Passover, everywhere that you see the Passover, it'll always be on the 14th of Abib or Abib, or
that was Abib was changed to Nisan.
Now it's called Nisan.
Yeah,
not the car. And then the 7 days start on the 15th, and it's a completely separate celebration, or it represents something completely different, but it's still with unleavened bread and all. So if you take the 7 days and the 1 day, that makes 8 days. And those 8 days can all be encompassed in the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now, the Feast of Unleavened Bread may not always be talking about the 8 days, but it can be interchanged. What can't be interchanged is the Feast of 7 days being in the Passover. So, for instance, you could say the first day of unleavened bread is the Passover, but you can never say the third day of the Passover, because the Passover is only on that very, very first day, and that's it.
So let me show you why I would disagree with the 8-day thing, and then you let me know if there's a flaw or an error in the way that I'm reading this.
Sure.
And I'll show a little visual as well. So actually, let me show you the visual first, because this is how I view it, and then I'm going to show you the scripture why. So if this is a bib where I have all the days laid out, I have Passover at the even of the 14th, because Jewish days like begin at the evening. They don't begin in the morning.
Yeah, but you're missing it. It would be at the start of the 14th. It's the evening, and then the day make the 14th.
Well, if it says it's the evening of the 14th, right?
Right, and then so the next day would still be the 14th.
So what you're saying is Passover,
and the evening and the morning were the first day, right? The evening first, and then morning. So night starts. So I've been to Israel plenty of times. My family lives there, and on the Sabbath starts on the night, and then it goes all the way to the next night, and that's 1 day.
So you're saying it starts right here?
Yes.
Okay, so here's why I believe the scripture doesn't teach that. Let me go to Exodus and cross.
Okay, so what Lotan said there was true in a sense of at the evening. So say Wednesday night, Jesus gathered together with his disciples. Judas betrayed him. He was handing the cup around. Now, they didn't have Passover there, but that the 14th of Nisan actually had started, because as soon as the sun goes down, that's when it starts, and it says it was the evening. And so the 14th of Nisan started, and so eventually later on, Jesus goes out to Gethsemane, he gets arrested, and then the whole rest of the next day, which is still the 14th, he's tortured and crucified, and then just before the evening come, they buried him in the tomb, and the hour that Jesus died was the same hour that the Passover lambs were killed. And so that makes perfect sense. When you go through scripture and you add it all up and you work it all out, that's exactly what happened. And so the Wednesday night was when the 14th started. The Thursday was the 14th until sunset, and the 15th started at sunset. So just when they put Jesus in the tomb, they did their thing, and then they went home. The high Sabbath had just started, which was the Friday. Okay, so it was still Thursday night, but it's considered the 15th. It's like Thursday night. It goes all the way through Friday. It's a Sabbath day. Then Friday night, it's a new day for them on the calendar, because you just got to put the hours forward or backwards, whichever way you're looking at it, 6 hours. Okay, so which is really interesting, because I've got lots of friends and relatives in Pakistan, and they're 6 hours difference. And so oftentimes we're thinking, it's midday. Should we call them? It's like, well, it's 6 o'clock in the morning there, and oftentimes they'll call and it's like, hey, it's 2 in the morning here. It might be only 10 o'clock for you guys. You guys are all up but we're in bed, And so we're often thinking about the 6 hour period of time, which is when you're thinking about the Hebrew calendar, say from sunset, just say it's at 6 o'clock, obviously sunset can vary during the year. It can be, sometimes it's 5:30, sometimes it's 7 o'clock at night, And so just depending on what the season was, but 6 hours is just sort of like a rough guide. If you go through the days, Jesus died, say, before 6 o'clock and was buried, and all that happened before 6 o'clock. Soon as 6 o'clock hit, that is akin to our 12 o'clock where the calendar changes. So that can be the confusion in people's minds. And that's what Lotan was saying there. So even though I disagree with the Sam Gipp theory, what he's saying there about the Hebrew calendar, and he says he's been to Israel a fair bit. Now, I used to work for a 7-day Adventist guy. And so what was amazing, when he first hired me, we had a debate in his house, me, his wife, and him, talking about Ellen G. White, talking about the Sabbath, talking about 7-day Adventism. And I got them both to admit that Ellen G. White was a false prophet on our first debate. He didn't want to do any other debates after that because they'd grown up in the movement. And I was able to prove that 7-day Adventists were a cult. He had about 50 guys working for him. And so anyway, after that, he was a bit funny with me. I guess he just thought I'd be a bit of a cakewalk. He didn't realize I'm doing all this study on the side. And so anyway, where was I going with that? Yeah, so he would, you could work for him all the way through the week, but as soon as Friday sundown happened, you had to have all tools down and you had to be off the job site. Okay, so we were painting schools. And so we had a crew of like 50 guys, and we had a day crew and a night crew. And so the night crew would go in at 7 o'clock at night, and they would sand and prep before the day crew, who would come in and paint. And so they didn't have to do any preparation. They didn't have to do anything. They just painted. So it was quite interesting. And we'd all do 12-hour shifts. So this is, back in the day, you're just working like an animal. And so anyway, it was quite interesting to get the time slots in mind, because it's like Friday we would leave the job site, but it's like, well, that's the end of that's a Sabbath for him, And back then, I guess in my estimation, a Sunday was like a Sabbath for me, because that's the church that I was in, and I hadn't really thought about my own position that Jesus is my Sabbath. It was sort of like, it's sort of a day, I think, didn't really know that much about it. But working for this 7-day Adventist guy, he obviously had to think about it because it's part of their whole thing. You don't want to take the mark of the beast and go to church on a Sunday. And so he would put tools down on a Friday, but if you wanted, you could go back and start working on Saturday evening. As soon as the sun was down, if you were part of the night crew, you could go back and do that. And so you could work all Sunday and for the rest of the week up until Friday again. And so I remember one time I snuck in and did a Saturday. I didn't tell anyone. And my days worked out a certain way, and no one knew or found out, but I just did it, And so, but yeah, you're constantly thinking about the Hebrew calendar, working with a 7-day Adventist guy. And so that was interesting, because during that time I sort of thought about, like, I guess like Lotan, he's been to Israel, where you're in that time period, and a lot of the Sabbath laws and rules and stuff have been imposed in the last like 10, 15 years on what can happen on those days. And some people, they shut everything off. I remember I had this IDF guy staying with me. I just met him on the street preaching. And, back then, I guess I was like, well, if I bless a Jew, I'll get blessed, So I'm like, he was staying on this farm and he had to work for his board and all this sort of stuff. I said, just come and stay with me, So, and I loved it because he showed me all the verses that he was saying his bar mitzvah on, and he would speak Hebrew and teach me Hebrew words, and he would go through. I had this. I've still got it there. Green's Interlinear Hebrew Bible, the Masoretic text, and he would read through that and do his whole bar mitzvah. He had the little box thing you put on your head and the leather things you wrap around your arm, and so we spent quite a lot of time talking about Israel, and this is back in the 90s, so I didn't know that much about the whole situation there, but enough to go, hey, you're a Jew, this is interesting, and so you're asking. But he was just like a Catholic, talk all this stuff and then go out and have a smoke and perv on the girls and talk about how he wants to do this and do that to these girls. And I'm like, the morality it's just not there. But yeah, anyway, I'm sort of rabbit trailing. But he was interesting to talk to about the days and all the rest of it. And if you're in Israel, you'd understand that. If you work for a Seventh-day Adventist or you've been part of that cult, you would understand all what I'm saying. And so it does help you to understand the Old Testament when it's like the sun went down, it said the date changes. For us, 12 o'clock happens and the date changes.
Happens out with Deuteronomy, and I think it'll be, at least you'll see where I'm coming from and why I don't think that's possible. Okay, so it says, and thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover.
What chapter is this? Sorry,
right where you were in Exodus 12.
Okay.
So
12. What's that?
Yeah. And then, sorry, I didn't say that. I should have pointed that out. Okay, so verse 12 says, for I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am the Lord. Verse 13, and the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are, and when I see the blood, I will pass over you. And the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you when I smite the land of Egypt. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to the Lord. Throughout your generations ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. Now the next verse says, 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Each of the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And in the first day there shall be an holy convocation, and in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you. Now this is the key verse, because the question is, when it says, is there basically 2 days in a row where it's like a holy convocation or a feast?
Yes.
Like, is it or is it just all combined into one? Is it?
It's not, and the key
15?
verse is actually verse 18.
Okay, so verse 18 says, in the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread. Now, I would interpret that to, when it says at even, where's my chart here? All the way down here. I would think that comes at the end of the 14th
though. I mean,
day.
Genesis 1:5 and Leviticus 23:32, the biblical day is night and then day, and that makes one day. Night and then day. So
but here's why I disagree.
The Passover with Jesus, for example, he ate the Passover dinner, and he was crucified on the Passover, which was the next day, the way we see it. But it's that's all one day. It's night, day, not day, night, day, night.
Okay. Now, how would you answer this verse then? Because the reason that I view it that way is...
And so some confusion can happen where people think that Jesus, when he did the Last Supper thing, they think that was a Passover meal, but it wasn't. What they got together, and that's the preparatory meal, like that goes before the Passover. It's on the 14th of Nisan, but it's actually the next day that they kill the Passover, and then they eat it on the 15th. So Jesus had organized for this to happen. So basically, you've got the disciples all gathering together, eating a meal, and that's not the Passover celebration, but it's on the 14th because it's the evening. Then on the Thursday, the next day, Jesus is crucified. Now, the hour that Jesus is crucified, they're killing all the Passover lambs. That's happening. And then on the 15th, okay, so it's still like Thursday night, but it's going into the Friday date. there to eat the lamb. So Jesus was supposed to be with his disciples and do that, but he never showed up because he's the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. He's one of the lambs who died, or he is the lamb, who died. So very interesting prophecy there in all about, like, a prophecy that went for 1,500 years, expanded all throughout the Bible. And people say there's no univocality in the Bible, like people like Dan McClellan. And it's like, how do you work all this out to do it all on the exact days, like in front of crowds of people? Like, people are looking at this, thinking about this, and to fulfill all the Passover requirements, and also to fulfill the 70-week of Daniel prophecy, or the first 69 weeks of that on Palm Sunday. It's like, people say there's no univocality in the Bible. You say whatever you want. You're just illiterate on these issues, or you just purposely don't want to know. And probably what you're doing is doing a Bart Ehrman. You're just doing this for cash. Half of these guys, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing if they didn't get money from YouTube or from what they're doing. They wouldn't be doing what they're doing. They wouldn't be coming on frequently and just saying, "Hey, the Bible's rubbish." Jesus, it probably didn't exist, and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, let's continue.
Because of Deuteronomy 16.
Well, can we just answer verse 18 first, though? Because if you just do the math, that's 8 days.
It says there. Well, if
the 14th to the 21st.
If it's starting at the beginning of the day, if it's starting at the very end of the day, and then it immediately goes into the 15th day.
It's evening to evening, so it doesn't matter.
You shall eat until 1. Yeah. Okay, I can see that. It's
8 days.
However, hold on, let me see. If I were to start here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I would end after 7 days.
You have to include the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th. 18th,
well, that would be
19th,
8,
20,
right?
21.
So if I started on 14, that would be 8 days. So that's not possible in Deuteronomy 16, because look what it says in verses 6 to 8. But at the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to place his name in, there thou shalt sacrifice the Passover at even, at the going down of the sun, at the season that thou camest forth out of Egypt. And thou shalt roast and eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, and thou shalt turn in the morning and go into thy tents. Now here's the key. 6 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day
that's 7 days.
Shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord thy God.
That's 7 days after the Passover. Because the first and the last day of the 7 days, the Feast of 7 days, are Holy Convocation days. So you have the Passover, then you have the 7 days. And so the way I have it in Deuteronomy 16.
So the reason why I'm not really commenting that much on this, because see, to me, Lotan, the sand gip idea has been so thoroughly debunked. But he might have, he's talking about this one point of the date, and he might have the upper hand over the other guys. And so just on this one issue, and it's like, okay, but the main thing is really like, is Easter pagan? No. Can Pascha be translated as Easter and Passover? Yes, absolutely. Did Herod celebrate a pagan festival? No. And so that's where I guess I'm sort of like, okay, he's probably got the upper hand. He seems to know more about the calendar, but I guess I want to move on to things of more substance.
The Passover is always at evening. So you start on verse 1, the Passover. It's just talking about the Passover, and then on verse 3. You see the Passover separates from the 7 days with a semicolon. And now it's just talking about about the Feast of 7 days. Then it goes back to the Passover on the 5th day, or on verse 5, sorry. And then it goes to the 7 days on verse 8, where it's 6 days and on the 7th day. So the 6 days is after the Passover, and then the 7th day is the last day of the 7-day feast.
Okay, well,
and
maybe
I'm wrong on that. I have other verses to back that up. But to me, when I look at that verse, it's clear as day that is the Passover and then a Feast of 7 days.
Okay, well, I will. So what would the 6 days be to you then? From the 16th to the 21st?
The first 6 days of the 7 days.
Oh, sorry, the 15th to the 20th, and then the 7th. Okay, well, I'll just say that, I'll concede that. I don't think it's too important, so we can move on from it. But when I read it, that's the way I understood it. And
So I think the thing is, he's seeing Passover as one day, where Scripture does talk about this whole season as being Passover.
Especially when it says when the sun goes down, thou shalt, on the 14th, the sun goes down on the 14th.
You're not
Wouldn't that mean
seeing
it's at the end?
the days the way they are supposed to be. So
I probably am not. I'm not an expert on the days, but
I don't know if this is. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest. You shall afflict your souls in the ninth day of the month at evening from even. So if you go to Leviticus 23:32, can you pull that up?
Yeah.
And this will coincide with Genesis, like all of Genesis, where it says, and the evening and the morning were the first day, and the evening and the morning were the second day. So this is talking about the Sabbath, which is every seventh day. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and you shall afflict your souls in the ninth day of the month at even. So it starts at even. That one day starts at even, from even unto even. So it starts at even until the next evening, and that's just one day. So if you look at the chart that I had sent you earlier, I actually show a description of this with an illustration where the night and the day are split in half, and you can see one day starts at the evening. And that's true to today in Israel. So like tonight would technically, if tonight you could say would be, what's tomorrow?
Sunday.
Tomorrow's Sunday. So this would actually be Sunday. And tomorrow
because the sun went down.
So you can see how it starts with the moon, dark, and then it goes to the sun, and that's one day. So moon, sun, one day. Moon, sun, one day. It's night and day. The evening and the morning were the first day.
Okay,
from
so
even unto even.
Got it. Okay, so by the way, I have your chart on the screen as well. I'm not sure if you see it, but that makes sense.
And so I would disagree with this chart. Saying that this is the Wednesday death. To me, it just doesn't make any sense. Doesn't fit in with what's occurred. And so, you probably heard me talk about it. Jesus dying on Thursday, and so, but I'll continue.
Okay, so since that isn't really super important, anyways, we can move on. I'll just so basically, what I thought was. This is probably this, according to Lotan, and probably according to what it actually is. I'm not an expert on that specifically. It's just when I read the whole, there's a holy convocation in the first and the seventh day, and then it said 6 days you're going to eat unleavened bread after the. My brain, I was like,
it's actually very important when it comes to the chronology of the crucifixion and placing it when Christ was crucified, because most people, and I think we can all agree here, that Jesus was not crucified on Friday and rose on Sunday. On any day, like it doesn't matter if you're going by a Hebrew calendar or a Christian calendar. That's not 3 nights and 3 days in the heart of the earth. So
does this just so I understand?
And so like these type of issues, sometimes we're obviously talking about Easter, pagan, but say Lotan, he's a Wednesday guy. You might find that Brandon might actually be a Friday guy. I don't know. And so you can have all sorts of discrepancies and not agree with like lots of people on lots of the details. But as far as I'm concerned, having looked at this for 20 years and having held the position that it's a Thursday, the Wednesday position falls to pieces because it has 4 nights. And I might just show that picture again that they had up back here. Where was it? Here. I've just got to remember where I'm at. 109.53. And so, this whole thing, Wednesday, why isn't there a Wednesday night? Why isn't that night one? So this is the thing, they're not counting properly. Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, then Saturday night. It's 4 nights. It just doesn't make any sense. And so if you just do the math, Thursday, it would be the first night, Friday, second night, Saturday, the third night. But the days would be Friday, Saturday, and on the third day he rose again. So it just makes perfect sense. And this scripture up here, for as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. I can't see, like, the whole Friday thing, most people reject that who are thinking about these issues. But I can't understand why people jump all the way back to Wednesday. I guess the confusion of having that 6 hour difference, I guess being immersed in the whole, having worked for that 7-day Adventist guy and having to get it around his calendar, that put me in that position where I'm easily able to see this. Some people, it just takes a while, I guess, to because sometimes too I'm explaining the calendar thing and you can tell people vague out, and it's like, well, if you can't get past that, you probably can't get past a whole bunch of things. But these diagrams help. But he's got the Wednesday here where that all that information should just be on Thursday, because then it makes sense. And so we've got Dwayne Green in the house. Dwayne says Luke 22:1 calls both Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread Pascha. Okay, so Luke 21:1. Now the Feast of Unleavened Bread drew nigh, which is called the Passover. There you go. And so very clear that these things are many times interchangeable. Matthew 26:17-18. Now the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying to him, where wilt thou that we prepare for thee the Passover? And so, very interesting. So let's just jump forward to where we were here. So 109:53, I think it was.
A Christian calendar. That's not 3 nights and 3 days in the heart of the earth.
So does this, just so I understand, since this encapsulates the reason why you don't think that word Easter could ever mean the Passover, because the Passover is a day.
The day of unleavened bread versus the days of unleavened bread. And the days of unleavened bread is always in reference to the 7-day feast. And I have extra biblical sources as well, but just looking at every place that. So
it would be after.
Sorry, go ahead.
So Acts 12:4, where it says intending till after Easter to bring him forth to the people, it can't, in your view, it can never be Passover until after the Passover, because Passover had already happened.
Exactly. So because it specifies,
and that's because Sam Gibb erroneously just says it's 1 day, where it is 1 day, but it is also a week, and it is also a lamb, and it is also Jesus, and it's a polyseme. Dwayne says also, hey Nick. And so I noticed Dwayne had been involved with the Byzantine Text Conference, and so with Maurice Robinson, what's his name? Abadan Shah, I think his name is. Mark Ward, Elijah Hixson. And so, that looked interesting. I looked at the Q&A one that was done, or there were introductions, and then there was like a Q&A thing. And so I looked at that, and so that would have been very interesting. And and so I'm obviously in disagreement about whether if we're just reading the Bible or whatever. Because I remember being an atheist and picking up one of those new Bibles and seeing all these footnotes and going, what a load of rubbish. This has got all mistakes in it, and just didn't bother reading it. And I was completely uninformed about anything, but that's just the picture that I got was it's, I know when people are already in a church or established in a faith, that then it's like, oh no, we don't have to worry about these things, and they're taught all that. But for someone who just comes raw and they just look at it, it's like, oh, that's a load of rubbish. It's all contradictory. And that actually turned me away from pursuing any type of Christian thing for a long time, for about 1.5 years. And I was open. I was reading the Bible, so that's where I would be in disagreement with some of those things. But obviously, where I stand. So Dwayne says, yeah, it was good to meet all those guys in person. That would have been interesting. Would have been some interesting conversations there. Dwayne Green said, except Hixson had to zoom in. Okay. Yep. Effective Nutrition says, have you read Sir Colin Humphrey's breakdown of the Mosaic versus Babylonian calendar discrepancy? No, I haven't. I haven't looked at that. That is, Moses began the Passover under a sunrise to sunrise perception, and it transitioned over to sunset to sunset later. Okay, interesting. This allows that the Passover can be celebrated under either circumstance the Jews find themselves in. Okay, that's interesting. So let's continue on here.
It, like, maybe there would be an argument if it said the Feast of Unleavened Bread, but it doesn't. It says the days of unleavened bread, and the days of unleavened bread is always to that 7-day feast.
So I'm just playing advocate here, trying to understand everybody's point of view, making sure that it's clear for me, because if I can understand it, I hope everybody else can.
Well, I think it's so even in the first place that it appears in Exodus, it says, and this day, so starting in Exodus 12, verse 14, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and we're talking about the Passover. You shall keep it a feast to the Lord throughout your generations. You shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. That's the Passover. Then in verse 15, it says, 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. Now that might sound like, okay, well, the Passover, that's 7 days. But no, again, you just go to verse 18 and it clarifies it for you. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 120th day of the month at even. And that can only be 8 days. But we have more where it actually does say that the 7 days always starts on the 15th. Just like the Passover always starts on the 14th, the days of unleavened bread always start on the 15th. And we have passages for that. So,
but that's where in Luke 22:1, it says the Feast of Unleavened Bread was called Passover. And so, I mean, Luke, he wrote Acts. So that just contradicts that. And I know this is an old argument from Sam Gibb, but Effective Nutrition says this is the 8th-day, 7th-day interpretation confusion, because the way the testimonies were worded can be taken either way.
Let me just find, okay, so Numbers 28, 16 through 18, if you have that.
Yeah, I have that somewhere here. Let me find that. Numbers, yep. Well, what is it again, the verses?
Yeah, Numbers 28, 16 through 18.
Okay, I have 16 and 17, but you can read it.
So 16, that works. 16 says, and in the 14th day of the first month is a Passover of the Lord. And then 17 says, and the 15th day of this month is the feast. And then it explains the feast is the 7 days of unleavened bread. And if you keep going, the first, the next two verses explain on the Feast of 7 days that the first day and the second, or the first day and the seventh day are holy convocation days, which are also known as a high day or a high Sabbath, because they had the weekly Sabbath and then they had a high Sabbath for certain.
And Christ was crucified on the high Sabbath, wasn't he?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't Christ crucified on the high day? On the high
They
Sabbath?
wanted to. He was crucified the day before the high Sabbath.
And so that's true.
Oh, that's right, because they wanted to take him down off the cross
because the next day was because starting at evening would be the high Sabbath of that first day of the 7-day feast.
So the 15th is the high Sabbath, you're saying?
The 15th would be. So if he on the 14th, I need to stop pointing because I'm covering up my camera. On the 14th, Christ celebrated the Passover, and the next day he was crucified on the Passover, and he was put into a grave before the high Sabbath on the 15th.
No.
Okay, that's why he was taken down early.
Yes.
Okay.
And it specifies that it was a high day, not just a regular Sabbath. And the reason why the Catholics celebrate Good Friday is because they think, well, a Sabbath is always Friday, and so he had to have been buried before the Friday.
No, could you repeat that again?
And so what he just said there is correct. A lot of people just read it and say, "Oh, the Sabbath was approaching." You know, the Sabbath was the next day, thinking it's the weekly Sabbath, but. And the word for Friday is it means preparation in Greek. And so, but obviously if you have 2 Sabbaths in a row, your preparation day becomes Thursday. So they would call that the preparation day, which is equivalent to Friday. So that's where people go, well, the Greek says Friday, but no, the Greek says preparation day. And so that's where people can get muddled up. And but you just have to count the days: Friday night, Saturday night. It's only 2 nights. It says 3 days and 3 nights. It's very clear.
Because I was trying to follow, but I want to make sure that I am. So I have the 14th, the 15th, and 16th, if you can see my screen.
Yeah.
What day did Christ eat the Passover with his disciples?
The 14th.
The 14th. Now,
and he was crucified on the 14th.
And he was crucified on the 14th. Okay, so my question is...
So that's where, I guess, to clear that up, the 14th was, it started on the Wednesday night at sundown, and they gathered together, ate that meal. Then later, Jesus went to Gethsemane. Then later, he was arrested, and all through Thursday, which is still the 14th, he's, tortured, crucified, and then the 15th starts at like 6 o'clock in the evening. And so that's we just got to move everything forward like 6 hours. If you've got a Western mindset, you have to move everything back 6 hours just for the date change. And that's where people get confused, because I can see where some people would be thinking, oh, he had his meal with the disciples on the 14th, what, in the evening, or like thinking it's just goes to 12 midnight. And so that's where a lot of people are stuck.
If that is the case, how would you address these verses? Like,
Sure.
For example, Mark 14:1. It says, after 2 days was the feast of the Passover and of unleavened bread. And then down in verse 12, it says, and the first day of unleavened bread, when they killed the Passover.
Mm-hmm.
So
those verses are exactly what I would go to. They completely write off what he's just said about the Passover just being 1 day. And so that's the thing with Sam Gipp's view. He says some interesting things, but it's like it just falls to bits, and then he goes into the pagan festival thing. So there's a lot of problems with Sam Gipp's view. Effective Nutrition says Josephus writes that the temple was closed at midnight, which lines up with the Roman manner of closing a date. Okay.
it happened on the 14th, how would that be the first day of unleavened bread? Because if unleavened bread begins on the 15th.
Also called the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Oh, okay.
And
so now he's saying the Passover is called the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and it's like
7 days are also called the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But the days of unleavened bread can never be the Passover, and the Passover can never be the days of unleavened bread.
Well, the days of unleavened bread can never be the Passover official day, but like I said, Passover is a polyseme that can be. It's used for a day, it's used for a lamb, it's used for Jesus, it's used for the week, and so it just depends on the context. And so, yeah, that's where I would say he's going wrong there.
It can always be it can be the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
So does that contradict Ezekiel 45:21? Because that's another verse that I know Bryan Ross brings up is, in the first month, in the 14th day of the month, ye shall have the Passover, a feast of 7 days,
right.
Unleavened bread shall be eaten.
So
very clear. It's a Passover, the feast of 7 days.
This is another one where it's just very clear if you just keep reading. Read to the 20 verse 25. Verse 25. Do you want me just to read it?
Yeah. Go ahead and read it. I'll pay attention.
In the 7th month, in the 15th day, right? That one says 14th day, correct? So now we're just 4 verses later. In the 15th day of the month shall he do the like in the feast of 7 days. According to the sin offering, according to the burnt. So basically, it goes for the Passover, which is the first day. Then it describes, it's separated by a semicolon, and now it's describing, or in this case, it's separated by a comma. And then after the semicolon, it's describing the 7 days, and then it clarifies in verse 25 that those 7 days start on the 15th.
Okay.
And there's no way around it. Just if you take verse 20.
Yeah, which is saying it's not the Passover feast day; it's the Passover celebration. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, you shall have Passover. Okay, well, let's talk about the feast then. A feast of 7 days, or maybe it's actually like a chronological thing, like you're having a Passover, then the feast of 7 days, unleavened bread shall be eaten. So, yeah, interesting.
21, and compare it.
Verse 25.
Yeah, verse 20.
And I guess too, this is probably good to go through all these proof texts, because sometimes, I believe we're 100% correct, but sometimes you can have the wrong text, or you just don't have the context. And he's just saying, just read a little bit further. You got this and you got that. And so sometimes you might have 10 verses, only 4 of them actually back up your position. The other 6 aren't relevant. And so someone pointing out holes in those other 6, it's like, oh, see, I win, but it doesn't really, it's actually just verses that someone's thought backed up a position, but they don't.
1, verse 25. One says the 14th, one says the 15th.
And
so
both
how can they both be 7
days?
days when they end on the 21st?
Okay.
The 7 days does end on the 21st, but it begins on the
Right.
15th, which is only 7 days. But the 14th is the Passover, and that's the first day of unleavened bread.
Now, just to cover my bases, we might have covered this with the Mark verse, but I know the last one that Brian brings up is Matthew 26:17. Now,
Yeah.
the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying unto him, Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover? So it says the first day of the feast of unleavened bread,
Yeah,
and
so
that happens
this
on the 14th. So how does that work?
because the Passover is the feast, is the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, and there's another banger to this one, because Christ says, "I will keep the Passover at thy house with my disciples." He does not spend 7 days at the house. So did he lie? Was he mistaken? Was Christ mistaken, or did he keep the Passover because the Passover?
He kept the Passover, and I'll just have to grab that in context. Kept the Passover with my disciples. It should be keep the Passover. Okay, Matthew 26. And he said, Go into the city to such and such a man and say to him, My master saith, My time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at my house with my disciples. Well, that would be the meal, okay? And so he's like, okay, I'm going to keep it at your house with the disciples. Now, the 14th of Nisan starts at the evening, so they're having a meal, but it's not the Passover meal, because that's the next evening in the 15th. But Jesus had full, he had, I want to say intentions. He had full intentions to be with his disciples, but obviously, Jesus knew that he'd be crucified and all the rest of it. But he's basically saying, okay, I'm gonna keep the Passover with my disciples at your house. So I guess it's like, hey, look, we're going to celebrate Christmas at your house. We're all coming over. And you're like, okay, that's fine. We all go to your house to celebrate Christmas. And, we all wake up in the morning to open presents, but I've died, sort of thing. It's like, I don't think it's being dishonest, but, and I don't think it's saying that Jesus didn't know or anything. He was very clear about, he's going to die and this is going to happen and that's going to happen. And he knew all about the Passover lamb concepts, but he's basically saying, I will keep the Passover at your house. So that guy had an upper room that was empty while Jesus is being crucified, and then all the disciples are scattered. It's like, well, Jesus never made it to there because he is the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. I think that's even more powerful, so. But yeah, I really am impressed, I guess, with Lotan pushing back on all these verses here. But there are some verses that are pretty damning to his position.
Was just that, was the sacrifice where you kill the Passover and then you eat that which starts the feast, and then you go to the 7 days.
Got it. So why don't you summarize as well as you can why in Acts 12:4 Easter cannot be referring to the Passover,
because
based off of all that.
Sure, because from everything that we just read, when it says that Peter was arrested, so in verse 3, it says, "And because he saw it pleased the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also." And then they clarify, these were the days of unleavened bread. Now, as we just talked about, the days of unleavened bread meant the Passover had already passed, and now they're within that feast time of 7 days. So if the next verse
the feast time of 7 days is called the Passover as well, though,
says that he was intending after Passover to bring him forth to the people, the only way that would work is if it was the next Passover, which would be a year.
No, it was the Passover weekly celebration. There's the Passover day and the Passover celebration. Just like we say over Christmas, if I had just say a week off over the Christmas break to New Year's, and people would say, "How was your Christmas break?" It doesn't mean just one day or how was Christmas. That means the whole period. And so that's the thing. You have Christmas Day, then you got the Christmas period, and so, but they can both be called Christmas.
And that doesn't make any sense. Now, if it had said intending after the Feast of Unleavened Bread, I'd say, okay, well, the Feast of Unleavened Bread could be the Passover, but it could also incorporate the days of unleavened bread, which is 8 days in total. It's the first day of the Passover and then the 7 days of unleavened bread. So because he arrested Peter.
Okay, so he makes a distinction there between the days of unleavened bread and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is interesting. I might just have a quick look at days. So saying the days of unleavened bread is a 8-day period and the Feast of Unleavened Bread is a 7-day period. Okay, it's very interesting. Yeah, and as I'm saying, like, I'm not gravitating towards a pagan Easter or anything like that, but I'm just, I guess, admiring a defense, like in saying, okay, well, yeah, there's some things that we maybe haven't even thought about or worked out, or in a sense, like I've gone through and worked this stuff out, but it's just having a good argument. It's hearing other people's argumentation and saying, okay, well, you got an interesting point there. This is how we would refute that. Or, oh yeah, your method of counting the days is good. Yeah, and that's exactly how some other people bring it out. Yeah, I take my hat off to you for figuring all that out.
After the Passover, and the Passover is always 1 day. If it meant the next Passover, it actually creates a mistake in every other Bible that says Passover, because the Passover everywhere else in the Bible is always referring to 1 day. Now, I did say that I had some extra biblical sources.
So you said everywhere else in the Bible, the Passover is always referring to 1 day, which is just not true. So there is a connection between Passover and the days of unleavened bread.
Like, we don't make or break anything by extra biblical sources, but Josephus is pretty close to the time. He makes a few claims. In book 3, chapter 10, section 5, he writes, "The law ordained that we should every year slay the sacrifice which I before told you we slew when we came out of Egypt, and which was called the Passover. And so we do celebrate this Passover in companies, leaving nothing of what we sacrifice till the day following. The Feast of Unleavened Bread succeeds that of the Passover and falls on the 15th day of the month, and continues 7 days, wherein they feed of unleavened bread." And I have one more source that I just want to just read, just so people can have extra.
But that's fine, but it doesn't mean that he shared all the details about it or all the biblical details about it, because even in the Old Testament, it does talk about that it is called the Feast of Passover. So in context, sometimes talking about the feast day, in other contexts, talking about the whole week.
Because I think I've already showed that everywhere in the Bible, the Passover is just 1 day, but the Feast of Unleavened Bread could encompass more than 1 day. The Passover is just always 1 day within the feast. And then Origen, as much as I dislike everything Origen, but to me, this just shows that everyone was unified on this point. He writes, there is indeed, and this is 253 AD. And I have sources if anyone asks, and I can share them. "There is indeed a solemn day in the first month. On the one hand, there is a solemnity of the Pasch," he calls it, which is the Passover. "And on the other, the solemnity of unleavened bread, although the solemnity of the Pasch seems joined to the unleavened bread, for the beginning of the unleavened bread is joined to the end of the Pasch. However, it is that day alone on which the lamb is killed that is called the Pasch. The rest indeed are called the 7 days of unleavened bread. So that was in 235 after the events of the Bible. You have Josephus, who was writing this in 94 AD. So
okay, so I just want to go through that.
Ask how it seems joined on the other, the solemnity of indeed a dates. There is indeed. Then this is 253 AD, and I have sources if anyone asks, and I can share them. There is indeed a solemn day in the first month. On the one hand, there is a solemnity of the Pasch, he calls it, which is the Passover, and on the other, the solemnity of unleavened bread. Although the solemnity of the Pasch seems joined to the unleavened bread, for the beginning of the unleavened bread is joined to the end of the Pasch. However, it is that day alone on which the lamb is killed that is called the Pasch. The rest indeed are called the 7 days of unleavened bread. So that was in.
Okay. But but we do have scripture saying Passover is unleavened bread. And so basically the position of Sam Gibb is if Passover is used to refer to anything other than the 17th of Nisan, you can't call it Passover after that sort of thing. But Ezekiel 45:21 is pretty clear. And okay, anyway, let's just continue.
235 after the events of the Bible. You have Josephus, who was writing this in 94 AD, so still first century. And then we have everything in the Bible, which is really all I would need to show that the Passover is always just one day.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. With those witnesses, those ancient witnesses, that makes it pretty clear about the way they understood it, and definitely doesn't align with the way I was understanding it.
Okay, so I would agree with Lotan that the days of unleavened bread and the feast of unleavened bread, okay, one is a 7-day thing and the other one is an 8-day thing. Okay, very good. Good point of clarification. Doesn't change the position though. Ezekiel 45:21, as we looked at, says Passover, and then a feast of 7 days, and then unleavened bread, and so that was used, but that could possibly mean the day of Passover, then a feast of 7 days, and unleavened bread shall be eaten throughout. Matthew 26:17-18 says, now the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying unto him, where wilt thou that we prepare the Passover? Luke 22:1, now the feast of unleavened bread drew near, which is called Passover. So I guess what I should really do, because this is an interesting thing, I guess with Sam Gibbs stuff, because the pagan thing's been debunked, the concept of any relation, like Herod having any influence over Luke's writing, or some sort of pagan goddess festival, to me that's just completely written off. And so I guess I've never really looked further into Gibbs stuff. I've just gone, no, it's off. And I guess D.A. White and Jack Mormon both had a pagan Easter type of concept until they read my material. So Jack Mormon personally contacted me and said that I had advanced the material much further, and so he gravitated towards my article. I actually have this written down in my third article here, so I might just quickly read the introduction. After writing 2 articles concerning Easter and why it is a Christian celebration in its entirety, after some criticism, it dawned on me that most people will not read long-winded articles And even after a few minutes of sharing my articles with people on the internet, instead of them taking time to read and examine them, most would speedily respond by copying and pasting something about a pagan goddess from some obscure website. So after some time, I created a video on the topic, which is basically a 1 hour reading of the 2 articles with several pictures to keep people's interest. Although the video was a bit rushed, it gives a good visual account of why I believe Easter should remain in Acts chapter 12 verse 4 and also remain part of the annual church service. Supporters and critics. When I wrote my first Easter article, world-leading expert on the English language, David Crystal, gave me some pointers about Easter and its German connection and mentioned that the article was accurate and good. Although both slightly disagreeable on minor points, Christianity Today has published a similar article on Easter being Christian, and also Jonathan Safadi of Creation Ministries International. He has the information to confirm my stance on Easter. So now, Anson in Genesis had written this as well. So this must be before 2011 that I wrote this article. This is my 3rd article on it. So it would have been 2005, 2007, and maybe 2011. Okay. When I approached James White from Alpha and Omega Ministries, who wrote the book King James Only Controversy, he speedily rebuked me and called me a Ruckmanite for making such claims and banned me from his forum. On the flip side, D.A. Waite, who wrote Defending the King James Bible, printed parts of the articles in his newsletter after having formally taught that Easter was pagan. His contemporary Jack Mormon also read the articles and said that the information had taken the matter forward considerably from his former article on the topic. And so I have the footnotes here. Easter and Good Friday by Jonathan Safadi. So he does mention me there. And he was one of the first ones to put information there. So it's 2008. And if I type in Sayers, yeah, here we are. The following article is very informative. Nick Sayers, why we should not pass over Easter. And, you know, it's one of the things is having David Crystal give me the thumbs up and say, okay, very good job. You know, he corrected me on a few things that said my article is accurate, like the information in the article is accurate and informative. And so that was great. And then having someone like Jonathan Safadi, I mean, if you don't know who Jonathan Safadi is, John Nathan Safadi. So this is Jonathan Safadi from Creation Ministries International. He's written a ton of books, refuting evolution, refuting compromise, answers, etc. And so that's him there. And he is a chess champion. There's actually a picture of him playing chess. I'll just try and find this. He plays chess blindfolded. Here's the picture right here. Okay, it was a big picture. Okay, so this one here, you might be able to zoom in and see that, but he's, I think it was 14 people playing against him, and he's just sitting there with a blindfold on. So he's got all of these boards memorized in his mind of where all the pieces are. So he's an intelligent guy, you know, and so having him turn around and say of my article, the following article is very informative, and so that helped. I know now that Jonathan Safadi is not a King James guy, and he sort of mocks it, and he threatened to sue me and Stephen Avery one time just for, he was on Facebook, and I just wrote, he was saying Jesus died on a Good Friday. And I said, no, you got the math wrong. But I think Stephen Avery believes that too. So I said to Jonathan Safadi, no, that's wrong. And he said he was going to sue me over it. And I was like, oh, that's pretty full on. That accelerated quickly. And so anyway, interesting. And Jack Mormon, Easter or Passover, he had this article basically saying it was a pagan festival. That was just a common thing back in the day. So anyway, that just defaults to that. Let's continue.
And trying to convince you otherwise. So let me go back to this. And
Effective Nutrition says Ezekiel is a prophecy concerning how Zerubbabel was to order the holy days. Okay. By this time, the Jews would be under a sunset to sunset method, coming especially out of Babylon calendar influence. That is when they use Ezekiel's prophecy to guide their affairs. Have you heard of Batra 60b in the Talmud? That remarks that the Jews were not allowed to enter Jerusalem during the week of the sun. S-O-N. Okay, interesting. Effective Nutrition. Its translation is debated, but it may be a good clue to the tradition that led up to Easter that some still experience today. Okay. And Tribal Fire says chess master, yes.
I think now that we have that kind of clarified, maybe you can get into your position deeper on why you believe Easter is a pagan festival. Now, I'm going to say that I believe this is sort of like an advanced revelation approach, and I think you would agree, at least after you see my presentation, where the King James translators never would have intended this to mean a pagan festival. But go ahead with your whatever you would like to.
So I'll try and keep it because I feel like I'm just doing way too much talking.
Oh no, it's fine.
I agree with you. This would have,
and I think this is really good to have this type of pushback. Yeah, this is great. Now, obviously, I'm saying, no, dogmatically, it's not a pagan thing, but we're going to let him talk and share, his view, which I believe is akin to Sam Gibbs' view. But it's good that, on some of these details, because I guess that's the thing. Some people can get caught up in details, but the whole thing can be wrong. But then you've got these details that sort of, I guess it's like when you're arguing, evolution, people usually look at micro evolution or just variations within a certain type of animal. And so you get a big dog or a small dog, but that doesn't mean it's going to become a bird or a cat or anything. But it's just a bit of a change within that kind of animal. And so, yes, and sometimes people can look at any type of change like, oh, look, it's a Chihuahua now, or it's a Great Dane, or it's a wolf or whatever. See, they're different, so that's evolution sort of thing. But those limitations, that the main thing of evolution is talking about evolution of that species becoming something else. And that's the main thing, not within that species that grew a bigger beak or had bigger feet or something like that. It's like, no, that can happen with dogs. You can get a whole litter of dogs. One can be small, one can be big. You can breed those and they'll get bigger and smaller dogs. And you can just keep breeding until you just got this small little Chihuahua thing. But that doesn't mean the overarching argument is defended. The whole thing of evolution of the species is defended by looking at these details, because I can agree with those details too. And I guess that's what I was doing here, was going, okay, well, that's an interesting thing to look at in those details that Sam Gibbs pointed out, and I'll have to work through that. Bryan Ross talks about that in his book. I haven't gone that much into detail about Sam Gibbs' stuff. I guess back in the day, pretty much everyone was saying it's a pagan festival. So I was like, yeah, which one do you choose? Where now Sam Gibbs seems to stand out a bit. He sort of, I guess, doubled down on that. So
to be an advanced revelation, I would think that based on things that you've already shown me, like last year, it seems pretty clear that the translators of the KJV, which were half Anglican and half not Protestant, what is it?
Puritan.
Sorry?
Puritans.
Yeah, have Puritans. At least the Anglicans, I believe, were writing as if Easter was a Christian celebration. Now, I have some historical reasons why I think it's not, but I also have some, like, I can look at it just through a historical lens, or I can look at it through a historical and a biblical lens. And here, maybe I'll stop talking, because I would like to ask you guys two questions before I get into why I think this. Because it's impossible for me to explain this not in light of two things, which is the Tower of Babel and Mystery Babylon. And I can get a little bit more specific on the Tower of Babel. My question to you on the Tower of Babel, and this goes to both of you guys, because I honestly don't have an answer for this. But we know that at Babel, God confounded the languages. The whole world spoke one language, and then he confounded them. Now in Genesis 11, verses 7 to 9, he says, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel or Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth, and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of the earth. So my question for you is, when the Lord scattered them abroad on the face of the earth, is this just because to me, he could take credit in two ways. Did he actually pick them up, lift them, and scatter them abroad, put them in places that they had never been before? Or did he confound the languages so much that they naturally just went to places and gathered in places where they found other people who spoke their languages, and they can't really speak the other people's languages, so they moved to another place, and then the Lord scattered them abroad that way, and they just sort of met up in places?
I think you would naturally interpret it as the latter, where they...
Okay, so I think he's bringing an example about the Tower of Babel. I might just put this on a faster speed, just to sort of
group together, and they spread out because you speak my language, okay, let's stay together, and then they divide that way. And there might have been something that God did to make them leave that specific place, like he made it uninhabitable in a certain degree, and that also drove them to leave, but there's nothing in the Bible that backs that up either, so it's kind of open for interpretation.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. If he scattered them abroad, it could have meant that, everybody speaking their own language, and they gravitated towards those that spoke the same language, and they kind of went their own way. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, God could do anything. He could have picked them up. He could have picked them up and just dropped them.
Right. So I agree with you that I think in my last video, or in my only video on this subject, I went with that perspective, that they sort of just naturally gathered in places that other people understood, and you can't, you naturally would want to build a place away from places, people you just can't understand, and so that would force you outward.
Can I bring up a point in Scripture? It would be the first time that God did something in a crowd of people that is supernatural. I mean, when they were trying to kill Jesus, and they chased him to the mountain, it's that they just stopped.
He passed through them.
He just walked through them as if they didn't see. Yeah. So it could have been he just went, okay, that's enough, and then just paused. Everybody froze, and he just walked through, or whatever. So the supernatural can happen. God could do anything.
Yeah, I agree. Before I go to this, Brandon, I just want to make sure is it intended to still have your screen up, just for editing purposes?
Yeah, I can always Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So then my other question is, what is Mystery Babylon to you guys?
It's deep.
And I'm not asking who it is, but can you guys summarize just like what you think of, like, what is, if you were to like pitch someone Mystery Babylon in an elevator, you have a couple seconds, 30 seconds to a minute before the elevator gets off, what would you say Mystery Babylon is?
Obviously, go read Revelation 18, because I never studied it.
Yeah.
I've read it, I've studied it on a surface level, but never in great length have I studied Mystery Babylon, so I'm unqualified to give a deep scriptural answer.
If I had 30 seconds, I would say it would be the counterfeit satanic religion that mirrors the gospel in a way that get people away from the gospel.
Yeah, I think I would say something pretty similar. I think the way I would pitch it is it's Babylonian religion in mystery form. And if you study it closer, it seems to take the form of a church. But in just one quick sentence, it's Babylonian religion in mystery form. And you can't really separate the two, the Tower of Babel with Mystery Babylon. And this brings up two sort of points. One, etymology only goes so far, because I will contend a lot of reasoning. The Bible-believing viewpoint is that, well, I don't even want to say the Bible, the traditional Bible-believing viewpoint from like...
When you say Bible-believing, you mean King James Bible-believing,
King James
right?
Bible-believers, such as like Dr. Ruckman and Alexander Hislop in his book, The Two Babylons. They take the approach that Easter is, it's a celebration of the goddess Ishtar.
And so Ruckman would be considered a Bible believer in King James circles. Hislop, I don't think so. And this is before the Revised Version sort of thing, so there's not much other choice, But Hislop was saying the King James it's a blunder. They should never have put Easter in there. He just says it's a mistake. That's what Hislop says.
Now, the problem that a lot of people get caught up on, which would completely debunk this, is the etymological argument. They argue that actually Ishtar is in certain places written as Istar, I-S-T-A-R, and it is. But just because something sounds alike doesn't necessarily mean it is alike. But like I said,
yeah, and so it's phonetic similarity. It doesn't, and there's plenty of things that sound phonetical. Easter sounds like Esther, but it's got nothing to do with the book of Esther, you know.
Said etymology only goes so far. So when God separated people at the Tower of Babel, they were unified under a one world religion, and they would still keep their religion as.
So I would say that that's reading into it. They were united under one language. What they believed, it doesn't really talk that much about that. They might have believed all different things. So yeah, under a one world religion, because I think a lot of people read into it's like Nimrod and Tarababel and these early things, like a whole bunch of stuff that. So when you're reading through it, you see the name Nimrod and you're like, oh, he's this guy. But it's like, no, in the Bible, it just says only this much about him. Oftentimes people just have made up a whole bunch of stuff. And it's just not scriptural. It's added later by tradition.
They were confounded, but the names would just naturally take on new names in whatever language they spoke. So just because, you know, Ishtar in one place might be Astarte in another place and Ashtaroth in another place. And really, since all places spread out, all languages really did just spread out from Babel, all the gods are just reimaginings of this initial religion. But, you know, once the civilization advances a little bit, they add their own myths, and even within gods themselves. And historians will tell you, you know, several gods could end up coming from one god, because one god shows several different emotions, and then they make those emotions into their own gods. So you could have, you have like Ishtar, who was a war goddess, but she was also a fertility goddess. And so you would have the war side of her, and you would have the fertility side of her, and people would worship her.
So Ishtar is in no way related to Easter whatsoever. They just sound phonetically similar.
Two separate ways. And eventually those would just split off into almost two unique personalities. And when they start making more stories for those, there's more personalities within those things. And basically everything is related to another god or goddess because of that initial confounding. Now, there are splits and deviations because just time went on. But so to me, you can't really separate those two things from the argument that Easter is, in my viewpoint, a pagan celebration. Now, I'll try and keep this simple because I really just wanted to kind of how could I boil this into a few points? Well, Easter etymologically is unique to the British Isles. Everywhere else.
So he's commenting exactly on the Alexander Hislop's book, The Two Babylons, or the paper worship proved to be the worship of Nimrod and his wife. And so this is a 1916 copy of his book, which was written in 1853. And so this is my first Easter article, and I've got Hislop's whole theory is based merely on phonetics and not on historical verification. His whole argument is based on the false notion that Easter sounds like Ishtar, and he therefore concludes that they must be related. Any linguist knows that this type of conclusion is unreasonable. Therefore, without a single shred of evidence, Hislop denounces the biblical Christian celebration of Easter as pagan because of this phonetic similarity. So, because the English word that English came around about 500, 600, 700 years after the Bible, New Testament, because you got Easter, and it sounds like Ishtar. They must be the same, which is so strange because the Christian celebration of Pascha, which we call Easter, was around way before English came. Was that pagan? But he says the whole thing is pagan, and so it's a huge leap. Hislop claims that the word Easter is of British origin, and then goes on to theorize how the word somehow became tied to the Hebrew word Ashtaroth, which then somehow became attached to the Greek Astarte, and which is the same as the Babylonian Ishtar. Hislop performed all these linguistic gymnastics without understanding at all the Germanic roots of Easter. While Hislop has absolutely no evidence to support his theory, there is a library of evidence against his theory. Hislop fails to recognize the relationship between the word Easter and the German Oster. As mentioned earlier, Easter is cousin to Oster. The German word derives from Osterhang, resurrection, which itself derives from Ost, east, and Erst, first in combination. The fact that this essential piece of information is not mentioned even once in Hislop's book proves without a shadow of a doubt that he did not understand the basic etymology of Easter. Furthermore, Easter was not originally pronounced and spelt Easter, but okay, so that's the bit that David Crystal said that I shouldn't really have in my article. For some reason, my online edition has this, but the one that is in the magazine does not have that. So I don't know. This must have been an older one, but so he says, but the unequivocal traces of that worship are found in the regions of the British Islands where the Phoenicians never penetrated, and it has everywhere left indelible marks of the stronghold which it must have had on the early British mind. So this statement demonstrates that Hislop was surprised that the word Easter is used so frequently in England, concluding that the influence of the Phoenicians must have been greater than previously thought. Like they've spread their Ishtar worship everywhere, That's why they're all using the word Easter. So strange, because it's in Bibles, it's everywhere. Thus demonstrating that he knew nothing of the link to the German Oster, and all the evidence which C.F. Cruz in 1850 pointed out 3 years before Hislop wrote the two Babylons, that our word Easter is of Saxon origin and precisely the same import with its German cognate Oster. The later is derived from the old Teutonic form of Hung, that is resurrection. So Easter means resurrection. It's not a pagan thing. The etymology of Easter is easily traced to a German word for resurrection, not to some fabricated pagan goddess for which there is not a crumb of evidence. A child could understand how Easter came from Oster, but skilled linguists grapple to decipher Hislop's confusion because, like evolution, it is an inexhaustible myth that is a wild goose chase. You can spend forever going through the names of Ishtar in Latin, Hebrew, Greek, etc., and you'll be none the wiser. And so then I go on to say how Jehovah initiated Easter, not pagans. And Ralph Woodrow, who repented of writing many Hislop-style books, pointed out that Hislop theorized that Nimrod, Adonis, Apollo, Attis, Bol, Zebub, Bacchus, Cupid, Dagon, Hercules, Janus, Linus, Lucifer, and he's got this whole thing you just keep reading through, and it says that they were all the same God. By mixing myths, Hislop supposed that Semiramis was the wife of Nimrod and was the same as Aphrodite, Artemis, Astarte, Aurora, Bellona, Ceres, Diana, Easter. So it just throws Easter in there, It's just so weird. So when you read through that, like Jehovah's Witnesses love that book, The Two Babylons. Seventh-day Adventists love it. If you're superstitious, you love it. If you are a Bible believer, you see through it and you say, yeah, it's just full of trash. Like a lot of this stuff is just, I wrote here, with these types of generalizations, one must seriously consider whether Hislop's book has any redeeming qualities at all. So anyway, let's continue.
In the early church, it was called Pasch. It was referred to in a lot of places as the Passover. And it makes sense just because Jesus was killed on the Passover. So I would say the history of England as well is something to really, because it is unique to the British Isles. Now, people do think it came from the dramatic language, but England is a very, very unique place, because what is the history of Christianity there? It's really strange. They started as a Celtic religion that did not write down its gods and goddesses. That's where you had the Druid priests, and you have still things that you can see today, like Stonehenge and all these ancient monuments that sort of align with different solstices. And
so, I mean, it's like, okay, we're talking about Babylon, Tower of Babel, Mystery Babylon, Druids, but there's really nothing pointing to Ishtar being Easter. Now, Bede, he assumed that Easter Moneth was named after a pagan goddess, but he offered no proof for that. He's the only one who's ever said that in about the etymology of that word. And all through the Reformation, no one seemed to listen to him and what he said there. Charlemagne, a few years later, he was getting rid of a lot of pagan concepts out of his kingdom. And surely if Easter, because it was widely used, if Easter was a pagan word, he would have gotten rid of it and replaced it with something else, but he never did. And so you just question, like, basically all of this information about a pagan thing comes down to Bede, who has a list of months and the names of those months, and he's writing next to it like, well, yeah, I think that this month is related to this, and sure, months can be related to goddesses and gods and pagan things, but he surmised that there was a pagan goddess named Yosta, and that is where we get our word Easter from. It's Yosta Moneth. And so there's no evidence for this. There's no evidence that this goddess ever existed anywhere on the planet. And even to the point where, Gnostics, atheists, people who are into your pagan stuff are going, we can't find any evidence for this whatsoever. We think Bede just sort of was just filling in the cracks, because you imagine you got all these months of the year and you're just like, well, I don't know the answer to that. So it's like, well, it's probably after a pagan goddess, and so that's what Bede said. Charlemagne, if he would have weeded that out of his kingdom, and the reformers would have gone, hey, this is a pagan thing. But that whole concept came way later. And you think someone like Tyndale, King James translators, they knew their history. They're not dummies, and they knew the writings of Bede. Bede was an early English church writer in about the 7th century, and so he also did a history of England. But experts on Bede say that he was at times filling in blanks and putting in information that he could not source or back up, but was just trying to have like complete lists.
When they were occupied by Rome the first time, this was before.
I'll just catch up with his comments. Effective Nutrition says, if Sephardi takes the crucifixion as Good Friday, then I would think he is someone who is taken a lot of time thinking about this. I also read some men whose material is quite detailed as to why Friday. So not everyone agrees on Friday being a problem who have thought about this greatly. Yeah, so I would say, yes, there are lots of people who say the Friday thing. I think the whole thing is, like, with the Friday thing, it's just so easily debunked. There's only 2 nights, and so all you have to do is point that out. Then the elaborate stories of like, well, it means 3 days and 3 nights is like an idiom sort of thing, but very clear. It's 3 days, 3 nights. And when you go through the examples in the Old Testament of 3 days and 3 nights, it's clearly 3 days and 3 nights. Like some people just don't have the mindset of a Hebrew day. And so they're making the same type of mistake that Lotan was talking about, where people don't understand how at sundown, that's usually when a day was begun, and a day was finished and another one was begun. And so Everyday Man of God Ministry says, Bede, a Catholic monk. Yes, so Bede, I guess you would consider him Catholic. As far as I'm concerned, the Roman Catholic Church started at about 600. So, I'm not sure how much he would be classified as a Catholic monk, but yeah, interesting. Tribe with Fire, hello, brother. I just got back and stepped away from a bit. I'll just continue on with this.
Rome was Christian before Constantine became a Christian. Mm-hmm. And so there is evidence of Rome bringing in.
So I think this is the thing. You get Mystery Babylon, then you get Tower of Babel, then you get Nimrod, and then you get all this other stuff, and then Roman Catholics, and it's sort of like, I remember, because I'm a dispensationalist, and but I'm not hyper pro-Israel in the sense where, hey, I love Jewish people, lots of Jewish friends, have a great time with Jewish people, but most of them are actually against what Netanyahu's doing. It's like, and they're fully bona fide, grew up in Tel Aviv, and all the rest of it. But if I say the same thing that they're saying, I'm anti-Semitic somehow. It's so weird. But I'm just like, well, it's like with the American government bombing Iraq or something. I'm like, you shouldn't do that. It's not good. It's immoral. And so if I say that about Israel, apparently I'm immoral and I'm anti-Semitic, and it's like, okay, where was I going with that? So. Because it's such a big issue nowadays, it's just, my mind's just gone, just thinking 20 million different things. But yeah, that's right. I was listening to one pastor, and he said, he was talking against the pre-trib rapture, of course. Dispensationalism is tied up with that. I'm a pre-trib guy. I'm a dispensationalist, but I don't necessarily gel with lots of other people who are dispensationalist pre-trib guys, And so, but he said, there's the Schofield Reference Bible, Clarence Larkin, and he mentioned some other person who prophesied the rapture, McDowell, this woman who prophesied, and then he said, and the Catholics and the Freemasons. And he just went through this list of baddies. It was like, I was like, man, may as well just throw North Korea in there as well. You know what I mean? It's like, it just got ridiculous. And so I think, to build this case, we're going from Babylon, we're going through, Mystery Babylon, we're going through all this stuff. But ultimately, it's just going to come down to, okay, where did this come from? It came from one guy, Bede. And Bede historians have said, he would make up things at times to fill in gaps or surmise that certain things were certain ways. And the whole thing is, in my third article on Easter, I go, okay, what if Bede did do this? And what if it is actually a pagan thing, like a pagan word of a pagan goddess? And I actually mentioned this in my third article. I'll quickly go there. I might have to just quickly go a different route. Okay, so part 3 here. And so, yeah, in my third article, I just sort of say, what if, they did this? Pagan Christianity, people talking about something being evil. Days of the week, Friday is day of fridge, a Norse goddess, Wednesday, Saturday, Woden and Saturnus. And then it's like, okay, so what? So, yeah, actually, I'm probably just better off talking about it. So, what if B was right? Okay, so we've got this goddess. But even in the New Testament, theos, which is the Greek word for God, we use it all through the Textus Receptus. In all Bibles, in Greek, theos is God. And that was used for Thor. Okay, but what about Hades and the whole pagan concept of Hades? See, God actually endorsed the New Testament that was based on all these pagan rooted words. And so it's like, what do you do with that? And so can't we do that in English? It's okay for God to do it, but we can't do it in English. But obviously, I don't think that ever happened. But even if I was proven that it did happen, God does it all the time. Things are sanctified by the word of God and prayer. If you have a certain concept and people use that word, see, it's like the word Allah. Like a lot of people think that the word Allah is only related to Muslims. If you go to Arabic-speaking countries, the Christians there say, Inshallah. They say Allahu Akbar, is praise God. The Christians are saying that in church, and it's fine, because Allah is just a generic word for God. So we use the word God, but if you go to a pagan festival, they might say, "Oh, I love God," and they're not talking about Jesus or the Bible God. They're talking about some other God, And so just because the usage of a word by some people is a certain way, doesn't demonize anything. The devil doesn't own any words, and so So what if, just say it is 100% true that this is the only pagan link, except for they say eggs, which I went through earlier, and the rabbits. Rabbits, it's springtime, so rabbits are everywhere. In England, rabbits and hares, and they were just in lots of drawings, even in medieval manuscripts. And it's like, there you go, there's springtime. They're going to be around. It's like having flowers or something in the background. Oh, the flowers are to do with the poppy seeds and drugs and pharmakia and just having this huge link. And it's like, hey, you guys are reading way too much into this. Bede said one little thing, and even if he's correct, maybe the Christians said, hey, yeah, we used to worship this pagan goddess. We want to worship Jesus now. Let's use that same word. We're going to take that festival and use it for our benefit. Let's slap that goddess in the face and let's just say, no, Jesus is our king, and we're going to use that word for us, for the Christians now. They could have done that. But, I don't think they did that, but they could have. That's perfectly reasonable and perfectly biblical. So then to go, it's a pagan thing, there's nothing pagan about Easter whatsoever. Easter existed before the English language, and so it's been around for a long time as Pascha, and we just call it Easter. So anyway, let's continue.
And certain cults that they had, even people like cults like Isis, which is Egyptian, but an Egyptian, they were super fascinated with the mystery schools. Rome was pagan Rome, and Constantine became a Christian in 312, and then Rome withdrew from Britain in 383. So you can't just think that just because Constantine became a Christian, now England is a Christian. No, they were warring against the Druids, trying to introduce like their pagan religions with the Druidic pagan religions. Then Constantine says, I do think that they had maybe a couple of missionaries to Britain, but in general, it was not unified at all. And then when Constantine says, okay, we're going to be a Christian nation, I don't know how far that reached, because they were warring with Britain, and then just in 70 years, they completely withdrew, and they didn't reinforce their religion. And actually, we have some proof of this just a little bit later on with the Gregorian mission. But as soon as Rome withdrew, that's when the Anglo-Saxons came in, so the Vikings. So they came in with their pagan religion. So you've got pagan religion of the Celtics mixed with the pagan religion of the Romans, mixed with a little bit of Christianity, and then the Anglo-Saxons brought their pagans, like Odin, right? Like we still say Wednesday to this day, and that's Odin's day. Odin is Woden, Wednesday.
Thursday is Thursday. Monday is Day of the Moon, I believe.
And then so Christianity wasn't really reintroduced to England until St. Augustine in 596. And they actually said in someone writes here, I have John Blair wrote, and he's a historian, a British historian. When Augustine arrived in 597, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms had little continuity with the preceding Roman civilization. In the words of the historian John Blair, Augustine of Canterbury began his mission with an almost clean slate. So basically, almost every form of Roman Christianity was gone. And when Augustine came in, he was like they just did not know what he was talking about. But they did. The Anglo-Saxons, within just a couple of generations, became Christians. But you can see just this bizarre history behind them. That's why if you go to England and stuff today, there's still so much paganism. One other piece of information is Celtic Christianity existed, which was like separate. This was still at the same time. In fact, it was most prevalent in the 6th and 7th centuries. And Celtic Christianity differed from Roman Christianity and the massive Christianity that was there in 3 distinct ways. First, determining the date of Easter. Second, an emphasis on monasteries instead of bishoprics. And then 3, which I still think lasted, those weird hairstyle for monks.
You said determining the day for. Did you say determining the day for Easter?
Yeah. So in fact, the historian Bede unified it. Like he unified the date for Easter between the Celtic Christianity and the Roman Christianity. Because I don't know about you guys, when I was doing my research, it seems that the argument over the days of Easter has been the biggest argument of the church since day one. And when you look at early Christianity, I have some notes here. Justin Martyr and Tertullian, they celebrated Easter on every single Sunday. Every Sunday was celebrating Easter. But about 160, I have a little bit dates.
So I'm not sure about that. Every single Sunday. I would like a source on that.
It's just a little bit.
So he said Tertullian and Justin Martyr. So let me chat GPT that. Did Tertullian and Justin Martyr celebrate let's get every Sunday. Short answer, no. Neither Justin Martyr nor Tertullian taught or practiced Pascha, Easter as an every Sunday festival, but here's an important nuance that you can leverage in your material. Okay, so basically just says no, and then it's got a whole bunch of details. Let's continue.
Later, they all affixed it to one day, but the one day was the real question. And I have letters here that date back from like Polycarp, who Polycarp claims that he studied under John, the Apostle. John.
Yes,
right.
And he writes, so there was this whole.
It's called the Quartodecimon controversy, basically, where Asia Minor would celebrate the Pascha. I'll just call it that for now. The Christian Pascha, the celebration of Christ's resurrection. Asia Minor would celebrate on the 14th of Nisan, on the day, no matter what day of the week it was. But the rest of the world would follow the apostolic tradition of Peter, and that's just according to tradition, where they would celebrate it specifically on a Sunday because it had to be on the first day of the week when Jesus rose. So basically, there was this whole controversy where should we celebrate Pascha, the Christian Pascha, on the 14th of Nisan or on a Sunday? Right, and you have, it's kind of weird to say the apostolic position because you had apostles who claimed to celebrate it on the 14th. You have Rome who really claims, and Alexandria. So, in fact, it was the person who made it, everyone celebrate it on Sunday. The letters from Saint Athanasius, he was the 20th Pope of Alexandria. These letters are in any case the most important evidence for the fast of 40 days before Easter, because that was another thing. Easter, it's hard to separate it from the fast. And this all started from Alexandria. And that was about 329. There's some evidence that it was Rome, but it really goes between those two. So when you mean the fast started in Alexandria, or what started in Alexandria?
It seems to be there's two conflicting accounts. These letters seem to make it that they want to copy Rome, but then other accounts claim that Alexandria was doing the 40-day fast before the Romans were. And there are certain traditions that lasted, like pagan traditions that lasted 40 days that people claim to. I'll try and go fast just to make it a little bit easier, because Lent is almost like another subject. But what is, like, when you think about celebrating Easter, what does that mean? Because the early Christians were celebrating it every single Sunday. But when they affixed to a day, it seems like, I mean, when you go by John in Ephesus and in the Bible, it really seems that Ephesus is like a church that you want to go after, to model your church after. They were celebrating the 14th day, and that's the Passover. So if that was the Easter, and that's simultaneously, that could change with Passover, to me that doesn't fit, because the Passover, like we had already seen, had already passed. The Passover was always just the 14th, and then every Sunday they celebrated the resurrection. I would also just
I'm
say,
pretty sure it was just one Sunday out of the year, though, wasn't it? That they celebrate, like, there was one specific Sunday out of the year. Are you saying like every single like Sunday, like 52 Sundays? Or are you
the
saying
early
just...
Christians apparently would celebrate Easter every single Sunday, but they didn't call it.
I've never.
Yeah, I've never heard that. I know that some people would think that Lord's Supper and they would try and put those things into it, but yeah, celebrating Easter.
They just call it the resurrection.
What I found was that they would celebrate it in Rome. In that Roman tradition, they would celebrate it the first Sunday following the first full moon after the vernal equinox.
But did you look at like the date when that was established? Because it really wasn't established until the Council of Nicaea, which was like in the mid 300s.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So, but I will concede that about 160 AD seems to be when they affixed one day. Now the question was, what was the day? Because it was either going to be the Sunday or it was going to be the Passover. And the people after Ephesus and the Asian churches would do the Passover on the 14th, and then Rome and Alexandria would do the Sunday.
It was the whole world. It was not just those two places. It was everywhere.
What's an interesting point? I just wanted to bring up what's an interesting point is that Rome, the Roman month for April would be the word East, correct? Right, like East or East Day or Spring Day. So when I was doing my research, I thought that was interesting that if they would celebrate the resurrection on the East month there after the equinox. So to me that gets my gears turning.
If you're going with the Anglo-Saxon like dramatic route, which is also still in debate today, it seems that there are two ways to translate it. It was like Ostern was the root word, but now
German.
Now they're saying it's slightly different word. If I can find
the Germanic word like Ost or for dawn for spring.
Yeah, so one stands for East and one stands for dawn. And now everyone is thinking that it's more the dawn. And people like Bede, who was the British Christian.
East and dawn are like they're synonyms in a lot of contexts, like the rising up of the sun comes from the east, which is the dawn. So one might be descriptive.
Historian, the father of English historian, he and we were talking about right when Brittonic English left, no one spoke it anymore, and Anglo-Saxon, Old English replaced it. They're two completely different languages. Old English was brought in by the Vikings, the Anglo-Saxons, at about like 500 something AD, and Bede writes at about 750. So he's right in the middle of Old English, and he is saying that Easter is from a dawn goddess. That's just his account. But what's interesting is that he also unites. His main subject was Easter, and he united the Celtic Christians with the Roman Christians with his calendar. And that was a whole not the Paschal controversies. There was a whole another calendar controversy. The subject goes really, really deep. But if I was to boil this down to a couple of points, there are still leftover pagan traditions in England called like the Beltane Festival. I asked my mom about this because I remember her dancing around the maypoles, and they light big bonfires. And guess what? Someone has to jump through the bonfire. Who's considered the loser? Well, okay, so you have Bel for Beltane, and you have Baal, right, where people would pass their.
Like I was talking earlier about Ralph Woodrow, who repented of writing a whole bunch of books about all these pagan gods and goddesses and stuff from an Alexander Hislop type style. And he just said that there's so many of these gods and goddesses that are just intermingled. And so this is what happens. Like just say for example, let me just think of something that we all celebrate, or just say like in the United States, the 4th of July. Okay, so a lot of people might go water skiing, but if I just say, but on the 4th of July, there was this pagan goddess, and it was Aquarius or something, and it had a lot to do with water and worshipping water and the sun, and because it's hot, and and you can sort of read pagan stuff into anything, and that they all drank wine and got drunk and worship the goddess or whatever, and on the 4th of July people are getting drunk, and so, you can sort of read into all this stuff, someone jumping through a bonfire and all this sort of stuff. It's like and the thing is, this does not in any way change the etymology of a word. I mean, I'm sure that people would be disgusted in how Christmas has just become for secular people just debauchery. They're just getting drunk and eating till they nearly vomit and then go for a walk and have more, and just like there's gluttony, there's just drinking of alcohol and all this sort of stuff. I'm sure that people who celebrated Christmas 200 years ago would be disgusted in all that. But that could be used for, like, see, it's from the devil, sort of thing.
Their children through the fire. Well, who was worshipped with Baal? It was Astarte. They were almost inseparable. And so if you have Bel in England, it makes sense that you would also have an Astarte, like maybe it's the Oster, or maybe it's some other goddess. I'm not sure, but where does maybe she doesn't etymologically go down to Ishtar, but everything else is the same. We know that the cults of Isis were brought in. Well, Isis wears a big sun on her headdress because she's a dawn goddess. Ishtar is a dawn goddess. They make cakes. They eat cakes to Astarte or Ashtaroth in the Bible. They still do that to this day in almost all these places, including England, associated with Easter. My last point would just be the point of, like, don't believe your lying eyes, right? Like, when you look around and you look at Easter today, it is worshipped by lost and saved people. And if you were a lost person celebrating Easter, all you would see was fertility symbols. And I have family in Israel that are Jewish by blood, 100%, but they don't even believe in God. But they will always celebrate the Passover. And what's interesting to me is when you have a celebration that was divined by God, God ordered them to celebrate the Passover, that Passover has no pagan symbology in it at all. And
so, like listen to this. He's like, okay, so the Jewish people are not doing anything pagan whatsoever. But, I guess he's going to say the Christians are doing stuff that's pagan. But the thing is, the English language, like, the only type of pagan thing is one thing that Bede said, just one little thing that he said. And nothing else is pagan. Like the bunnies aren't pagan. No one can trace that to any type of pagan thing. The eggs aren't pagan. People used to fast before Easter, so they collect eggs, and kids painted them, and then people were even using them as like a sermon illustration, like, the chicks hatch, and that's a symbol of, like, new life and all this sort of stuff. And there's just nothing pagan about any of this, except for just one little thing that Bede said. So, and the thing is, if Bede has said, okay, well, that's what happened in England, what about the whole rest of the world? They're celebrating Pascha, which is a celebration of the Passover, but it's fulfilled in Christ. So all the early church writers are talking about, hey, what day do we do this on? They're not saying whether they do it or not. They're already doing it. Does that retroactively make all that pagan as well? It's just like just getting the pagan brush over everything. And so he's saying, all the Jews, they do the Passover and it's really quite holy. When the Christians, do Easter, we've got chocolates and bunnies and of course it's bunnies to do with sex, eggs to do with fertility, and they just read the worst case scenario into absolutely everything.
Oh, even to this day. But everything else that they celebrate that God didn't command them to, such as Purim is one. It's known as the Jewish Halloween, but they get it. If you ask what's the history of Purim, they say that they got it from Esther, which is also interesting, Easter and Esther, when they were held captive by Persians. And if you
so even Esther, I was joking about Esther, like Esther's like sounds like Easter, but they're not related at all. But he's just related them. You know what I mean? And so where does this phonetic similarity stop? I mean, if you had King James Bible, well, James must be, James Brown. I feel good. Maybe King James is walking around saying, I feel good every day, or just screaming. You know how people do that joke where they turn up the beginning of that song where it goes, wow, I feel good. Like they turn up up to 10 and they put the speaker right near people where they're sleeping and it goes, wow, and just see their reaction. I don't know if you've gone down that rabbit hole, but it's when you're really, really bored, you might see that. But maybe that King James was doing, maybe he started that fad, and this is the thing, you can just make up anything, but we just want to stick with the facts here. And this is what I find with the hyper King James stuff, like Sam Gibb and Ruckman and others, the whole pagan thing pagan festival thing is there's just no substance to it, and it's really, it just boils down to bead, you know, and it's like, well, even if it is bead, you can redeem that, but I don't think it is. I don't think it was. There was this pagan goddess. The reformers didn't seem bothered with it at all. But then later on, Alexander Hislop sort of popularized this thing and said, hey, this is a mistake in the King James Bible. And, you know, we're all sort of worshiping the wrong thing, you know, and there's just no substance to that.
If you look at that celebration today, it's known now as like, it's like the gayest festival in Israel, because it's a Jewish Halloween where people dress up, and guess what they do? They eat cakes, and it's all around the springtime, like the spring equinox. And we know that Easter couldn't be celebrated anywhere from March 22nd all the way to, like, you know, the last week of April. So when you look at that and you just look at, it seems to be that every celebration that God has ordained has kept its purity, and every celebration that God hasn't has gotten lost to the world. And Easter is one of them. Just look around.
But Jesus did ordain it. He said, do this in remembrance of me. And so he's saying God didn't ordain Easter. This is heavy. And this is what I find. People throw the whole festival out because of this link, because of an English word. Like, this doesn't occur in any other language except for English and German. And they're throwing the whole festival out. Like, what happened before English? Like, what about all the early church writers? They're all celebrating Easter. Should they be? It's like, oh, sorry guys. Later on, the English language comes about, and they have this apparently some goddess that they can't find any information about. But one historian said maybe 1 month is named after this one, and so we've got to get rid of Easter. You know, let's delete it. You know. And they're all like, yeah, you're right. We didn't even know it was a pagan thing. Like, it's ridiculous. It's anachronistically demonizing people.
And I don't want to go on and on about how I can connect all these different goddesses to Ishtar. That's a whole, like, I could write a book about that. But to me, that would be my last.
Yeah, because it's just being made up. And so this is the thing, while I was like, yeah, I respect Loctan for, you know, pushing back on some of the dates and using, you know, Sam Gibbs stuff. I'm like, when it comes to all this, I'm just like shaking my head going, this is why I wrote my articles. This is why I push back on the Hyper King James community. It's not making any sense. And Alexander Hislop, he's already written a whole book on how all of these gods and goddesses are all the same, and mixing all these myths and just sort of having, you know, someone doing an egg roll, you know, thing, or imagine, like, you know, when we were kids, we used to get the eggs on a spoon and you'd run with them and all this. I guess that's like, you know, some sort of pagan thing as well. And you can just read paganism into, like, see, pretty much unless it's Hebrew, and he's proven this. He just said Passover's good. If unless it's Hebrew and from the Old Testament, then it's just completely demonized. But the thing is, wasn't every other culture pagan? So pretty much if you go to China, there's going to be a culture there. And I guess you can't use any of their words. You can't use any of their material or anything from there. You have to basically wipe it out and start again, or go, everyone learn Hebrew, I guess, because every word is pagan. When they wrote the New Testament, they used pagan words. So it's like the whole theory is just out the door. But anyway,
the point is that England was a very unique place, surrounded by pagan ideology. Christianity entered really late, and even then it was sort of mixed in. When it was finally entered,
no, Christianity entered early into the UK, and it was surmised that Joseph of Arimathea went into the UK. But that is like a traditional type of thing. But definitely there were very early churches there. And so
the word Easter, which was unique to that one place, stuck around. They still have some pagan celebrations all around them. And today when you...
no, so this is where Alexander Hislop knows nothing of the relationship between Easter and Uster, German Uster, that Luther used in his Bible. Imagine him just going, "Oh, it's a pagan thing, or I can't use this." No, he called Jesus the Uster Lamb. Tyndale called Jesus the Easter Lamb. That would be like the sex goddess lamb, like as if they're going to say that. This type of thinking just didn't enter into the mind of the reformers because Alexander Hislop hadn't written his weird book yet. And so obviously Easter and Oster are related to Auferstehung, which means resurrection. And so as proper linguists say, it's related to the Teutonic. And the thing is, he's just talking about England. Oh, well, it entered England like this, England like that. Well, how did Uster, but how did Uster enter into the English, into the German? Obviously, it just means east. It comes from the east. We say things like Österreich, which is Austria. Eastern Reich, is that the evil Reich, the evil kingdom? Österreicher, Eastern Kingdom. It just means the Eastern, like anything to do with Ost is not evil or East is not evil. They're just words, So anyway, let's continue.
You look at Easter; it's full of pagan symbols, fertility symbols, and to me that would to me suggest that this is just
And even all these so-called fertility symbols were made by Christians. Christians were the ones who did the eggs because they're fasting, so they end up with a pile of eggs. And these eggs end up hatching. So it's a symbol of new life and all this. So kids would paint the eggs and, people, like, because you're fasting, you're not going to eat them. And with the rabbits, it's springtime. It's natural to have rabbits in all the paintings, manuscripts. And so it's simply not pagan. Just because Hugh Hefner wears a full-on bunny rabbit T-shirt or whatever, it doesn't mean all rabbits are demonized until the end of time. And that means all I have to do is find some sort of Christian celebration, like say going to church. And if I wear a T-shirt saying church and have like a swastika there and have an upside down cross and have a picture of 100 dead puppies or something, and I walk around going, "Hey, I love the word church. I am church. My name is church," or whatever. Oh, we have to get rid of the word church. And even just when I'm saying that, it's like people say, "Oh, the word church is related to the word circle," which is what witches used to do. It's like, no, what are you doing? Like, you just get, like, everything can have this, weird etymological demon behind it, but like proper linguists don't do this.
A pagan tradition disguised as in Christianity. But I absolutely agree with you. I think early Christians did celebrate it, but I don't think they celebrated it on Sunday when Acts 12 was referring to. I think they celebrated it, if anything, on the Passover. Because to think about it, I mean, Paul hadn't. It's like in Acts 15, Paul comes and straightens them out. And what is Peter doing? Even later, he's eating with the Jews.
Right.
And they're still doing things with the Jews. And it's not until Acts 15 that they even say you don't need to even be circumcised anymore. So to me, if they would keep the feast of Passover, not as Jews but as Christians, and then put Acts 12 also in context, Herod is trying to vex the church. So why would he wait? I know this is me, projecting, but.
And as I said before, why he would wait, there's several reasons. Maybe there was some Sabbaths there and you couldn't do it on Sabbath, weekly Sabbath or a high Sabbath after the Passover. Maybe it was the Jews were busy at that time, and maybe they had to try him and the Jews had to be involved with that. But this is their holiday season. They don't want to deal with all that. Maybe Herod was just busy. And so you could read any of those scenarios into that and come up with a satisfactory answer. But no, we have to go the pagan route. The Herod wanted to. He's now celebrating Easter somewhere. It's like, it's so weird.
You can gain some really good, if you put yourself in the shoes of some of these Bible characters, you can gain perspectives. Herod killed Christ on the Passover. Why would he wait to kill Peter? Unless he was trying to wait until one of his celebrations.
Can I play advocate?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gathering my thoughts in my head.
Yeah, there's a lot to unravel there. And I appreciate you, Lotan, for expounding on all that.
And there is a lot to unravel, but the more that I listen to Lotan on that, the more that I realize it's hard to steel man his position, because it's just basically saying pagan here, pagan there, pagan this, pagan that, Roman Catholic here, this, that, and it's like I said, that guy who was talking about demonizing the rapture and demonizing dispensationalism is like the Freemasons, the Roman Catholics, the dispensationalists, the Darby, some McDonald lady who prophesied, Schofield Reference Bible, the Rothschilds, and I was like, yeah, why don't you just mention North Korea while you're at it? Like you just got to make it more and more and more evil, But it's not really dealing with the issues, it's just sort of naming a whole bunch of names to sort of be a bit of a boogeyman.
It's really well put together.
Actually, let me say that, yeah, it was pretty good. I was not expecting such a strong argument. No, sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No,
I'll have plenty of room to talk in a second, so go ahead.
Okay, well, I just want to play advocate here. So the argument in a nutshell is it started pagan, and it's a pagan festival, a pagan holiday, right? So it started pagan is your origin story, right?
It depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about Easter outside of Jerusalem, where Acts was taking place, or what you talk, or like how did the Christians celebrate? I don't even want to call it Easter. I do call it Easter because everyone understands it. But how did they celebrate Christ's resurrection? And did they celebrate it on the Passover? Which it seems to be that they did. Or
and did they call it Easter? Is what you're saying.
Well, they definitely would not have called it Easter. They would have called it Pesach.
That was Pascha, right?
Yeah.
They
probably would call it Pashka.
So the advocate point I want to make is just
so all the Christians celebrated it. They called it Pascha. And so now that's evil because English came along. But that's an argument that a lot of people believe, that they'll go, yeah, well, I can see the early church doing it, and then if someone celebrates it today, it's like you're celebrating a pagan goddess. And I've seen footage of people, like people will be at an Easter thing for their church, and they're all like running around, kids are running around, and people turn up and they've got megaphones, and they're like, you're worshiping a pagan goddess, you're brainwashing your kids and all this, and it's like, oh my God, I'm not saying Lotan, I don't want to demonize the guy, but I have seen this, and I guess I've seen the disconnect between Easter was thoroughly Christian, and then I guess one guy just saying, hey, pagan goddess somewhere, and then it's like completely, you got to demonize that tradition. Christ said, do this in remembrance of me. And he did that on the Passover. So that would have been, hey, no longer kill a lamb. I'm the lamb that died. Celebrate this. And that's what the early church did and how they read what Jesus said. So they're seeing it that way. I'm seeing it that way. Yeah. So I think Lotan is actually confused because he's trying to sort of demonize it from like Bede, but then he's sort of trying to demonize it from like Herod or something, anyway.
In general, and tell me if I'm just going off script here, because we had, obviously everything's a script, right? I'm just kidding. But just because I think something started out as pagan, I think God can twist things. God is a God of language. God created language, right? And when we get down to the linguistics of things, I think God can use something that could have started out. And I understand your point. The Passover, the tradition of the Passover, has no pagan root at it. You can't trace it back to anything pagan because God created it. It's pure. And I understand that argument. But I also believe that God can take something that could have been pagan or could take something that started as evil, just to be general, and turn it for good. Since we're talking about Babylon, the Babylonian language, when that word Babel meant gate of God. So when the people gathered together to reach heaven, they were trying to reach a gate, and so that was called gate of God. But then God took that same word Babel and twisted it to mean confuse. So God took their own language to fulfill his purpose. So I think God can do that.
I would agree with you. I would use the example, and I often do, of the Jews leaving Egypt to take Israel. They used the weapons of Egypt to do God's will. And
Exactly. And so you can use the word theos, you can use the word Hades, you can use the word Tartarus, anything to do with Greek mythology or whatever, God can use it for his own purposes.
And I'm not advocating that people shouldn't celebrate Easter, because we've actually talked about that. But to me, it's the importance of this is if it is a case of advanced revelation, and it's built for a time.
This whole advanced revelation thing, it's like, man, it's dangerous, you know.
And that supersedes even what the translators knew, to like today, towards the end times, where now everyone says Easter, including people who celebrate Easter with no biblical, no spiritual knowledge. They don't care about Christ at all. They just do it for the Easter eggs and the chocolate bunnies and the Easter bunny, right? You know, you take your kids to the Easter bunny. This all is it points towards Mystery Babylon, which is a huge thing. And who said?
It's like even if it was like a pagan-y thing, like the Easter, the eggs and bunnies, which they're completely not. Like, how does that point towards Mystery Babylon? You know what I mean? Like, how on earth is that? You know, it's to do with the revelation. Like, so, this is the type of thinking that Gal Riplinger falls into, where everything is the Antichrist or whatever. You know, now there are verses in the Bible that are taken out and destroyed and all the rest of it, but at the end of the day, to make the link, well, that's taken out. That means that they want to worship what Virginia Mollenkott talked about, or what Madame Blavatsky said back in this century. She was talking about this type of thing. It equals this and equals that. And sometimes there's these leaps in logic. They just, you know, and I've heard people even say there's going to be a new world order, and they're going to have the Antichrist Bible and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, where does it say that in Scripture? Like, it just doesn't. Like, who knows? Maybe all these new Bibles, maybe we'll win the TR battle, the King James battle, and people will go, let's get rid of these new Bibles. Maybe that can happen. And maybe in the last days, everyone will just have a Bible, and the people will go through the tribulation with the King James, you know, and go, okay, well, I missed the rapture, but I've got this King James Bible. You know, maybe that can happen. Like, people are just reading into it, like, oh, there's going to be, you know, the Antichrist is going to come along and he's going to bring in a new Bible version, and it's like, no, I think you're reading into that. I think you're going a bit too far. And so this is the problem with New Age Bible versions. When you read through the book, there's always this type of thing hovering around where it's like, okay, you're sort of trying to deal with the information, but then it's like, let's just go straight into Madame Blavatsky's stuff, and let's talk about this, you know, connection to the occult here and to this and that. And it's just not convincing. Like, if it was convincing, I'd run with it, but it's just not. I read it and just go, oh, that's a bit of a leap of logic, you know. But anyway, that's what, you know, and to me, that's what I'm seeing here.
Celebrates Easter more than anyone else. And this is, I don't want to get into it because I feel like we would almost need another podcast, but Lent, right? You can't separate the two. And who does Lent, and where did that start? And does that have pagan roots? And you can't. And
so this is the thing. Alexander Hislop went through any type of thing that was happening with the you know, Easter celebration and said, okay, like even just Roman Catholic stuff. Okay, an egg is a symbol of fertility, and then just demonize the egg, you know. And sure, you could probably find, I could probably find things in Hinduism about eggs. They're pretty common. Like, most people have something to do with eggs, like every week of the year. And so there's usually, you know, I'm usually trying to have eggs, you know, daily, you know, sort of thing. And so eventually it becomes part of your life. It would be part of a community, you know. So surely there were pagans who had eggs and had stories about eggs. And so it just seems like you can just read into, you demonize anything. And there's evil people who have lived on this planet. I'm sure if we just focused on what Hitler did and what he ate and what he spoke about, and we could find all sorts of weird things that we could connect to Christians saying things. Or what did he have to do with eggs? Did he eat eggs? Did he reject the eggs? Did he, you know, it's just trying to have this guilt by association sort of thing.
And separate it from the Catholics, and you can't separate it from Easter. And when I lived in LA, you had the Hispanic people who were Catholic, and Easter was almost terrifying. You would have, you know, bloody Christs on cross in the streets. My friend's mom is a Hispanic woman. She saved every single year. Her whole thing was Easter, and she was a Catholic. She believed in what the Catholics believe. She would, throughout the entire year, she would save eggshells and stuff them with confetti just for Easter. And that's what is that? Is that a Christian? I can relate eggs to Apollo. You have like, you know, the god Apollo hatching from an egg.
I heard the argument that because they were fasting during that time and they weren't eating, that they would decorate eggs and things because they couldn't eat.
I think these guys have watched some of my videos because they're answering like I would, you know, but
them at the time.
Yeah, Nick Sayers, and I've not heard his whole.
Yeah, so there you go. You mentioned my name.
Spiel on Easter, but I know he says that where he gets into the history of rabbits and Easter eggs, and his conclusion after digging into it and researching it is that it has nothing at all to do with paganism or fertility.
Well, I think this is another case of don't believe your lying eyes. I mean, if like 2 + 2 = 4, or does it equal 5? I think it's clearly a symbol of paganism, especially when you do combine the hair. I do have a webpage that has some studies on eggs. I would like to go deeper down that road, but you have this is Mystery Babylon though as well, because you have.
But this is the thing. No one, like, I mean, sure. Like I said, any culture, anywhere, someone could have said, hey, like you could be a Hindu today and just go and grab an egg and say, hey, this is dedicated to you know, Vishnu or Kali or whatever. You can do whatever you want with an egg. But when it comes down to, okay, how did this enter into Christianity? It was people who had eggs, but they were fasting, and then they ended up with a pile of them. So eggs, there was abundance of eggs. Rabbits, it was springtime in Europe, lots of rabbits, lots of hares, giving lots of babies. And so that's why. If you go back in time to the pagan cults that they're saying are related to this, or where so-called Christians got it from, that they're not talking about, hey, all these rabbits are just sex and all these eggs are just fertility. They're not saying that. Other groups all over the place can say that, but they're simply not saying that in like it entered into Christianity. There's no point in time. This came out of Christianity. And so I guess it's like saying, I'm just trying to think of a church tradition that people do. Like imagine like some churches, they have 3 fast songs and 2 slow songs for their worship service. That's just how they do it. And you know, if you go to a similar denomination, you can go over to the Philippines, go over to China, go to Africa, and they'll do the same. Yeah, some church groups, that's just what they do. And so if you had that type of setup, you would say, well, that's probably come from within the church. They just did it that way, and that's how it ended up. Now, if hundreds of years later, some cult group came along called the Jehovah's Scientology Mormon cult, and they had the same type of worship setup, it doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that people who did that got it from there, or even if you had it beforehand somewhere else, doesn't mean they got it from there. You can tell when something is organically come from a group. So just say it was 500 years beforehand or 500 years afterwards. There's no way that you don't have to link these two events together. You don't have to say, well, one person worships this way, so that's exactly how these other people worship. And the thing is too, like even in Alexander Hislop's book, he's often got pictures of the woman with the child. It's like, that's Mary and Jesus. Okay, yeah, I can see that. But isn't woman and a child a pretty common thing in all cultures? So you would get a woman and a child. Surely if you're in early Mesopotamia, creating a statue of a woman and a child, kids would probably do that with a bit of wet mud, oh, that's me and mum. Or a mother might do it with a child, and then of course there is the whole, let's worship this thing. That's obviously happened everywhere. And then you've got, baby Jesus with Mary. Yeah, sure. But it's like, it's usually seen as like always a goddess or always a pagan thing or always something evil. And it's like, it's probably the most common thing. And it's actually a beautiful thing of a woman and a child, And it's one of the most common things. We spend like a year or more, you know, in the breast of our mother. And so it's a big part of our life. It's a big part of her life. And so I think the whole thing of just everything's pagan, everything's worshipping this pagan thing. And I think sometimes, like eggs are evil. I mean, should I just cut that out of my diet then? You know, rabbits, it's like, well, I guess no Easter chocolate for me, because it's, yeah. And some people go that far. They're like, no, I don't have any Easter eggs. I don't have any Easter bunnies or anything. I don't talk about it because it's from the devil, you know. And it's just, these things are just over demonized.
Things like Lent. And I have passages here that I could read.
And so, yeah, that's the whole thing with Lent, because there were pagan festivals that had days of fasting. So now it's like, oh, that's the Christians. You know, the Christians stole it from, because this is one of the whole things where if you listen to like Myth Vision and, you know, Bart Ehrman and a whole bunch of other guys like that, Dan McClellan, they'll say, you know, Christians just borrowed everything from the pagans. And even, you know, in the Old Testament, they just borrowed the whole concept of Jehovah and Elohim and Adonai, and, you know, that's all borrowed from the pagans. Even the name of God is borrowed from the pagans, and Yahweh and all this stuff. And it's so strange. But this is a major concept, and a major attack against Christianity is that Christians just borrowed everything from outside, and Christians have never had an original thought. Christians have never gone, hey, let's do this. You know, they've always just gone, what are the pagans doing? Let's just do that and call it Jesus, you know.
Of pagan celebrations that lasted 40 days that are directly related to Ishtar. You have Persephone.
Like, what if it was 50 days or 32 days or it's 40 days? Like, that's it. It links up. They're the key, you know. And I guess that this is one of the reasons why I don't go with the, you know, 77 times 7, you know, all that stuff. I don't gel on all that these guys talk about either. So I'm sorry to upset people who do gravitate toward all that. I don't. Everyday Man of God Ministries says Spring Festival, and says in Germany they were still drinking 200 years ago. Nope, James Brown, don't make me feel good. And Shall Stand Forever says, wow, still on the endurance. Yeah, I've nearly gone for 5 hours. I guess it's a topic I know a lot about. I wasn't expecting this section to be so long, but I should really look at it. And it's like, you know, nearly 40 minutes. And we're going to go through this section here where we sort of hear all the rebuttals. But as I was saying, I was like, it sounds like these guys have been listening to me. And then they said, oh, Nick Sayers, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, they have been listening to me. But let's continue.
Who went to the underworld. And there were festivals for her for 40 days. And people would not eat to mimic her mother not eating. And there's a story of Ishtar going to the underworld to celebrate or to free her husband Tammuz, and then ends up replacing herself with Tammuz. These are two stories that are the same, just separated by different gods and separated by time, separated by language, basically. They're the same story in different languages and different ages, some changes. But it's very easy to just attach a Christian reasoning to it. Well, you know, Jesus was in the desert for 40 days, Moses for 40 days. So you can take something pagan and twist it to Christianity if you want to as well. And I'm not arguing that God can't use something bad for good. I'm just arguing that more and more and more and more, as the end times come, you're going to see things like Christmas, which is also related to Easter, 9 months directly from the spring equinox, which is like.
See, to me, Easter is something that, you know, people started celebrating. I guess, you know, celebrating the birth of Christ is fine. And one thing is too, the lectionaries were designed around certain readings of the Bible. And so it's very important to know that, like say, if you're reading through like John and you get to chapter 8, it's talking about the Feast of Pentecost. Now they actually grabbed the woman caught in adultery story and moved it elsewhere because they wanted it to be, to read sort of fluently without this other story that they wanted to deal with later on in October. So they actually created these lectionaries so that they could preach through the Gospels, through the New Testament, and go through and examine all these things, and also just to have regular type of preaching that's surrounded around the Word of God. And so I'm sure that Christmas probably just came about like that, where it was like, okay, we're going to start talking about the birth narratives around that time. Now, some people have said that the true date of Christmas is, or the birth of Christ is the 6th of January. It's an interesting study to do. I did start to go down that route. I don't really feel the necessity to defend Christmas. To me, it seems more like something that people want to do, and it's like, cool, if you're going to talk about Jesus and wise men and stars, and I'm into that. I'll talk about that every day of the week, you know. But they want to talk about it at that time. It's like, sweet, I can do that too. And it's not, I don't think there's anything wrong with buying presents and doing all that sort of stuff. That's fine. When it comes to a Christmas tree, so this is where it's like, Christmas tree in Jeremiah, it talks about a tree, and it's like, it's just a Christmas tree. Like, if you were living in like Sweden and you just had pine trees around, it's like, let's decorate it. And something as fun as decorating a tree, like you see kids getting into this, it's like, that's a pagan symbol of something. I know someone on the internet's got an article about it, and it's from the devil with a star on the top is Lucifer, and it's like, no, that's the star. Didn't the shepherds follow a star? Like, everything is just demonized to the point where you can't have any fun. And it's almost like, who's usually saying this sort of stuff? Usually Jehovah's Witness types who are just dead religious. Everything is boring. It's like, I remember when I was growing up, one of my best friends at school was a Jehovah's Witness. Now, he hardly ever talked about it when I was in primary school. And I remember we started to have religious education classes. And so, it's like, oh, cool, we're doing that. And my friend, he started crying. And we're like, what's wrong? And what's happened? He's like, oh, I'm not allowed to go to that class. And we're like, why not? And he's like, oh, because I don't believe Jesus is God. And I'm like, I don't think I believe that either. I don't know what I believe. I don't even know there's a God. And I was saying stuff like that. And I'm probably like 7. But I remember him crying. And when it was his birthday, he would cry because he wasn't allowed to have any presents. When it was Christmas, we'd all come back with a new bike and a skateboard and be like, look at what I got, and he's there with nothing. Wasn't allowed to have. And to me, that this stuff is Jehovah's Witness type stuff. It's weird. It's restricted. It's and I'm not saying I'm trying to appeal to the world. We're having all this fun and all, we get the goodies and you don't, so that's an excuse. But what I'm saying is I don't agree with the theology at all. And the thing is, like, can I just right now go, okay, well, this day, I guess it's Good Friday, so you wouldn't have a double festival. But if I just said, okay, June the 2nd, let's just celebrate that Jesus cleansed the temple. And let's cleanse everything out of our lives that is, hindering true worship. Like, I could do that and create my celebration, and maybe the whole world will copy that and get all drunk and, get on drugs and end up in rehab and all the rest of it because they're on all that. But it's like, I'm allowed to do that. As a Christian, I have the liberty to do things like that. And there's nothing wrong with people getting together and celebrating these type of things. Like celebrating a birthday. I mean, I know some people go, well, it was only it's only like the bad guys in Scripture that have birthdays, like Herod. And no, it's probably only the rich guys. When you have, when you go to like Papua New Guinea, I say to people, how old are you? And they say, like, I'm 22 Christmases. Because they don't have a birthday. because it's like, oh, you were born this year, not you were born this date. Now, things are probably changing as ID comes in and all the rest of it, but a lot of the older guys, it's like, I'm 60 Christmases. They don't know their date of birth. So when it comes down to, you know, what date, when was I born? There's no trace of them being born in a village, you know, no doctors, there's no paperwork. It's like, just write down a date, pick a day, you know. And so I would say in the biblical world, people probably didn't, you know, specifically keep their date, but they just sort of knew the year. But, you know, rich people like Herod, it's like, that's my birthday, you know. And so he's celebrating that. But now we can all do that. What's wrong with that? Like, it's like we've let the Jehovah's Witnesses in. And we can't even have fun anymore. It's like, you know the weirdest thing, and I'll try not to mention names or anything, but a good friend of mine was having Jehovah's Witnesses hang around them and basically helping them. And so there was a bit of a crisis that happened, and so they were helping with a whole bunch of things around the house and cleaning, and so it was a natural disaster actually. And so they were helping with lots of things, and she didn't know they were Jehovah's Witnesses. She was just like, well, they're just very nice people, you know. So I lived in Pakistan for a year, and when I came back, this person asked me and said, what's it like living in Pakistan? I said, well, it's sort of like living in a Jehovah's Witness world. Like, everyone's like a Jehovah's Witness, but they can sort of kill you if they want. Sort of thing. That's how I described it. So anyway, these people had found out about me, and they asked my friend and said, what did he say Pakistan was like? And she said, oh, it's like it's run by Jehovah's Witnesses, but they can kill you. And right at that moment, they looked at each other and said, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. It's just a classic. Like, you know, they've been hanging around for a long time. Like, I think it's maybe even a year at this stage, becoming very good friends. And we know what Jehovah's Witnesses are like. They'll put their leg in the door and get in there, and then it's like, oh, by the way, we worship Jehovah. You know, that's been their long-term goal. You know, as if they're just out of the genuineness of their heart, just helping everyone. No, they're trying to help so they can get into their church, you know. So you go, what's so different about you guys? You're so happy. Well, we worship Jehovah. You know, it's like the Amway guys, you know, they sneak into your life. But how's that? The moment you found out that they were Jehovah's Witnesses, it was actually saying that you're pretty much just like Islam. But Islam can kill you. You guys don't kill. You put up with stuff. I thought that was absolutely hilarious. Anyway, bit of a rabbit trail. Let's continue.
On the 21st, and Easter can take place on the 22nd. It's exactly 9 months, and that's the whole Tammuz going and under the underworld and then coming back up to the underworld. She gets impregnated, and then 9 months later gives birth to Tammuz, who is a replica of Christ. I just think that in let's just say in 10 years, in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, if the Lord doesn't come, Passover will still be pure, and Easter will be more idolatrous than it is today. And I think that the Bible speaks to people in whatever time.
They're saying Passover will be pure, more pure, or still be pure. No, Passover is a legalistic celebration of an old shadow and type that is redundant. So you may as well be just this is already fulfilled in Christ. So to say, you know, I'm celebrating Passover, not Easter, because Easter's become dirty. No, Pascha has been fulfilled. Christ has fulfilled it, and Christians recognize this and say that this is the celebration of the resurrection, the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, and it's fine to celebrate it. I don't really care what secular people do on these days. I know we live in Christian countries, but if they celebrate Easter or have whatever festival, I mean, what are you going to do if you're not a Christian? Well, you're going to get smashed. You're going to get drunk. You're going to go out and go to a band, or you're going to do whatever you want, which is pagan. You know what I mean? And so, but that doesn't make the festival pagan. Just because the world's gotten involved with Christmas and gone, hey, that's a great idea, let's do that. That doesn't mean that it makes it demonic. If I do it the Christian way, which is, hey, we're all talking about baby Jesus coming in the world, the virgin birth. We're talking about wise man. We're talking about shepherds. Hey, we're probably watching a few movies on, the nativity scene. There might be at a church, your kids get dressed up and there's a donkey and there's baby Jesus in the manger and singing songs about that. What's wrong with that? Well, it's all pagan. You know what I mean? It's all thrown out. There's just nothing redeemable about it whatsoever.
That they're in. And right now we're in a time that we can see it for what it is. And what is it pointing towards? It points towards Mystery Babylon. And in this particular case, to me, it seems like historically the Christians would have been celebrating Easter on the 14th and not on the Sunday after.
I was going to make a joke.
And so he's gone the quarter-deciman route as well.
I was going to, to everybody listening, I have a sense of humor where I make jokes at the wrong time. But you said you think in 20, 30 years, Easter will be more pagan and Passover will stay pure. Well, aren't we in the millennium now? Aren't we post-millennialists? Aren't things supposed to get better? I'm kidding.
Yeah, we have to create our kingdom of heaven here.
We're bringing in the kingdom. Yeah. I'm just kidding. I'm not a post-millennialist. That's
my argument. From there, you guys can agree or disagree.
And the thing is, too, like if I rewound the clock and went back to, say, like 1998 or something, I'd probably, if someone pushed me, I'd probably come up with all that with just what's on the internet and things that were available to me. I'm just so glad that I got good resources. I got, Scott Jones and Will Kenny were there, and I was able to look at their information and then grow from there. Otherwise, I would have been caught up in this mess because I was already there, but I just couldn't really explain it. I'd explain it simply, but I wasn't this deep in it.
But to me, it really is going to be based on, like, I don't know, because I know that you and I agree with you that the translators were thinking that it's a Christian holiday, but I don't think the translators knew what the advanced revelations that they had already written were, like with the SOP, and they celebrated or they did things that we would not agree with today.
Right.
And it was very unique. The word Easter is so unique to England. And I think it's a miracle that it did get put in the place that it gets put in, because Passover would be a mistake if it was Passover, and it is a mistake. In every other Bible that says Passover, it is a mistake, as I think we've covered. The King James Bible says Easter. Why did it say Easter? I don't care what the translators thought. I care what the Holy Spirit wrote. And to me, in my research and in studying Mystery Babylon and the times that we live in and the times that we're going to, it clearly points towards Mystery Babylon. And that I don't think Christians were, that he was, to me, it just doesn't make sense that he would be waiting to vex the Christians until after they celebrated their holiday. If I wanted to vex a Christian, I would kill them on their holiday or during their holiday. So.
All right. Thank you for presenting that, Lotan. Now, I have a lot of thoughts swarming in my head, so feel free to stop and pause me and ask questions throughout, because I myself have so much scattered that I'm just going to try my best to present everything.
So Everyday Man of God Ministry says Christmas, Bishop Mark of Rome, Constantine. Okay.
I'm going to ask you questions that makes me doubtful of why I would ever take that position. And I also just want to show, because, okay, so you've made it clear that it doesn't matter what the translators believed it was. You believe it is this regardless. But I do want to show for everybody who's watching the historical evidence that Easter was always a reference to the resurrection of Christ. There was never an instance where it was referencing anything pagan. And I think that bears so much importance. Like, the words have to be tethered to reality, because it's almost like you could say that if enough people in the world all of a sudden start believing Jesus was actually Hail Zeus, just because it sounds the same.
I mean, I really take my hat off to these guys that have this. these opposite opinions, and they're going for it. I think it's, and they're really good friends, and they go, okay, well, we disagree with that, and let's keep studying and let's move forward, but let's understand each other's arguments and give you enough time to share your opinion. I mean, it's pretty good for these guys to be so tolerant.
Well, now all of a sudden that becomes true. Well, no, you have to go through the actual etymology to know, like, you have to be tethered to reality. I think even with the word Esther, like you brought up, like her name is Hadassah in Hebrew, but God chose the word Esther. He chose the name Esther, and literally Esther, what does that mean? It means star, and it's associated with the Babylonian goddess Ishtar. So you can even see, like, in the Bible itself, God can use a word, and just because it has those roots, I think like Stephen was saying, like, God can still use that, and it's almost like the opposite of what you're saying. It's like, okay, well, even if it did come from paganism, just like Esther, the name Esther, God can still use it for his good, and he can still, like, if everybody.
And that's what I use usually as a worst case scenario. Like, okay, so just say B was right. You can redeem words. You can just say, hey, that's ours now. I'm sure there's plenty of places around the world that have horrible names, massacres and wars, and you just turn up and say, hey, well, we're going to use the same name, but we're going to create a childcare center there or something. We're gonna do whatever we want there. We don't have to go with the pagan route. And like I said, Theos, Hades, a whole bunch of words that we use. We worship God. Do you think the word God was always used for Elohim or Jehovah or the God of the Bible?
Calls her Esther or knows her as Esther, well, then she is Esther. She's not associated with anything related to Ishtar, right? Just because her name is Esther. And I think the same thing can be said about Easter, is that just because if it possibly did have any root with a goddess named Yasser, which there's not much information about, or with Ishtar, it's like, okay, so that's fine, but how are people using the word? And that's how words have their definitions. It's what do we use? So if you were to go back in time and ask somebody in the 1600s, the 1700s, the 1800s, the 1900s, what is Easter? You would get the same response every time. It's the celebration of Christ's resurrection. It's only in these recent times, like the days of the internet, where people have started connecting it with these pagan things and these pagan roots, where like, oh, well, this is rooted in paganism. Yeah, but if you would have asked somebody, 50 years ago what Easter is, every single one of them would have said this is the resurrection of Christ. So I think we have to be tethered to reality. We have to look at things historically, especially when it comes to language. So I do acknowledge that God can do anything, and he could have done a Tower of Babel moment with this specific word if he wanted to. But it makes me uneasy, because that could happen with anything, and then, like, how do you know what anything really is? Because anything could change any moment. So let me go through the history of Easter in the Bible, because most people are not familiar with how Easter was used, and they say, okay, so why in the King James is it only one time used for that specific verse in Acts 12:4? And
that's the thing. Lotan's theory falls apart, because that's the only word that Tyndale used in his first edition was Easter. And so, if it's only in the King James, it's just this one time and it's a pagan festival. Well, I guess for Tyndale, he must have just been seeing paganism everywhere,
Passover and all the other verses. So do you know, Lotan or Stephen, well, I know Stephen knows this. Lotan, I'll ask you, when did the word Passover first appear in the English language? Do you know that?
I know it was late in the game.
Yes. It was invented by William Tyndale in 1530. Yeah. So William Tyndale had already written his New Testament in 1526. And in 1530, he coined the term Passover. So if he coined the term in 1530, but he had already written the New Testament in 1526, or he already translated the New Testament in 1526, did he use the word Passover at all? And the answer is no. If you go to a Tyndale New Testament, that's not it. Let me zoom into, where is it? Okay, here we go. So here's an example from John 11:55 and John 12:1 in a Tyndale Bible from 1526. So it says, I'll just read from the top of the page, out of the country up to Jerusalem before Easter to purify themselves. And then in the next chapter, I think it says, then Jesus, before 6 days of Easter, came to Bethany. So, and even down here it says, the Jews' Easter was nigh at hand. So before Tyndale even coined the word Passover, the word Easter was used for the word Passover in the English language. That's just a fact. That's just a historical fact. If you were to go to the 1529 and travel back in time, and you say the word Easter to somebody living in England or whoever speaks English, they're going to think of the resurrection of Christ or the Jewish Passover, because there was one word for both. Okay, so I have a chart over here, and this is kind of taken from that book I was talking about before, Don't Pass Over Easter, from Bryan Ross, but I made my own and I started fact checking it. And I put all the mentions of Passover in red and all the mentions of Easter in blue. So basically, I have every single mention of Passover or Easter in the entire Bible, every single verse. And starting with the West Saxon Gospels in 990 to 1175, and the Wycliffe's Latin to English translation. And then Luther, I have in his New Testament in German. And here in Tyndale's 1526 New Testament, if we scroll down here to the New Testament, you can see he uses Easter in Matthew 26:2, and Paschal in Matthew 26:17, and Easter, Easter lamb, Easter. So all the way through the New Testament, Tyndale uses the word Easter to talk about the Jewish Passover, because in that time period, it was interchangeable. When you said it, it either meant the Jewish Passover or the Christian resurrection. Now, Easter itself has, I'm not an expert in etymology, but everybody who does an in-depth analysis of this word always comes to the conclusion that Easter derives from east, or the dawn of something, or shining, or something like that. And basically, the Anglo-Saxon, if I can go to that over here. So the Anglo-Saxon words, here's words that the Anglo-Saxons would use. So east meant the east, or east end made east end at east quarter.
So I'm pretty sure that's just from our website. I'll just have a good look. In my first article, part 1, easterly, eastern wind. But I know, yeah, that's exactly what it is. So that's a copy and paste from my article. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad he's using my material.
For East Angle, the East Anglicans, East Anglia. Easterfen meant Easter Eve. Easter Dag meant Easter Day or Easter Sunday. Easter Fasten or Fasten was the Easter fast or Lent. So there's all kinds of words used for the Christian celebration in Anglo-Saxon. This is, by the way, taken from Nick Sayer's website, and he's done much more research on this than myself. And his website is easterau.com, if you want to check out his website, where he has he says that he has studied this topic the second most out of all the things that he's ever studied. So he's done a lot of research on this subject. So anyways, my point is that before Tyndale coined this word, Passover, in 1530, they only had the word Easter. That's all that they had. That was a common word to use in the biblical context for Passover or Easter. Okay.
Only in English Bible.
Right, in German as well.
Right.
So Luther had Ostern, which was the equivalent of Easter. And I have, where's Luther's at? Right here's Luther's, where he has Ostern in 1522. Mm-hmm. So I can't read German very well, but aber nahe die Ostern der Juden. So
nice job.
Yeah, I took 2 classes in German high school, and that's all I can give you for German today. What really threw me off, by the way, I was trying to find Ostern in John 12:1, and I didn't realize this massive line right here was the beginning of the verse. I thought it was like anyways, I realized it was. So there's, in John 12:1, there's Luther's Ostern or Easter. Okay, so Wycliffe used the word Pasch all the way through. He didn't use the word Easter. He kind of just used the Latin. So in Latin, the word Pascha is Pasch, and he just took that straight out of the Latin and put it into Easter. However, if you go before that into the Anglo-Saxon Gospels, you can see that they had the word Eastron. So Eastron, I can't read any of this, so don't ask me to. I'm making no attempt. So Eastron. Hello, Tanner, are you still there? Can you hear me still? It's not, okay.
I can, but you just from Martin Luther to where you are now sort of paused. So.
Okay. Yeah, I could tell with the feedback.
You said an Anglo-Saxon Bible?
Yes. Okay. So this is the Anglo-Saxon Gospels. So around 1000 AD approximately. Okay. So they use the word Eastron and Eastron and Eastron. So where we would have Passover today in the King James Bible, they have Eastron. This is another one where they would just use Eastron. So obviously this word was tethered. This is what people use. This was common language, just common speech. Okay. So as we progress through the ages, so this is the Coverdale Bible, where he says, the Jews' Easter was nigh at hand. And it continues with this trend. The Matthew Bible, again, uses the Jews' Easter was nigh at hand. And by this point, Tyndale coined the word already, and these Bibles were made like 5 to 7 years after. But obviously, when a word comes into usage, it takes time for it to settle into its, common. Like, it's not gonna instantly, everybody's going to know it. Like, you can't just make a word up, and then everybody starts using it in the exact way that, no, there's a natural process to it. And we see that with the word Passover and with the word, and with these 2 words, Passover and Easter, in the English language. So, anyways, okay, so in 1560, again, the Geneva, 1557, the Geneva came out with their New Testament before they came out with their entire Bible, and they actually changed it from the New Testament in 1557 to their entire Bible, because originally they had Easter in the 1557 New Testament. But for whatever reason, in their 1560 Bible, they changed all the Easters to Passover, including Acts 12:4. In the Bishop's Bible, they, in Acts 12:4, brought Easter back. Well, I can't really say they brought it back, because it's not like the Bishop's Bible wasn't a successor of the Geneva Bible. They were maybe like separate parties. Like the Geneva was from the Puritans, the Bishops was from the Anglican side, and the King James kind of brought everything together. But anyways, in Acts 12:4, in the Bishop's Bible, they use the word Easter. And let me go back to this chart, because I want to show you just the general movement of this word. So over time, you can see right here, you see the word Passover is starting to be used in the Great Bible, where there's a mixture of Easter and Passover. However, if you look in the Old Testament, it's like entirely Passover. So these Bibles, interestingly, even though the words were like interchangeable, the word for Easter meant it could be used for Passover. Yet in the Old Testament, they would use Passover only. After it was coined by Tyndale, that's the word that they stuck to. The only one that didn't was Coverdale. And I think the reason for that is because Coverdale, he didn't translate his Bible from Hebrew, he translated it from Latin and from German. So he would have used Luther's Bible heavily, where Austrian was used.
And that's a really good point, that he used the Latin and German for the Old Testament, because in his preface, he says he worked from the Dutch. And so a lot of people don't know that. And that's where sometimes when you're getting the whole, purified 7 times type of thing, the Bibles were, there was 7 translations. Well, Tyndale didn't finish the Old Testament. Coverdale actually translated from Latin and from Dutch. And so you only have a few translations of the Old Testament up until King James. And so the whole 7 times thing doesn't work with all that. So I don't bother with the whole 7 times thing.
Which is probably why we see Easter so much. But every other Bible is using Passover the entire way through the Old Testament. I have this column right here, the Great Bible, like this, because I have not fact-checked this one yet, but the other ones I have. But according to Bryan Ross, it is all Passover in the Great Bible, except for this passage, which is really interesting. So in the Matthew's Bible and in the Great Bible, in Ezekiel 45:21, it's the only place in the entire New Testament, the Old Testament, where instead of Passover, they have Easter. And that, in the context of Ezekiel 45, that's like the future temple that hasn't been built yet, like in the millennial reign of Christ. It's quite possible that they would have viewed that passage as future prophecy post-resurrection, which means the Easter application would have a better fit. Because if Easter truly has the etymology coming from rising or the east or resurrection, then the word Easter naturally in people's minds has that connotation. It has that resurrection flavor, if you will, whereas Passover is strictly like an Old Testament word dealing with
So that's really interesting. Ezekiel 45:21. I want to look that up. Ezekiel 45:21. I'll just check Bible Hub. It says, in the first month, on the 14th day of the month, you shall observe the Passover, a feast of 7 days. Unleavened bread shall be eaten. Okay. I don't know if that's speaking of the millennium or a future period of time, but anyway, I'll look into that a bit later on. But it is interesting that it is translated as Easter in these earlier English Bibles.
Jewish feast of the Old Testament before the resurrection of Christ. Okay, so that's why I believe they use Passover so heavily in the Old Testament, because it's definitely referring to the Jewish feast. But in the New Testament, it takes them a while to narrow it down from the entire New Testament, because when you think New Testament, you're thinking Jesus Christ. You're thinking he resurrected from the dead. You're thinking, well, this word has a post-resurrection sense because it's in the New Testament. Eventually, this gets narrowed down to the point where we have it in the King James. Easter, which everybody in that time period would have referred to as the resurrection, in Acts 12:4 is the only post-resurrection mention of Pascha in the narrative of the New Testament. So It's the only time after Jesus died and rose again that you see the word Pascha being used and applied. So in 1 Corinthians 5:7 and Hebrews 11:28, the word Pascha shows up as well. However, that's not in the narrative. And if you look in the context of those verses, for example, I'll show you 1 Corinthians 5:7-8. It says, "Purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened." This obviously it's dealing with unleavened bread and Passover. "For even Christ our Passover is sacrificed for us." Well, it wouldn't really make sense if it said, "For even Christ our Easter is sacrificed for us," because that's post-resurrection, he wasn't sacrificed, because Easter has that resurrection context, that connotation with it. "Therefore, let us keep the feast not with old leaven, neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness, and with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth." So that obviously has like a Jewish context to it, and it's a pre-resurrection context. But Acts 12, Jesus had already died and rose again. And that's the only place where you see Pascha show up in the New Testament narrative. Okay, so
that's not completely true. It's in Hebrews as well, where it says Moses kept the Passover. Hebrews 11, Moses kept the Passover by faith. Moses kept the Passover. So, but maybe he's just talking about, because obviously that's to do with the Old Testament Passover. So maybe he was just saying that is one that is contested.
And then Hebrews as well is even more obvious. I don't even have it on here, but it's easy to look that up and see that's dealing with a Passover context, not a post-resurrection context.
You just said it.
Okay, so that's why I believe the translators left it as Easter. They did not, they were not sloppy, and everything was with intention. Bryan Ross, who wrote the book, Don't Pass Over Easter, he argues that they just left it like that because that's how it was in the Bishop's Bible, and this just was an interchangeable thing for the Jewish Passover. But I don't think that was what was in their mind at all.
And I guess what I'm seeing is Brandon has really adopted a lot of what I teach, which I'm glad, and it's sort of good because him saying stuff in a different way, it makes me think, yeah, that's a really good way of saying it, and that's a good point that he's bringing across. And but yeah, definitely with Bryan Ross, he's sort of like, okay, Easter is just a synonym for Passover here. They could, they said sometimes they want to use all, different words. It says in the translators to the reader, we're allowed to use different words. If you're joyful, you can be happy, you can be glad. It talks about a whole bunch of different words that you can use as this synonymous. But I don't think they did that here, especially with such a major feast. Easter was the major feast of like the Anglican Church as well. And so people are gonna go, oh, Easter that we celebrate, oh, that's this here. They're gonna do that. And so why would they allow for that confusion? The King James cleared up confusion, where to me the Bibles, the Reformation Bibles that came before, there are readings in them that I would reject, that you would reject, but the King James tidied it up. Like, say, having an extra person in Matthew 1 in the genealogy that the Geneva Bible and the Bishop's Bible have. When people say, oh, the Geneva Bible's just fine, I'm like, okay, so are you happy with an extra person in the genealogy in Matthew 1? They're like, oh, not really. And even the critical text Bibles don't have that in there. So they're in that reading, they're worse than the critical text. And so, but the King James tidied that up. So the King James is far superior to all these other ones. These other ones are good, but they're not perfect.
Because even though there are a few tiny examples post 1611 where they would use the word Easter for Passover, the great majority, the overwhelming evidence is that Easter was the feast of the celebration of Christ's resurrection. So that I would like to show with just tons of evidence. First of all, I'll show you Miles Coverdale in 1540 in one of his writings called Fruitful Lessons. I actually have the book over there on a shelf. But this is in 1540, so this is only 10 years after the word Passover was even coined. But he says, the feast of sweetbread, which is also called Easter, drew nigh, namely after 2 days. Then said Jesus to his disciples, know ye that after 2 days shall be Easter, and the Son of Man shall be betrayed and crucified. So obviously, at this point in time, in 1540, Easter still was interchangeable with the Jewish Passover. But once you go through time and you get to like the 1600s-ish, there was a change. There was a big change in the way that these two words were used in the English language. especially in the way Easter was used. The great majority of the time, it would reference Christ. So John Reynolds, he was one of the translators. He actually was the one who suggested the King James Bible to be translated, to be made at all to the King James at the Hampton Court Conference. So he says, this is kind of hard to read with all these little annotation things, but for as he giveth the name of sacrament to marriage, to the ordering of ministers, to laying on of hands, and reconciling of the repentant, so he giveth it to Easter and to the Lord's Day, to the sanctifying and instructing of novices in the faith, the feeding. Anyways, let me try to find a more clear one. Okay, this one. And such that if ourselves were present at the solemn doing of it, especially at Christmas, Easter, and such other more festival times, the most of our stony hearts would melt for joy. Okay, so let me make it more clear, because that one's kind of obscure. But he's not talking about the Jewish Passover, but there's nothing really clearly associated with the resurrection. So that's where Lancelot Andrewes comes in. Now, Lancelot Andrewes was the head of one of the companies who translated the King James Bible. So there were 6 companies that translated the King James Bible, and Lancelot Andrewes was the head of the company that covered Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, all the Pentateuch, and I forget how far they went up to, but it was a big portion of Scripture. However, it wasn't just those books. The King James translators had a hand and had their opinions on everything in the Bible. Everything came in front of them, and they were able to give their feedback. So I'm not going to get into the whole process of that translation process, but I'm just saying that because, number one, his influence would have definitely been over the verse, but number two, he was like the main preacher for the king on Easter, and they're actually really good. Like, I've read a couple of them, and they're very strong. He definitely knew his Bible very well, and he even actually had scriptural grounds for why we should celebrate Easter, which I can get into if I remember it, but it's in Psalm 118, I think verse 24. But so anyways, let me just read a few of his quotes from his sermons, and I think it'll be very clear that everybody can see that this word Easter was always used, or 99% of the time used, to talk about the resurrection. Okay, so at his hands see that any hunger or thirst for him, and upon his word suffered, shall be satisfied as at his heavenly table, at the great Easter day, the day of the last resurrection, where there shall be no fasting anymore, but a feast with all joy and jubilee forever. Yeah. Now, he uses Easter not just to refer to Christ's resurrection, but he uses Easter to refer to the future resurrection of the saints when we're resurrected to live with Christ.
Wow, that's really interesting. Because I've always said rapture / resurrection. But if I believe Easter means resurrection, imagine saying the rapture Easter. That'd confuse some people. Maybe next time I'm debating on the rapture, I'll say, yeah, I'm waiting for my Easter day to come. And they'll just, their head will spin around and green vomit will come out.
Christ. And those are the two main usages that he has for the word Easter. So you're going to see that throughout all these examples. So this one says, this very day, Easter day, the day of Christ's rising, according to the law, is the day or feast of the first fruits. The very feast carrieth him to the word. So obviously directly associated with the day of Christ's rising. In this passage, it says that it connects the word Easter with Sunday, because that's when they would celebrate. This one is the one. This one isn't really clear unless you read the whole thing, but this one is when he talks about Psalm 118:24, where Christ is made the head of the corner. He says, basically to summarize, that's talking about his resurrection, his exaltation. And then in Psalm 118:24, it says, this is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. And he's basically saying that's scriptural grounds for us to celebrate the resurrection of Christ. Here he says, and a kind of resurrection there is in them, and therefore fit for the day of the resurrection, as ever in Christ's church Easter day hath pleaded a special property in them. That so at this last and great Easter of all, the resurrection day, what we now seek we may find, where we now set our minds. So once again, he's associating with the last resurrection.
This is gold. I really like this, because I've never seen this stuff from Andrewes. And so he is definitely using Easter as a synonym for resurrection here, isn't he? And yeah, he's one of the translators, and so this is gold. This is so good.
The word Easter. We have here now another for his rising, for Easter day of St. Peter's setting. Now, Lancelot Andrewes, I have a page from one of his sermons, but this guy knew so much. Like, he was a library, and just how Lotan knows way more about me in history, Lancelot Andrewes, he knew all of the writings of the church fathers, like verbatim. Like, he knew all of them, like, at least to the extent where they had access, and it was a lot. And in one of his sermons, he just goes through this mountain of evidence of how the early church celebrated Easter. And it's if you specifically look up online, Lancelot Andrew's sermon, Easter 1618, you can go through that for yourself and see this massive pile of evidence of how the early church celebrated.
So I think when I was debating TurretinFan on Easter, he sort of pointed out that Lancelot Andrews said there was one group, because I've often said everyone celebrated Easter. They only just debated on the date that they did it on in the early church and the early church writers. And he pointed out, Lancelot Andrews said, no, there was one group that didn't do it, but they were really tiny, sort of thing. It's sort of like, we found one little group, you know. But TurretinFan pointed that out, and I was like, oh, okay. But I still sort of, I mean, you know, you're going to talk about 0.001% of all the Christians. It's pretty much just, I mean, there would have been Gnostic groups and all sorts of different people who did different things. And so I guess I'm like, no, all the Christians did it except for a tiny little group of people, and it wasn't because it was pagan or anything like that. I can't even remember, but yeah, TurretinFan pointed that out.
Easter. So once again, this one says, came to us by Christ's rising now, the first Easter, and we shall come to it by our own rising at the last and great Easter, the true Passover indeed. When from death and misery we shall pass to life and felicity. So I'm just showing all these examples to show that in this time period, when the translators were translating the King James Bible, it was clearly associated with Christ's resurrection. And even right here, it says the true Passover indeed. Well,
that is so good. I'm really enjoying this.
He's using that Old Testament context and bringing it over to the true. This is not the shadow, but the actual. Let's see here. And so the evening and the morning were Christ's second day, Easter Eve. Obviously, referring to on the third day he rose again, would have been Easter. And so the evening and the morning were Christ's third day, this day, Easter day morning. So there's just example after example after example. I don't think there's a need to go through all of these, but there's a ton of them.
Wow.
And this is the one where he goes through all the history. And there's just a bunch of examples. He mentions origin, and like you were saying.
Oh, yeah. So this is where I usually have been shown this one, the Jews' Easter. But this is not actually his writings. It says, by their writings, some of them in their commentaries as St. Jerome, and namely on the Galatians, on that place ye observe days. If that be a fault, saith, we Christians do incur that fault at all, for we keep by name Easter, but not the Jews' Easter of unleavened bread. So it's actually a quotation. So that's what I pointed out to, I think it was Brett Biggs. I think that's his name. He's oftentimes, finding these readings where it's like the Jews' Easter or whatever after 1611 and saying, see, and I guess Bryan Ross is sort of doing the same thing. To me, Bryan Ross has his position because he's mid-Acts dispensational. That makes a difference in his understanding of it. But yeah, so the Jews' Easter here is a quotation of something. And so I think, I guess he might even be quoting, like it's in quotations here, he might even be quoting a book. And I think one time I did Google that whole thing, and it came down to some book in 1580 or something like that. But that's a long time ago. So but I know this issue.
And he goes through all kinds of examples in church history. But here's the only time out of the 100+ times that the word Easter shows up in his sermons. This is the only time where it's a Jew's, it's a Passover reference, where it says, for we keep by name Easter, but not, and by the way, let me go back a little bit, because he's quoting St. Jerome. And you'll see, let me read it from the beginning so you understand why he's wording it like this. Some of them in their commentaries as St. Jerome, and namely on the Galatians, and on that place ye observe days. If that be a fault, saith he, we Christians do incur that fault all, for we keep by name Easter, but not the Jews' Easter of unleavened bread, which the apostle accepts to, but the Christian Easter of the resurrection of Christ. Now, obviously, that word would have been Pascha or Pasch or whatever St. Jerome wrote in. So that's the only reason that Lancelot Andrews says Jews' Easter is because the tool of speech. He's saying it's comparing the Jews' Easter versus the Christian Easter. It wouldn't make sense for him to say the Jews' Passover, but the Christian Easter. So anyways, that's the only time that he uses Easter in that Passover sense. So every time he uses Easter, it's referencing Christ's resurrection. So this was clearly established. And even in the front of a King James Bible in the 1611 edition, there is a table. This is one of the things I showed to Lotan. A table that says to find Easter forever. And it's a chart that no longer works because I think it goes with a Julian calendar. But if you know how to do the math right and you do the calculation, it'll give you what day Easter will be.
So
and they
Bede helped formulate this. But it all
this goes back.
Yeah,
this goes back to Eusebius, I believe.
It did, and he got it from Alexandria.
Yeah. Okay. And then this page as well. This is like Anglican celebrations. So this is like 9 weeks before Easter, or 8 weeks before Easter, 7 weeks before Easter. Easter was a very big deal to them back then, and they definitely celebrated it in reference to the resurrection of Christ. So my whole point is that by the time that 1611 comes around, when they're translating the King James Bible, they were using the word Easter to refer to the resurrection of Christ, and Passover was referring to the Jewish Passover, which is why they placed all these mentions of Passover that are pre-resurrection in the New Testament before the Acts 12:4, and then Acts 12:4 they switch it to Easter because it's post-resurrection. It's Pascha in the Greek, but it's post-resurrection. So in English, the sense of Easter better fits. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to cover is that there's two other things. So does Easter go back to the apostles? This is one of this is Lancelot Andrews. I think it's the same one I was referring to. Let's see. Okay, so this, never mind, because we already talked about this. We talked about the Quartodeciman controversy, where in the early church there was this dispute whether Easter or Passover or Christ's resurrection's Pascha was celebrated on the 14th of Nisan or if it was celebrated on a Sunday. So I don't know if I need to cover this really, because we kind of talked about that already. But here he's just saying Polycarpus, as saith Irenaeus, kept Easter with St. John and with the rest of the apostles. Polycrates in his epistle there, and Eusebius expressly saith that St. Philip the apostle kept it. If St. Philip and St. John, yes, on 14th, by name, if the rest of the apostles had it, then is true, then it is apostolic.
But that's important though, because if it was the 14th, which all those people that you just said were the 14th, that's the Passover, and the context of Acts suggests that the Passover had already passed.
Right.
So he's still got that, Sam Gibb thing that Passover only is the day of Passover.
Now, the thing about that is that there is two places in Scripture that make it seem as if Pascha was already being used to refer to the Christian celebration of the resurrection.
So this is what I brought out in my debate with TurretinFan, that it does say the Jews' Passover. Why would it say that? It's like saying the vegetarians' meal, or I'm just trying to think of something like the Roman Catholics' rosary. It's like, oh, who else is doing a rosary? Or the and so the Jews part, you would think it's only Jews doing a Passover, but in Scripture it says the Jews' Passover. Why would it make that distinction? Now it actually uses the Jews. Talks about the Feast of Tabernacles, a festival of the Jews, and that's because by the time John was written, there was another festival of the Jews. The Feast of Tabernacles was a festival of the pagans, who said that they were Jews but weren't, and so that's very interesting. And that's what I believe the synagogue of Satan. They were doing this type of thing. And so I don't believe, I know a lot of people just say, oh, the Jews are the synagogue of Satan. I don't think that. I think if you read that into the Scriptures, you'll see that, because people have written books called Synagogue of Satan and all sorts of things. But if you just read through Revelation 2 and 3, you'll get some people are just like, like Jezebel, for example. That's not just a representation of like the Roman Catholic Church or the Eastern Orthodox Church or the Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons or something. It's what was really happening. And so the synagogue of Satan, people saying that they're Jews and they weren't, that's what was really happening back then. It's not a future prophecy. The prophecies in Revelation start from chapter 4, verse 1, not earlier. And so, yes, there can be allusions to the future and things like that, but it's not. That's not a prophetic age, and that's where this thing of having different churches are different age periods. To me, it just doesn't fit, and so and it causes problems, and that's why people are like, oh, the Jews are the synagogue of Satan. It's like, no, the Jews back then were the synagogue of the fake Jews back then were the synagogue of Satan, and so they weren't really Jews, you know.
If I can find it, where's it at? Here we go. So in John 2:13 and John 11:55, it says, "And the Jews' Passover was at hand." And John 11:55 says, "And the Jews' Passover was nigh at hand." So why would John have to qualify Passover with being Jewish? Obviously, Passover, Pascha is Jewish, right? He specifically qualifies the Passover as being Jewish, which means Passover is also being used to refer to the Christian celebration of the feast. Or, I mean, I guess you can't perfectly conclude that, but you can imply.
Well, I agree with you, but don't forget, John is one of the apostles that celebrated it on the Passover.
Right. But he still used,
tradition.
right, according to tradition, according to Polycarp and Irenaeus. Okay. But
Yeah, it's just Pascha. So whether it's the Christian one or the Jewish one, but they all celebrated it at the same time. But this is the thing, seeing Passover as only just the Passover feast and not Passover week as well. And sometimes both of those together, that can cause confusion if you're not seeing that clearly.
Still uses the word Jews Passover, which still lets you know that word Pascha, it wasn't limited to Jewish only. Otherwise, there would be no reason at all to qualify it with that word. It means that word early in the church most likely was being used by Christians. And I think it's just easy to come to that conclusion based off of the historical evidence as well. That
I agree with you, but can you do me a favor? Can you place us into Acts 12? Can you reread Acts 12 in the way that you see it playing out historically?
Okay. And because he saw it pleased the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also. Then were the days of unleavened bread. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison. And Peter delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to keep him, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people.
When was this Easter?
This Easter was at some point in this time frame. Now, the one thing that we haven't brought up yet is that when it says, then were the days of unleavened bread, it doesn't say before or after. It just gives you a general time frame.
No, it does. The days of unleavened bread are the 7-day feasts. So that's always
right, but it does. Right, but it doesn't say. It gives you a general time frame, right? But it's almost like, okay,
it doesn't say what day of the week it is.
Right,
Sunday could have been, or I could be wrong. Sorry.
No, yeah, I mean, it doesn't like it. When it says Easter, it could have been in that general frame. It could have even been before. These were just the days of unleavened. This is the general time frame of when this happened. And intending after Easter could be. I mean, we don't really know because I don't have a calendar from that time period. We don't know what year it happened, but I think there's plenty of room for interpretation that, okay, here's the general time frame when this happened, the days of unleavened bread, and after Easter, whether it was referring to Jewish or the Christian sense of the word, it was then that Herod intended to bring Peter out to the people. And the reason that the King James translators translated as Easter was because it has this post-resurrection context, because Christ had already risen from the dead. So Passover no longer applies because it's just the New Testament version of Passover. So I think one of the biggest things that people, you put so much attention on then were the days of unleavened bread, but it's almost like a general statement. It doesn't say that after that, right? It doesn't say after that after the days of unleavened bread. It says after Easter. So it's kind of hard to literally say that it has to be chronologically the specific way. You have to like read into it certain things in order to say that this is definitely, Easter or Passover or Pascha was definitely after the days of unleavened bread. It could have been during or before or whatever. And if it's talking about the Christian Passover, the Christian version of Passover, then it could have been. I mean,
but
we don't know.
You did say that historical context is important, and
Yeah.
I do think that there is a something that we should look into: the days of unleavened bread versus the day of unleavened bread.
Well, okay, so he's making a distinction between the days of unleavened bread and the day of unleavened bread. But it's like, okay, then were the days of unleavened bread, and so the days of unleavened bread are what is called Passover, which is a feast that encompasses the unleavened bread feast. So them were the days of unleavened bread, saying that this is happening during that period of time. Herod's had him arrested, so that this could have been on the Passover feast day. This could have been the day after, could have been the day after that. It could have been. But then it says, and he wanted to release him after Easter. Okay. Now, I know that some, like say Scott Jones, who I got a lot of my material off on lamblion.net, he sort of was making the case that this is pointing toward the Sunday after, because it had already said then were the days of unleavened bread. So saying it's not the Passover feast day, but it's actually pushing more toward the Sunday, which even gives more credence to the Christians and the day of resurrection sort of thing. And I was sort of like, okay, but I think he's actually committing the same fallacy that Lotan has committed with saying that the Passover is just the one day, where I think Passover is the like just like Lancelot Andrews was using Easter for even the rapture and all sorts of words to do with resurrection. Easter's a polyseme, and so is Passover. Passover can mean the lamb, it can mean Jesus, it can mean the feast day, it can mean the feast week. And so can Easter. You can have Jesus is our Easter lamb. Easter can be a day, like today here in Australia, we've got Easter Friday. This can be a day, Easter Sunday, but it can be the whole week as well, or the whole few days of celebration, Easter Monday, and etc. And so I think that Scott Jones was actually committing a fallacy when he did that. And so anyway, we'll just continue.
We know that there are many.
Actually, I'll just read Helb's comments that have been lingering around for like 20 minutes. I found these guys entertaining and educational to listen to, for they are very thoughtful persons, not only parroting things like modern evangelical podcast, very good videos. Yeah, and he says, well, maybe they are parroting a little bit of Sam Gippisms. Yeah, there is a bit of that. And I guess, they're these guys have sort of got my argument, but I'm glad that they're expanding on that and going into areas that I haven't gone into, like the quotes of Lancelot Andrews. Even though I've looked at those for specific reasons, I didn't read the whole sermon. And the funny thing is, like, I remember when I was first doing the Easter articles, like even on Will Kinney's page, he had a link to AnglicanHistory.org, which has the 1618 sermon. So it's been there for a long time. And I think I actually put it into an audio file, but just didn't get all that out of it. I guess it just went over my head. But yeah, anyway, I did do that type of homework back in the day, but just didn't see all this. So interesting.
Gods, there is only one God. There are many Christs. There's only one the Christ, or the Lord's Christ. So having, a very, very simple change of language is important, and it does place a lot of context, and it does help us understand what is being spoken about. And this clearly takes place after the Passover. To me, this is established. We established this at the beginning of the podcast, that it cannot be talking about the Passover because the Passover had happened, and now the days of unleavened bread are happening. So it's within the feast. Now, I grant you that if this was just a day that we don't know that they celebrated, because they did, historically, the Christians did celebrate we can call it Easter every Sunday, especially those first few years, every Sunday. But Easter.
No, I just don't know where he's getting that from. He mentioned it earlier. Yeah, the Christians are celebrating Easter every Sunday. It's like, no.
In the sense that the King James translators and everything that you showed us, in the sense that they're talking about, it is the agreed upon day of Easter that everyone celebrates. Now that came to be Sunday, but what was it in the time that Acts 12 is speaking about? And to me, it's actually the Passover. Maybe, I mean, to me, I haven't seen anything else to suggest that it was several days. And also just in context, I don't understand why Herod would be just so accommodating. I can see it in other ways. I can see it for his own. I don't think this is the same Herod that took John the Baptist's head, but he did it at a festival, at his birthday party. So,
yeah, but he's trying to please the Jews, and so he's waiting until their day. And look at what happened when Jesus was killed over a feast day. They'd made a whole religion about it, and so that they're probably like, hey, be a bit careful. Like a lot of people at the moment are looking at Trump in Iran and going, is this a big mistake? Are we just going to mop this up for the next 20 years? Or is that what they actually want, with the military industrial complex or whatever? But people are like, be careful. And I guess people could have been saying to Herod, hey, be careful, don't kill this guy like the Romans did on a feast day, and now they worship the guy. It could have been that, but I think it was more so it's a busy time. There could have been Sabbaths involved. It could have been, hey, the Jews are busy, they're doing their thing, and we need to try this guy to see if he's guilty, and then we're going to kill him, sort of thing. He wants to please the Jews, and so it doesn't mean that there was this nefarious, he's got a pagan festival to go to, so he's got to do that. That's just completely read into it. And sure, he could have just killed him, but these guys still, if he's trying to please the Jews, he's obviously not just saying, hey, I'm just pleasing myself and I'll just kill whoever I want, and I can kill these Jews too, sort of thing. He's trying to please these Jews, so he would be jumping through a few hoops for them.
Killing people on the Passover is not something that that these people would stray away from. They killed Christ on the Passover to please.
Yeah, but they said, let's not do it on the Passover day, lest there be an uproar among the people. They know that it's a sacred day, and then it's like they're killing Jesus on that day. And it's exactly what they didn't want happen.
These are the Jews. This is a person, Peter, who's no longer a Jew, so the Jews have no regard for him. They wouldn't care if he killed him on the Passover. And Herod is trying to vex the church. So what was he waiting on? Why was he waiting after Easter?
Well, there's an answer to that, but I mean, I don't necessarily think it's true, but it would make sense if even today, like when it comes to Easter, is when most people are attending the church service, and when a lot of like witnessing, for example, happens, especially back then, it would have been a very powerful, this is okay, celebrating Jesus was resurrected, 30 years ago or whenever this happened. So a lot of witnessing happens. A lot of, Christians are moving about and spreading the word a lot in this time period.
I would give you that
point.
I would argue just a little bit, though, just in place of Acts 12. You are right. I do think it would be a great time for witnessing. But we know that after Acts 7, in fact, in the chapter before, in Acts 11, basically everyone moves to Antioch. Yeah, like a very few of the apostles stay in Jerusalem. And this is during that time when the church is afraid. So they've moved to Antioch, and that's where it says, like some of the prophets are going, and teachers, and it just the apostles seem to stay. Now that doesn't take away from your point that they could witness. But to me, several years have passed since.
Right. I was going to say, basically, Herod wants us to just say, basically put his foot down and stomp on the Christian celebration, saying, like, this is nothing. Yeah. Like, I'm greater than this type of thing. But I'm not necessarily saying that's what happened. I wouldn't myself really take that position. But I'll admit that I don't have it all together on the time frame of it. But to me, I understand that what the translators meant by it and what everybody in the English-speaking world knows that word to be. And decade after decade, generation after generation. That's what the word is meant.
And I think the thing is with Lotan, he's sort of saying, well, it was like a bit of a supernatural thing. God just got involved and put Easter in there, and it's a pagan thing, but he did it on purpose, sort of thing. And it's like, so you can sort of show every bit of information and every detail, and if it's like, yeah, but God just did something different, it's like, it doesn't matter how much information you're going to show, it's always just going to be fobbed off.
It just would be so weird to me that all of a sudden that word means something else, just because somebody mentioned it in a book.
Can I
has a
play devil's
phonetic
advocate?
connection.
Just a couple of things that you said earlier. You said like about words having definition, and people no.
But you can feel the tension in this. Like these guys, they're really got, because I've been at the end of these conversations, and they're friendly. I've talked to friends about this, and they've pushed back, and I've gone through at the nth degree to explain everything to them. I've done debates on this, and I think I've done 3 Easter debates, maybe 4 Easter debates.
They always know what Easter is. Easter means this. And so God, you also mentioned, can use something bad for his good. And I agree with you. I think he has used something, bad things for good. I don't think he does bad things for the greater good, but he can use bad things for the greater good. But there's also a problem there with, the Bible warns about people, if someone preaches like another Jesus that we have not preached, right? Well, the same argument can be made there. Well, he's using the same Jesus, and everyone knows what that Jesus is. And so clearly, if you follow that Jesus, it has to be the Jesus that everyone agrees with. And we know that with Mystery Babylon in frame, because this is a major player, that is, we know the mystery of iniquity works today, and is forming this big religion. When you see, and this is what I think the passage could be speaking to, because when you look at what it has become, not only in the lost world, but in especially the Catholic world, with things like Lent that are preceded by Ash Wednesday, taking a mark on your forehead, could this be used in the future as a day?
So, there's such a leap there, having a mark on your forehead. Okay, yes, the Roman Catholics do that, but that's not the mark of the beast, and it's not related to the mark of the beast. Okay. Now, could it be in the future? I mean, I can't see that. But I guess you got forehead there, you got a mark, there you go, you sort of thing. And this is what I don't like about this type of generalization, where it's just associating things with each other, which are only loosely associated. Like if you got a forehead, you got a mark, and that means mark of the beast. I know kids in class put a sticker on their head, or even in the book of Revelation, it talks about God puts his mark on his on the foreheads of his people, and so you got God doing that. You know what I mean? Like, I guess we have to relate God to being the one who's that's related to the mark of the beast, sort of thing. But then it's a Catholic thing, and then it's related to Easter. And this is the thing. Oh, it's a Roman Catholic thing. I used to hear this all the time. This is one of the biggest arguments against it. Oh, it's just a Roman Catholic thing, And so, but you can look at all the Protestant Bibles. You can go through all the Protestant stuff, King James stuff, and then it's like, oh, it's a Catholic thing. But here we have, Lent is on your forehead. You got a cross of ash, and then that's related to the mark of the beast, of course, which was related to Easter. So Easter, mark of the beast, Easter, Baal, Easter, fertility goddess, Easter, sex goddess, Easter, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, I can't even figure it out. Let's just not do it. Let's just call it the Resurrection Day or something, or just go and celebrate Passover.
That celebrates the Lord in name only, because we know that the Catholic Christ isn't our Christ. We know that the Catholic Mary isn't our Mary. This is another Jesus that Paul warns about. And so I think that looking at it through the light of the times that we live in, and the Bible, like we said, like supersedes this kind of understanding with advanced revelation, with progressive revelation, there could be people in the future that look at this and see that point towards Mystery Babylon, that could be persuaded to come out of her. Christ says to come out of her. And Easter, to me, has just become more and more of the world and not of God. And where the places that it is of God, like in the Catholic Church, it is warped into a Christian Easter that you and I won't celebrate. We wouldn't go to an Easter Mass. I mean, it is not what we would.
But most churches, we wouldn't have anything to do with them either. So do we just throw church out? You know what I mean? 95% of Christians are fake. I guess we stop being Christians, you know.
Think of as Easter.
Yeah, but okay, so let me jump in. There are plenty of churches that do teach the gospel, the true gospel, on Easter. Mm-hmm. And let's just say hypothetically, Easter takes a direction, a turn for the better, and the world lets go of it, loses interest in it, and it becomes a very Christian celebration like it was in 1611. So would it then
I don't necessarily
go back to referring to Easter?
I agree with the idea behind Easter being good, but we are talking about people who in the Anglican Church were separated from the Catholics by very, very little. They changed a pope out for a king, basically. That was like the only difference between the Catholics and the Anglicans.
No, there's quite a lot of difference. There are some overhangs, but it's not like they were, you know, I mean, the whole concept of Mary is central to Roman worship. And
they would have celebrated Lent, and they would have celebrated the Eucharist with, you know, their symbology that we don't participate in today. And I totally don't think of.
But yeah, the Eucharist was definitely something different.
You know, that is a bad thing to celebrate the resurrection. And clearly the early Christians would have celebrated the resurrection. You know, you have a lot of Bible-believing churches that will call it Resurrection Sunday. And a lot of people that we've seen some historical accounts that the earliest Christians did celebrate Sundays as Resurrection Sunday. But the Passover itself, because it has the connections with the 14th, with the Jewish Passover, because Christ was crucified on the 14th, it also, we have enough evidence to know that the early apostles most likely did keep that feast on the 14th as a Christian feast. And
I wanted to chime in. Yeah. So just to be clear, there's the two traditions that the argument, the Quartodecimal argument was they celebrated the resurrection on the 14th. Correct. And then they say that's from John. Polycarp said that was from John. Mm-hmm. But the other argument, the other side of the argument, where it was celebrated on Sunday, is from Peter. Right. And so I just wanted to point out that where did they get that from? Where did they learn that from? Why did they say that? To me, it could be because of this passage, intending after Easter to bring forth to the people, talking about Peter. And I think it's interesting that the camp of people that don't celebrate it on the 14th, that say they got it from Peter. Oh, I smacked the mic. I'm sorry, everybody. That don't celebrate on the 14th got it from Peter.
I see a recording error.
Oh.
Do you guys see that?
Mm-mm.
Not on our end.
Open
the
recording tab to learn more. Okay. And it could have fixed.
Good. Okay.
It's because I smacked the mic. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah. Sorry if I interrupted your thought. You said you were talking about the other side who got it from Peter.
Yeah, and they say they got it from Peter. I find it very interesting that the Easter passage mentions Peter. Just an abstract to throw out there. But I had 3 points. That was one of them. The other one was, let's look at the passage itself. Why did they surround Peter with 16 soldiers? It has the quaternion soldiers, which is 4 groups of 4 soldiers. What is your opinion? Do you think they surrounded him because of the uproar of the Jewish people that were going to attack him? Or do you think they were protecting him from Christians breaking him out of prison? Just to kind of zoom out of the conversation and zoom into the passage.
Well, I definitely don't think it would be Christians, because Christians were peaceful, and we know that when he did come out, they were all just praying in a house for him. I don't think that they would have shown any sort of indication. Mm-hmm. And I think historically, when you look back at those early, when they were killing Christians, they were pretty peaceful. I have a letter from.
I guess in a way, just watching through this, what I can see has happened. Lockton has been given quite a long period of time to talk. Now, I know that Brandon had probably an equal amount of time, but he wasn't able to finish. And that's where I would say that these guys need to just go, okay, look, you finish your thoughts, because obviously he's there looking up stuff. He's there, thinking about how to finish what he wants to say. They should have given him a little bit more time. That's how I feel anyway.
Someone who was talking about like early Christians who just gathered on Sunday and all they did was just pledge not to steal, not to like do bad things. And that was all that they did to celebrate Christ, and they got killed for it. So
Yeah, wow.
I don't think that they were, it's because he was afraid of them breaking him out.
You know, it's actually really cool. And just to get a practical message out of this, they were praying for Peter to come out of jail. And as they were praying for Peter, Peter knocked on the door. And then they said the person who answered the door saw that it was Peter, and they told the group, "Hey, Peter's outside." And they're like, "We don't believe it." Like, you were just praying and asking God to let him out of prison, and then when God answers you, you're like, "No, I don't believe it."
Yeah, there's a sermon right there.
And one more thing I wanted to bring up. You said you don't think that Herod would give Peter that much leeway. Why would he give him that much leeway? Well, in tradition, in Fox's Book of Martyrs, it goes over how Peter was crucified upside down. That was because he didn't want to be. He thought it was not. He didn't think he was worthy to be crucified the same way as his Lord. And this is just me playing, I guess, devil's advocate. Would it be too far to say that he wouldn't want to be killed on the same day as Christ?
Well, first off, I think we've already seen that the Passover has passed, so he wouldn't have been killed on the same day as Christ. But secondly, I mean, with Fox's Book of Martyrs, I think there's a lot of historical accuracy when it comes to the Protestant stuff. But do you believe that Paul he was killed at Rome?
No,
because that's in Fox's Book of Martyrs. It was
sure.
So,
and then I think it also says that John was dipped in acid and stuff.
And we also, when we look at the early church, I mean, there's so many things that these guys got wrong, and people who were directly under the apostles. Like you have people like Justin Martyr who believed in baby sprinkling. You know, these were things. In fact, when I was looking at some of the history of Lent, how it got up to the 40 days, at first it seemed pretty much just 2 days, Wednesdays and I think Saturdays every week that they would have a fast. But then on Easter, when it started becoming an Easter thing, they would do it for 40 hours. This is later in the game, but their 40 hours was from Good Friday, from the night of Good Friday to the morning of Sunday. And that's not even taken into account that 3 days and 3 nights. And these are people who studied under the apostles were getting it wrong, because I don't really know what that means. What did it mean to study under an apostle? Did that just mean that he met him once or twice and then just, traditions formed? And they didn't have maybe all of the scriptures at that time in Acts. Well, we know they didn't in Acts 12. Like I said, Paul hadn't even arrived to the scene yet.
I think it's a good practical application you're bringing up too. Is just because a church father, and I don't like to call it church father either, church writer, early church writer, said something that happened or said something as a tradition, doesn't mean it's Bible. We have the perfect Word of God. We have the King James Bible. We can go to the script.
Now, oftentimes I'm clarifying, okay, early church writer, early church father. Now, I do make that distinction, and I know a lot of people do. But one thing is, like, we call our parents our father, like a dad. Hey, father, and even in the Bible, like Paul was like, hey, Tim, I'm a father to you, Timothy. You're my son. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying father. But I think what we're trying to separate from is we don't necessarily agree with the Roman Catholic Church that these people are somehow directly linked to our faith. We bypass those guys and go straight to the Word of God. Now, if they're saying things that are in agreement with the Word of God, hey, I'll run with that. But if it disagrees, I'll reject it because they're not my father. And so that's the main reason why I make that distinction. Some people talk about, it says call no man on earth your father, and they think that's why I'm doing it. Where it's actually, it is a little bit of that, but it's more so because some of the early church writers, early church fathers are really bad. Origen, I don't want him to be considered, like, I don't want people to think that I got doctrine from him or learnt things from him.
And say, well, what did the Bible really teach, rather than what man said in history? But we can look to those for historical context, knowing that they were imperfect men. But we shouldn't run to the creeds. We shouldn't run to the things for our doctrine. We should run to the Bible alone. And that's that's a fine line too.
And I guess my whole thing, and Brandon, I think you gave a brilliant presentation. I've talked to Bible believers who, well, just off the cusp, I don't think the translators actually thought it was Easter. But after you showed me what you showed me just a year ago, that completely changed where I was coming from. But I also think that and then this is gonna be hard because I think it goes against both of our positions. At the end of the day, with the King James Bible, we say that you don't need to go to the Greek and you don't need to go to the Latin, that we have the perfect words of God in front of you. In fact, in some cases, we say it's even better in lots of cases. So if someone was just to have the Bible today and you just gave it to some random person on this world and they read Easter, I think at some point of time, it would be different than in another point of time. I think in this point of time right now, you have a 50-50 chance of someone looking at Easter as going either way, of being a Christian thing or being a pagan thing. I am taking the position from my research that it does boil down to Mystery Babylon, and I can see a future not too far off where the world does fall once again under this unified religion.
And so it's a slippery slope argument. If we keep Easter, we're going to end up, having this horrible religion in the end times, and that's the mark of the beast. The Catholics are going to put the thing on you, and you're going to be deceived. And
which I do think is Catholicism, who celebrate the Eucharist almost as a god, Mary as a goddess that has roots back to Ishtar, and would use words that we know today as Christian, but are clearly not. They're talking about two different people. And, we know that there's a mark coming. And when you just see.
And so when he was talking about, what, like a Christian today, like if they grab the Bible, or if they read Easter, they would think it's the celebration that we're having today, here it's Friday. So they would relate it to this celebration here and now. There would be no problem with that. And so.
More and more of these places that something could be associated with a mark and Ash Wednesday, right? Put a cross on your forehead. And you can't separate Ash Wednesday from Easter. And you can't separate the 40 days Lent of Easter. And what is really...
You can't separate Ash Wednesday from Easter, and you can't separate the 40 days of Lent from Easter. Yeah, you can. What? Like, these are not biblical instructions there. But these, like, they might have some sort of biblical basis, but it's not exactly what has been told to us to do. Where Jesus just said, do this in remembrance of me, and so that's why we do that. So I think he's already in his mind, he's very solid in saying his position, and he's really not moving from that. Where I think Brandon was doing really well, and I was enjoying listening to him. But now it just seems like Lotan is just sort of talking over the whole thing. And I guess maybe a little bit gets said later, but it just seems like they go, okay, well, that's it. And yeah, I'm not liking that part of it, because now he's sprouting a whole bunch of stuff saying, well, you definitely can't separate Easter from Lent, and you definitely, like, he's just making these dogmatic statements. Where's he getting that from?
The 40-day Lent ideologically now for Catholics, I understand it. It's you getting yourself better. You withholding your body from things you like to grow closer to God. But we know you can't do that. The Holy Spirit inside of you can do that. But so this is another practice of you earning your way, you doing this. And I do think right now there's a 50-50 chance that you told someone Easter and they would not talk about Jesus at all. They talk about chocolates and bunnies and stuff. And I think, right. And I do think, okay, theoretically, could it be a time where Easter? Yeah, theoretically, it's possible. But living in the time that I believe that we live in, so close to the end, and knowing what is going to come next, I don't think that's the case. And I can see Easter being used to further that church that, once again.
So it's the early church used to celebrate it, but it's going to be used to be the worst thing and to usher in the Antichrist and the mark of the beast. It's like the thing is, it's a doomsday scenario. It's like global warming. Like, if you keep using straws, we're going to end up with it in 12 years. We're going to all die, sort of thing. It's it's not logical to think this way. Like, we should be looking at, like, specifically the whole thing is really should Easter be in the Bible? Yeah, is it pagan? Yeah, these type of things. To have all these links. So this is where, I don't groove on, Go Replicas stuff. I think it's a lot of her stuff is just like this. It just goes way too far. It reads into something that's happening just right now and says, this is just the puppy feet of, Gog and Magog, or whatever. And it's like, really, but, 50 years ago, they were saying it was related to something else. And it's interesting when you read apocalyptic literature, like in the 1960s and 70s, Russia was the big devil, but now it's Islam. And, it just depends on, who America's bombing, I guess, or who they're at war with. But yeah, anyway, we'll continue a little bit. I do feel like Brandon is going to pipe up in a sec.
And God tells us to come out of.
I think, though, if somebody finds out that the word actually doesn't have a historical basis in that pagan, it was used like that, I think they would lean towards, okay, well,
but
that's
the
not what it
very
means.
first recording of Easter is from a Christian who says it does have pagan roots.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying it was never used like that. After that, it was never where's any example of?
And that's a really good point. It's like one guy says something, but then, millions of other people use it for the resurrection, and Lancelot Andrews and, people who should be respected. If you're a King James guy, you should respect these translators. They're using Easter as a resurrection and synonymous with resurrection all the way through. And it's like, well, I don't think they're believing what Bede said. And so it's just grabbing one tiny little speck of dust and you got this whole elaborate story about it. Where if you actually just go, hang on, I'm questioning that speck of dust. You can get a 5-cent piece and put it right up to your eye, and that's all you see. But if you put it in perspective, it's a very small thing compared to the huge celebration of Easter, the celebration of the resurrection.
Do you have any examples of anybody using Easter as a pagan word in any of the following centuries until like 100 years ago?
Right. I do think that it's become a more popular surge to take lost goddesses and stuff and make them more popular. And even Hislop, when he was writing, he was saying things like, there are people who are using what I'm writing who, like, even before he wrote it, because they just had kind of come to the same conclusions and got on the same works, and they're using it to dissuade people from the faith altogether. But he wrote something that I would just like to repeat. I have it right here. It's just a little warning, because ultimately, I don't know if we want to end it here, but I don't think it's wrong to celebrate Easter. I think the Bible tells us in plenty of places. Romans 14, one man esteemeth one day above another esteemeth every day alike. Let every man be fully persuaded in his own mind. And if you're fully persuaded that you're doing it for the Lord.
Like, these guys are trying to be very, very nice to each other, but he basically just said the whole time, if you celebrate Easter, it's mark of the beast, and it's mystery Babylon, the mystery of iniquity is already at work, and this is like a terrible thing, and it's like, but if you want to do it, that's fine, and I'm like, no, it's either all that bad stuff which you should warn people about and say, hey, don't get involved with this, like to say all that and then say, yeah, it's fine to get involved with all that. It just doesn't make any sense, but.
Or that's celebrate it. There's another passage, Colossians 2:16-17. Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of an holy day or a holiday, which are shadows of things to come, but the body is of Christ. But I just want to say, Hislop did say this when he was talking about Easter and a few of the people who have used it to dissuade people. He said, a few of the facts stated in these pages are already known to infidel and I don't know how to say it, Socinian writers of no mean mark, both in this country and on the continent. So both in England and on the continent. And these are using them in such a way as to undermine the faith of the young and uninformed in regard to the very vitals of the Christian faith. Surely then, it must be of the last consequence that the truth should be set forth in its own native light, even though it may somewhat run counter to preconceived opinions, especially when that truth, just considered, tends so much at once to strengthen the rising youth against the seductions of popery, and to confirm them in the faith once delivered to the saints. Let them in their closets and on their knees ask the question, at their God and at their own consciences, if they ought not to bestir themselves in right earnest and labor with all their might, till such a consummation be effected. Then indeed would England's church be the grand bulwark of the Reformation. Then would her sons speak with her enemies in the gate. Then would she appear in the face of all Christendom. And this is what I really want to make clear. Clear as the sun, fair as the moon, and terrible as an army with banners. If, however, nothing effectual shall be done to stay the plague that is spreading in her, the result must be disastrous, not only to herself, but to the whole empire. Now, this was written.
Yeah, but I mean, Jehovah's Witnesses would say that. Seventh-day Adventists would say that. You know, if only they came to the truth of the Sabbath, that it would be England would prosper or whatever. You know, people would just say whatever their truth is. It's a huge deal. Now, I believe this is a big issue, but it's not so much like, to me, I'm not gelling on what Lotan is saying at all. To me, people celebrating Easter is a great thing, and people knowing more and more about the death and burial and resurrection of Jesus is a fantastic thing. And the more we know and understand those things, the better society will be. Or it's not so much about society or nationalism either, because the thing is, what at this time, 1850, I guess they sort of already abolished slavery in England, but basically they abolished slavery, but you know, I think they were just slaughtering the Indians and the Africans, and a whole bunch of, like, they were doing opium wars against China, and like they were basically just destroying half the world. And it's sort of like, you know, they've declined as an empire. It's like, yeah, well, the Nazis declined as well. You know, that just because we're sort of related to them doesn't mean that they were good. You know, we've got to be honest with ourselves.
Before England's peak of their empire, I think their peak was like 1913 to 1917, where the world never sets on the British Empire. This was in the mid-1800s. It was actually in 1858, I have it, so 60 years before the height of the British Empire. And he's saying that there's a plague inside of her. He obviously credits it as something pagan, and I can see that with the Church of England being so like the Catholic Church. He's saying that if we don't, he understands how people can use it against, but he says if we don't do something about it, about the plague that's spreading in her, if we keep silent about it, he says the end result would be disastrous, not only to herself, but to the whole empire. And just 70 years later, nothing was done about it, and the entire empire collapsed. So, yeah,
but what empire would you talk about? Like, I know a lot of Americans feel that their empire is like, you know, we're the ones, you know, going forward and advancing the gospel, and we're the ones doing this and doing that, and it's like seriously, even just the Vietnam War and how immoral that was. Like, I don't think anyone would say it was a good thing. The Korean War, like, what was that? Gulf War, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya. Like, most people are just turning around saying, we're ashamed that we had anything to do with that. And it's like, but then it's sort of like, okay, if we don't give up Easter, the American empire is going to fall. It's like, well, you know, I think it's just, it's blowing this right out of proportion, you know.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's a prophet, obviously, but I think that there is a sickness.
I'm pretty sure Hislop came against the Trinity doctrine. He was against Trinitarianism in a certain way, because I know Jehovah's Witnesses and Seventh-day Adventists, who used to be anti-Trinitarian, gravitate toward his books. And I do remember in his book he does have that three-faced God. You know, I guess I think he points out the Trinity was in paganism or something. And so it'd be interesting to see what he actually says about other things, how orthodox he is, because he does get promoted as like the guru. But I only really know him from the Easter issues and from Ralph Woodrow. He used to sprout all of his stuff, and then he repented and wrote books against his lot. But
in the Christianity of his day, and he saw it coming, and he attributed it to Mystery Babylon. And I see sickness in our churches today, and I understand the appeal for Catholicism. I really do. I really do. The idea to
I don't see any appeal in Catholicism.
To sort of work your way by just doing what you're told. That's appealing. The army is appealing. What do you want to do? Like I don't have to think about what I'm going to do today. I'm just going to do what I'm told. It's appealing. And when I've been around, priests, and they have this aura about them, and you kind of want them to like you, but everything that they're rooted in is evil. I mean, it is the opposite.
I mean, nothing that he's saying is related to Easter. I mean, he read Hislop. Hislop's like, this is a purge. This a scourge. Sorry, this is a scourge on us, on our nation. England's going to collapse if we don't fix this up. And it's like, I mean, did England really just collapse? They just invaded a whole bunch of places and then came back home. You know what I mean? Like, I guess if they kept going and kept plundering, even in World War II, they killed the famines that were having in India, and they were man-made. They've never had a famine since in India. But under the British, they had 10 major famines. It was like 10 million people died. So that's immoral. That's disgusting. They stole like trillions of dollars of wealth. I mean, like the Queen has got that, that big diamond, and stole it off like an 11-year-old boy. And she, obviously she's dead now, but she would get on TV and be like, everyone love one another over Christmas or over Easter. And it's like, you stole that off a kid. Why don't you start by giving that back? They're not going to give it back. They're immoral. They're just, she's the head of the church, all this sort of stuff. But it's like, I don't see, this is just sort of like nationalism, I guess, coming through. But anyway.
Opposite of what we celebrate. And are we moving toward more closer to that system, or more closer to the Easter that's in your head of what these guys were trying to say? I think the Holy Spirit is such and I think the words of God are alive, and it can literally change. It can be used for the better in a certain time, and it can be used still for the better, but in a completely different light in a later time. That's just me.
So, do you want to say anything to that, or?
I just had a whole different thing I wanted to say after you guys are finished your thought.
Yeah, I have one concluding thought as well. So if you want to go ahead and.
Yeah, I just wanted to preach the gospel, just if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So Easter, the reason for the season, what we're talking about. I'd rather end on a note where Jesus is our foundation. So I think both of you guys presented an amazing argument, both sides, and I'm blown away. Literally, both of you guys could go on for hours. And I thought it was fantastic. Your guys' organizational skills are way higher than mine. But
definitely not mine. I'm all over the place.
That's why I felt like I was just rambling. So thank you.
Yeah.
No, I follow both of you guys pretty well. But to preach the gospel to anybody listening, if you made it this far, 3 hours in, the gospel is found in 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. It says, "Moreover, brethren, I declare."
So as much as I love the preaching of the gospel, and these guys want to do that in their show, I think I'm going to skip over this sort of 5-minute section where they're preaching, unless Brandon.
Chapter 16, it said, and now
to be able to be like, it needs to. All you have to do is accept it.
Bad to try to explain before. I want to try to just say that, squeeze it in, one last thing, and then one more concluding thought after that. I was saying in Acts 12, 3-4, it says, "And because he saw it pleased the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also." So it has the words, "Then were the days of unleavened bread," in parentheses. Okay, so it's like a parenthetical. And the next verse, verse 4, it doesn't start off with the word "then." It doesn't say, "And then he had apprehended him, he put him in prison." It says, "And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison." And what I was trying to say, so I just want to clarify this real quick, is that parenthetical of "then were the days of unleavened bread" wasn't necessarily preceding, like before that other verse. It could have just been a general time frame. That could have even happened after. It's just a parenthetical. It's a thought. Like, okay, that was Christmas season. After Christmas, he was planning to bring him forth to the people. So that was just my general thought. Like, I don't see a specific thing in the scripture that forces a subsequent event.
So this is what I'm not liking. I can see Lotan. He's already going to talk over the top of him. He's not Like, just give him the time to explain it, and so he doesn't have to rush it and miss over things. Like, he's already like, no, and just about to slap him down, and it's like, just let him talk.
Of him bringing forth after Easter being after the days of unleavened bread. So that's what I was trying to say. Because it's in the parentheses like that, and because there's not a then word or something like that, I was thinking you can't necessarily force the thing to be after. Well, most likely it was, but it doesn't have to be the way that's worded. So anyways, I could be wrong on that, but that's what I was trying to say beforehand. I just wanted to clarify that because I was doing a terrible job before of explaining that. Okay, so our main goal with this podcast was we knew we disagreed on this, but our main goal was to come into this with a gentle and meek spirit and to just present our cases and show how we can disagree on something and still love each other as brothers.
You guys are so mean. I'm just kidding.
I mean, such little things can cause issues between brethren. Like, you disagree on this one little doctrine. For example, like it could be like the gap theory, or you call it the gap factor, or whatever. But because you disagree on that, you have to divide from that person and cut them off and whatever.
Okay, so I think I'll end it there. I'll go through these comments because we got the gist, and so we got both sides of that. And I think this is a very, very interesting video to go through because you do get both sides of it. And I really appreciate that these guys had gone through my material. And this was a year ago. It'd be interesting to see what their conclusion is like today. What are they still thinking the same thing? And so I'll go through some of these comments. Helg says, Permafrost says, I wish we could find out when the true resurrection happened. I mean, we should know, right? It's written. Anyone know? I mean, I guess if we studied intensively, I think we could work it out. It is hard because there's so many different opinions. It's like when you're trying to work on the canon and people have a presupposition of 70 AD that, Jesus came back already then, or 96, and you very rarely can sort of move out of those parameters. It explains when in the Old Testament, I believe. Okay, that would be interesting. It would be interesting to create a timeline. I would really like to do a parallel Gospels. That would be really cool to have all the stories of the Gospel, side by side. It seems like most people who have done that historically, like people like Griesbach and others, have done it trying to figure out who wrote something first. And I'm like, I'm not really caring about that. I'm more so looking at the storyline and what Jesus did and what he did sometimes twice and three times. Sometimes he did things regularly. He cleansed the temple twice. He cast out demons out of a guy once, and then cast out demons out of two guys once as well. And so they're different stories. And so just knowing those type of things and where they would fit in. I know some of the early church writers said that Peter's account of the gospel, which would be the Gospel of Mark, is not really strictly chronological, but I mean, you'd have to examine that. Helg says, at least they're not afraid to disagree among themselves, though it seems consistency was lacking a little here and there for a moment. Yeah, I think they sort of cut Brandon off, and he was on a roll where I think they just needed to give him like an extra 2 or 3 minutes and he would have been fine. Emryo says, good evening, everyone. Are we studying Easter, the day, or Easter the word? I think it's both. So we're sort of looking at everything. Permafrost says, sounds like a new believer phase one goes through in the beginning, thinking everything is pagan. Yeah, there's the book Pagan Christianity by Barna. I think it was Barna did he's the guy who does all the surveys. But yeah, he talks about how everything's pagan, even the numbering system in the Bible that Stephanus put in there. Well, it's not from God, it's from men, so it's pagan, and it's like, what? That's ridiculous. he did that with any works that he printed. Like he would print Greek classics and put like chapters and numbers, so you could go, well, in the Odyssey in chapter 9, verse 7, it says this, and so then everyone could be on the same. Everyone could quickly reference that. Well, like that is a blessing to go. Okay, we can look at Philip, and they say no, it's a curse, because then people take scriptures out of context, like they were never doing that before. And the thing is, like, even in the Bible, if you read Romans, it says in the second psalm. It numbers the psalm, the second psalm. And so it's very clear that, I'm not saying that the numbering system of Stephanus is from God or whatever, but it's like clearly they had a structure. And, specifically the Old Testament, had a lot of structure. You could clearly see chapter divisions and all the rest of it. Embryo says Genesis 1:5, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. Tribe with Fire says, glory to God, we'll have a new body when I wake up to sleep no more. Yes, at your own personal Easter. I can't wait for the future Easter to come. People, I'll say to people, I'm looking forward to Easter, and they'll be like, oh yeah, well, what, next year? No, the rapture, my Easter. They'll be like, that's a pagan goddess, Permafrost says, someone tell this guy to stop. I think he's referring to the two Babylons by Alexander Hislop. Yes, that's exactly what he's referring to. Tribe with Fire says, I was in Lotan's seat 14 to 15 years ago. It took a lot of research and humility to realize I've been wrong about this topic, all thanks to Internet Archive, Will Kinney, Nick, Bryan Ross, and many others. That's cool, and it's good to see people coming on board. And I was excited to see that these guys have gravitated toward my position. It's like, yeah, cool, that's great. Tribe with Fire says, and the Holy Ghost most of all. Yeah, God is into giving us truth. And I think the thing is, I don't hate the guy. I think he was just, he's strongly opinionated here, where I would say, okay, we'll pull it back a little bit and let other people have their opinion as well. But I think, like, by the looks of it, D.A. Waite had this opinion, Jack Mormon had this opinion, like most people. Bryan Ross had this opinion. I had this opinion. Most people have gone from there to Lotan's position to this position. And I think the further you go along, the more you look at all the research, you do gravitate toward that. It just makes the most sense. So anyway, I've gone for 6 hours and 48 minutes. I better go. And so enjoy your Easter time and celebrate Easter. Don't be ashamed to say, hey, I'm celebrating Easter. Use the word, say it's a Christian word. Tell someone that Easter has never been a pagan festival, but it's always been a Christian festival, and that you're going to celebrate it, and that the King James is correct to put it once in Acts chapter 12, verse 4, because it is the only place where it is a post-resurrection celebration. And so, share that with people. And yeah, if you like this video, just give us a thumbs up or whatever. And thanks for joining us, guys. I really appreciate your comments and input. It's been fantastic. And enjoy your Easter. God bless.